Chapter 1477. Once again, Long Chen asked Lin Junyao to bring this invisible world. The sea of lava beneath his feet, the raging waves in the sky, the yellow earth in the distance, the strong ancient trees reaching the clouds, and the golden mountains between the fire and water. Why was Long Chen so daring? Because he had someone to rely on. He knew that Zhenwu Great Emperor would never let Long Chen die in the true martial emperor palace because of Long Qinglan. No one knew Long Qinglan better than Zhenwu Great Emperor, even though Long Qinglan no longer existed. With this kind of relationship, Long Chen was destined to be fine today. No matter how strong Hall Master Hanwu was, in Long Chen's eyes, he was just a clown. However, after today's events, Long Chen realized that the tension between Wenren Shi and Yi Futu was much stronger than he had imagined. Little martial god Yang Chen was also strange. The only one who was normal was Lin Junyao. No matter what, she always wanted to be a big sister and cared for him. Child! Zhenwu Great Emperor's voice came from all directions, interrupting Long Chen's thoughts. His wisdom had grown to a level that ordinary people couldn't compare to. Greetings, Your Majesty. No matter when, Zhenwu Great Emperor was an existence that Long Chen respected. Although he was also very mysterious, and even Long Chen guessed that he couldn't leave this world. Did today's events make you think of something? Long Chen was taken aback for a moment. Recalling the events of the day, he felt a little hazy. He said, Your Majesty, I can only apologize. Uncle Han is too important to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have caused such a ruckus and troubled you when I just arrived. Zhenwu Great Emperor let out a rare chuckle. It's just a small matter. I wanted to ask you, have you seen little martial god Yang Chen? Long Chen said, I've seen him. He's a very strange person. He looks like a beast and doesn't seem to be very intelligent. Under the control of Venerable Yi Futu, he's like a fighting machine. Long Chen had no choice. Otherwise, this fellow would definitely have a rather terrifying combat strength. It was even rumored that he had an immortal body and would not die no matter how many times he was beaten. However, he did not dare to compliment this fellow's intelligence. He felt that it was not even at the level of a normal person. Fighting machine. That's a good description. Great Emperor Zhenwu sighed. Long Chen knew that he had something to say, so he waited quietly. As expected, the other party's voice sounded again. The city lord of the wronged will definitely return with his minions. Their first target will be the true martial emperor palace. Our base is here, and we can't move. That's why we have to fight to the death. It's going to be a once-in-10,000 years catastrophe. But do you think Yang Chen can replace me and command the disciples of the true martial emperor palace to fight against the demons from the eternal god realm? There was a lot of information in Great Emperor Zhenwu's words. Firstly, he estimated that when the time came, as the strongest existence, he wouldn't be able to play a very important role. At most, he would be able to fight to the death with the city lord of the wronged. The true martial emperor palace needed another leader. Secondly, he didn't think Yang Chen could do it. Long Chen roughly understood what the other party meant. He said, based on my personal observation today, if Yang Chen becomes the Saint Martial Emperor, it's basically equivalent to Yi Futu becoming the Saint Martial Emperor. Yi Futu is a martial venerable, so the emperor would definitely not want him to interfere with the Saint Martial Emperor's affairs. Moreover, it would also exacerbate the discord between him and Senior Wenren Shi. Based on Yang Chen's situation, although he may have monstrous combat strength, he's only suitable as a weapon, not a decision-maker or a commander. Long Chen answered the other party's question in a simple and concise manner. Since this old man was so concerned about this matter, it seemed that the upcoming battle had really reached a point where it couldn't be delayed any longer. He had said several times that it would be a catastrophe, and he was definitely not joking. Long Chen could imagine that if the ghosts of the eternal hell escaped, it would definitely be a massacre of all living beings. It would be the extinction of the human race and the demon race, and it would affect the future of the 3 territories and 9 realms. There was no doubt that the city lord of the wronged hated the 3 great emperor palaces. Long Chen had interacted with him before. That white jade skeleton was definitely a psychopathic guy, and he would definitely not be soft-hearted. At the thought of this upcoming catastrophe, Long Chen felt equally uncomfortable. He felt that he only needed to protect Lingxi, and if possible, he would go to the eternal god domain to develop himself. But he suddenly had to shoulder such a mission. He wasn't confident either, And he was worried that one decision or one mistake on his part could lead to the deaths of many people. I need a smart and decisive ruler who is also responsible and hot-blooded, not a beast who only knows how to fight. I didn't have much hope at first, but you've appeared. Putting aside your father, I personally think that you're already a qualified king of massacre. No one is more suitable than you to deal with what will happen in the future. Moreover, you have a great relationship with the city lord of the wronged, so no matter what, you can't escape this disaster. Long Chen was a kind person at heart. He sighed. He admitted that he had been convinced. The position of sacred martial emperor. Great Emperor Zhenwu's words made his blood boil. While those guys were busy fighting, this old man was concerned about survival. He was the most worthy of respect, and Long Chen didn't want to disappoint him. Moreover, he also wanted to do something for the world he lived in. If it was possible, he was very willing to do something within his power and contribute some of his own strength. He just wasn't sure. What do you think? Great Emperor Zhenwu asked expectantly. Long Chen pondered for a while and finally made up his mind. I want to give it a try. As long as I become the sacred martial emperor, I can do it, right? Great Emperor Zhenwu finally breathed a sigh of relief at this answer. He chuckled for a while, then said, I knew you wouldn't let me down. After hearing so many stories about you, I know that you're a very responsible person. You definitely won't abandon so many living beings. Sometimes as an expert you have to shoulder responsibilities. Since you've made up your mind, there are some things that I have to tell you first. Go ahead, Emperor, Long Chen said straightforwardly. He was very calm. Besides, he had troubled Great Emperor Zhenwu today. If it weren't for him, he would have been dead. Great Emperor Zhenwu said slowly, First of all, the imperial palace has a strange rule that has been passed down since ancient times. That is, every generation of Great Emperor Zhenwu cannot directly intervene in the selection of the sacred martial emperor. The selection of the sacred martial emperor has a strict system, which one Ren she will explain to you. I mainly want to make clear that if you lose in the selection, I can't do anything about it. I have to follow the ancestral teachings. Understood. Long Chen nodded. It was indeed a strange rule. Great Emperor Zhenwu of every generation was extremely powerful, but he didn't even have the right to choose his own successor. Great Emperor Zhenwu was very satisfied with Long Chen's performance. He was silent for a while before saying, The second thing is especially important. You have to be mentally prepared. Emperor, please say it. Since I've made up my mind, I won't back down. If it's my turn to do something, I won't refuse, Long Chen said sincerely. He was speaking with a sincere heart. Power and duty were equal. When he obtained the great power of the sacred martial emperor and his status was even higher than the three martial venerables, he would have to accept the corresponding duty, and it was even possible that he would die. But this was understandable. After all, he had taken away the city lord of the wrong's god-slaying sword and the Tao seal of the battle path, which was also the true martial emperor's soul. The city lord of the wronged would not spare him. Great Emperor Zhenwu finally said, The 99 golden demon imprisonment columns are the most important and powerful doctrine artifact of the imperial palace since ancient times, apart from the 5 elements clear sky pagoda. It has a total of 8 Tao patterns, and it might even form a 9th Tao pattern and become a peerless doctrine artifact. The 99 golden demon imprisonment columns were forged from the spines of 99 ancient 5-clawed golden dragons, and all of them are complete. They have the power to seal the heavens and the earth, and they are hard and invincible. In some aspects, they are even more powerful than the 5 elements clear sky pagoda. They are the highest doctrine artifact used by the sacred martial emperor. If you become the sacred martial emperor, then the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns will belong to you. But you also know that the current golden demon imprisonment columns are suppressing the heart of the city lord of the wronged. To be honest, if he could get his hands on the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns, Long Chen would be overjoyed. This was an item with true divine power, and it was even more powerful than the 8 Tao patterns used by the Lingwu swordmaster. Long Chen had asked around. Although the doctrine artifact used by the Lingwu swordmaster was a pair of swords, it was actually divided into 2 and could only be considered a doctrine artifact. The blue one was called the Milky Way sword, and the red one was the refined God sword. When combined, it was the unparalleled Milky Way refined God sword. The 99 golden demon imprisonment columns were definitely more powerful than the Milky Way refined God sword. As long as he became the sacred martial emperor, he would be able to get it. If Long Chen could get his hands on the golden demon imprisonment columns, he would have a huge advantage when he went to the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace in the future. But the problem was that the golden demon imprisonment columns were suppressing the heart of the city lord of the wronged. What's the problem? Long Chen asked anxiously. Great Emperor Zhenwu said solemnly, in fact, after the sacred martial emperor is selected, you must immediately shoulder a heavy responsibility, which is to transfer the heart of the city lord of the wronged to the divine nation, and then refine the golden demon imprisonment columns to suppress it in the divine nation. The heart of the city lord of the wronged has been suppressed for tens of thousands of years, and has lost a lot of essence energy. There is no need for the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns to suppress it at the same time. Therefore, you can use a maximum of about 70 golden demon imprisonment columns and use the remaining 30 to suppress it. Of course, if that's the case, it means that the first target of the city lord of the wronged will change from the martial god palace to you. Therefore, I want to ask you, do you have the guts to ask for the golden demon imprisonment columns? Long Chen really hesitated. Chapter 1478. This meant great danger. He had to be responsible for Long Chen, Lingxi, and the others, so he had to consider it carefully. To be honest, the temptation of the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns was great, but the danger was even greater. Therefore, Long Chen said, I'll decide after I become the sacred martial emperor. Emperor Zhenwu was not disappointed. His voice was heard again. It's all right. You're already an outstanding martial artist. Your father will be proud of you. Yes, Long Qinglan would be proud of him. Long Chen took a deep breath. He found that he had a goal. Although this matter might be more difficult than the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, he had no regrets. One had to do something that moved one's heart. If you are the sacred martial emperor, I will send my doppelganger, the 3 martial venerables, and hundreds of Nirvana tribulation experts from the true martial emperor palace. We will go to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace with you to propose marriage. At this time, Emperor Zhenwu threw out another tempting decision. Yes, this was a great temptation for Long Chen. On that day, he would no longer be alone. He would have Emperor Zhenwu, the 3 martial venerables, and the entire true martial emperor palace to back him up. He would no longer lack status and identity. When Long Chen arrived with such great momentum, would the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace still treat him as a joke? Lingxi would be moved to tears by his words. Long Chen found that he had an incomparable desire for that day. This desire seemed to have sucked all the water out of his body, making him feel uncomfortable all over. He couldn't wait for that day to come. 10 years it had been 10 years. His dream was all for that moment. He didn't want to go there alone. He didn't want to be a sorrowful person. He wanted to use the greatest momentum to make everyone remember him. It was he who had fulfilled his long-cherished wish on that day, and brought Lingxi away. Not only did he want to steal the bride, but he also wanted to marry her openly, leaving everyone speechless. The doppelganger of Zhenwu Great Emperor was also Zhenwu Great Emperor. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace would surely be bustling with noise and excitement when a figure that had existed for 10,000 years descended once again. That day, Lingwu told Long Chen that he would deliver the invitation to Long Chen, and that Long Chen would tear it up in front of him. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was the final battlefield that Long Chen had been fighting for 10 years. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly realized how much he desired the position of Sacred Martial Emperor. Long Chen's parents valued not only his strength, but also the influence he had behind him, his level of life, and his status in the world. When Long Chen became the next Zhenwu Great Emperor and became someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Lingxi, Long Chen believed that no one would dare to stop him. After returning to the true Martial Emperor Palace, he seemed to have lost his goal. However, at this moment his goal was extremely clear. He wanted to take down the Sacred Martial Emperor. Long Chen's entire body exuded the desire to fight. Go out. Wan Ren, she is waiting for you, Zhenwu Great Emperor said. Thank you, Emperor. Long Chen bowed. The feeling of having a goal was very refreshing. Today, he was very different from yesterday. It was as if he had a soul. Sure enough, Wan Ren, she was already waiting for him as soon as he came out. The two headed down. I've decided to fight for the Sacred Martial Emperor's position with all my strength. I've already talked to the Emperor. He wants you to tell me the details of the Sacred Martial Emperor's evaluation, Long Chen said. Oh. Wan Ren, she nodded blankly. But it seems a little late. You've already lost the initiative. Long Chen was stunned. Why do you say that? He was an extremely intelligent person, so he quickly asked, It's because I left a bad impression on the martial god palace today, right? She did not deny it. After a long time he said, Although the opportunity is small, it's not impossible. I'll tell you the details. I have to persist one last time and not let others look down on me. Okay. Long Chen nodded. No matter what, he would not give up. She began to explain in detail. This set of election rules has been passed down since ancient times. It is absolutely fair and just. It tests the candidates based on strength, wisdom, popularity, support, good and evil, leadership ability, decision-making ability, and so on. First of all, every martial saint has the right to nominate a candidate. Originally, it was Huang Yu on my side, but since you agreed, Huang Yu won't have any objections. There are 3 martial saints, so there will be a total of 3 candidates. The election of the martial saint emperor is the most sacred event of the martial god palace, because it will decide the next martial saint emperor. At that time, it will be the focus of the whole world. It is the greatest event of the martial saint emperor palace since ancient times. Long Chen silently noted down the other party's words. This election is divided into 3 rounds. 20 days later, the first round will begin. Because of the murder today, you will be at an extreme disadvantage in the first round. The rules of the first round are as follows. 20 days later, all the warriors above the second layer of Nirvana Tribulation in Wushan Palace will gather about 100 people. Each of them will have 1 vote for the candidate they support. In the ancestral teachings, every warrior who has the right to vote must speak and state their views. Then, they will cast their vote cautiously. The direction of everyone's vote will be known to the public to maintain fairness and impartiality. This first round is the evaluation of support and popularity, which combines the opinions of almost all the higher-ups. It is very valuable. Every voter will evaluate the candidate based on their character, good and evil, fighting strength, and other factors. The final vote will be the score of each candidate in the first round. So that was the case. No wonder she didn't want to see him. Today, he fought for Han Yunxing and touched the fragile hearts of those higher-ups. They would definitely make a big fuss. His vote in the first round was completely out of his control, so it couldn't be high. Moreover, he was new here while Yang Chen grew up in the martial god palace. Yi Futu was smooth and slick. It would be strange if Long Chen didn't lose. Not only would he lose, he would probably lose very badly. She sighed and said, There are hundreds of martial artists in the second Nirvana Tribulation, and not all of them are from the 3 major sections. At least 30 of them are still wandering. Originally, these people could be roped in, but now the hope is slim. Even the martial artists under me have to dig out your strengths if they want to support you. But in this round, compared to Feng Jilin and Yang Chen, you don't have any advantages. I reckon that if they vote for you, they will be smeared by others. Long Chen was also very embarrassed. He didn't even dare to imagine the scene. He would definitely lose in the first round without any suspense. However, there were still 20 days left. Perhaps he could fight for it. No matter what, he still didn't do anything wrong about Han Yunxing. Since there was no hope in the first round, he could only pull his points from the second and third rounds. Hence Long Chen asked, What's next? Although she felt that the hope was slim, he didn't want to lose too badly. He said, The second round should be your biggest advantage. In the second round, the Emperor will personally draw up a mission for the 3 of you to complete. At that time, there will be special monitoring to test the completion rate of this mission. The combat power, decision-making power, insight power, leadership power, and the concept of good and evil will be reflected in this assessment. You are a smart person, so you shouldn't lose to that beast that knows how to fight. Feng Jilin is a woman, so she is far inferior to you in these aspects. So the second round is the time for you to give your all. The judges for the second round will be 20 martial artists in the third Nirvana Tribulation of Wushan Palace and above. Each of your abilities will be scored 1 by 1, and the average score will be obtained. Then, according to the ratio of your scores, the total score will also be 100 points. How many points you can get will depend on your performance. This is a mission personally appointed by the Emperor, and we will only know what it is when it is announced on the day itself. Oh. Long Chen nodded. He was indeed the best at the second round, which was also the key for him to pull his points back. In these abilities, Long Chen was far better than Yang Chen, so there should be no problem. There should still be hope. As for the third round, that will be the final battle. The only deciding factor will be the combat power of the three of you. Each of you will fight against the other three candidates once. The total score for the third round will also be 100 points. The champion will receive 50 points, the second place will receive 30 points, and the weakest will receive 20 points. Finally, the person with the highest score after the 3 rounds of competition will be the new Holy Martial Emperor. Long Chen couldn't help but be speechless. Sure enough, it was a very strict system. The Saint Martial Emperor who was selected in the end had to have all kinds of abilities. Originally, Long Chen wouldn't have a chance. But it was a pity that Yang Chen didn't have enough intelligence, so he and Feng Zhilin had a chance. Feng Zhilin didn't have much hope. Other than being slightly more popular than Long Chen, her combat power and other abilities weren't as good as Long Chen. As for Yang Chen, Long Chen estimated that he would get a high score in the first round, but he wouldn't be able to do so in the second round. As for the third round, it would depend on the battle. To be honest, in everyone's opinion, the third round was still the best for the little martial god. Be it Long Chen or Feng Zhilin, they wouldn't be able to reach the score of 50 points. That was because the little martial god Yang Chen's strength was publicly acknowledged. He was a monster that couldn't be killed. Long Chen wasn't clear about his strength yet, but he clearly understood that only the second and third round would depend on his performance. Whether he could get the Golden Demon Suppression Pillar, obtain greater glory, or even head to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace depended on himself. Of course, there were still 20 days left. It wasn't impossible to fight for the first round. The total score for the first round was 100 points, which would be divided according to each person's votes. The total score for the second round was also 100 points, which would be divided according to each person's score. In the third round, the first place would get 50 points, the second 30 points, and the third 20 points. The final winner of the Saint Martial Emperor was full of suspense. Chapter 1479. The first round of voting would be held in the Dragon Dance Hall on the 20th floor of the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda in 20 days. After informing Long Chen of all this, Wenren sent Long Chen back to his residence and left after saying a few more words. He was only recommending Long Chen as a candidate. Whether he could succeed or not depended on himself. Wenren understood that his relationship with Long Chen was completely different from the relationship between Yi Futu and the young martial god. Even if Long Chen became the sacred martial emperor, he would not listen to Wenren's orders. At most, he would take more care of Wenren. The person who truly recommended Long Chen was Great Emperor Zhenwu. Of course, only Wenren understood this. All he could do was try his best to help Long Chen. However, Wenren was actually a proud person. This was the difference between him and Yi Futu. He thought that the first round of voting was a foregone conclusion and would not play any tricks. Long Chen was in a hurry to return to his residence because of Han Yunxing. After refining the immortal essence that Long Chen had given him, Han Yunxing recovered very quickly. His arms and legs had already grown back, and the burnt flesh had also grown back. However, the weakness of his body could not be alleviated for the time being. He needed a long time to recuperate. After returning to his residence, Nangong Lai had been waiting anxiously. Seeing that Long Chen was safe, he heaved a sigh of relief. This usually carefree man's eyes were bloodshot and filled with tears. "How is old Han?" he asked anxiously. "He's fine." Long Chen told him not to worry. After a while, he had Han Yunxing safely lie down. He and Nangong Lai stood guard by the bed. In the process of examining Han Yunxing's body, Long Chen took out a black worm from his brain. This was a bug covered in sharp armor. It was only 1 centimeter long and looked inconspicuous. However, its teeth were sharp. Long Chen sniffed it carefully. There was a pungent stench on this dead spirit-eating insect. Just the smell alone was so special and strong. It could be imagined that if this bug was alive, it must be very ferocious. Apart from the pungent stench, his ability to devour primordial spirits was also quite terrifying. Gu was a mutated species that had been passed down since ancient times. Different species had different differences. For example, the spirit-devouring Gu had been around for a long time and had a powerful bloodline. It was also a terrifying creature that lived in the human body. Ordinary Gu were still fine, but mutated species like the spirit-devouring Gu could often produce fatal effects if used in real situations. After crushing the worm, Long Chen took care of Han Yunxing for a while. By then, Han Yunxing had already woken up. Long Chen told Han Yunxing what had happened recently. Han Yunxing said helplessly, "Little Chen, I'm really sorry to have caused you so much trouble. I've embarrassed you." Long Chen quickly said, "Let's not talk about this. In the past, you didn't let me be bullied by others. Now that I'm strong, I naturally have to protect you. You're very important to me, so no matter what I do, don't ask if it's worth it or not." Han Yunxing was not a bashful person, although he did feel bad. He pondered for a while and said, "Sacred Martial Emperor, you do need to work hard. Putting everything else aside, just this identity alone will make you not have to risk everything when you go to the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace. Besides, no matter what identity you have, as long as you have the God-slaying sword, you won't be able to avoid the catastrophe that the Imperial Emperor mentioned. It's better to face it together with the Imperial Emperor." Han Yunxing thought so too, so Long Chen was no longer worried. While resting and talking, a day passed in the blink of an eye. On the second day, Fu Linger arrived. Long Chen gave the space to them and went outside with Nangong Lai. "Little Chen, your reputation in the Martial God Palace is so bad now. What are you going to do?" Nangong Lai frowned. Both of them sincerely hoped that Long Chen could soar to the sky and fulfill his wish for the past 10 years. "It's fine." Long Chen wanted to focus on the next 2 rounds. At this moment, Wen Jingtao suddenly came and the 3 of them sat in the pavilion to discuss. Wen Jingtao said, "Ancestor has already told me about your situation. The second round is your strength and the third round is a fight to the death. But Yang Chen is very difficult to deal with, so it will be very difficult to get first place. So if you want to win, you have to defeat Yang Chen in the third round and take the lead in the second round. As for the first round, you can't lose too badly. If you lose too badly, it will be useless no matter how strong you are in the next 2 rounds." Long Chen nodded and asked, "What else can we do?" "Recruit these people one by one." Wen Jingtao said, "You're right. Our ancestors disdained to do such a thing, but we can't think the same way as our ancestors. I have a list of those warriors who are not sure about their positions. From today onwards, we will visit them one by one, and try to persuade them with reason. We will try to win as many of them as we can." Long Chen felt quite embarrassed. Yesterday he was so mighty, but today, for the sake of Imperial Lord Sacred Marshal, he had to go and curry favor with those people. However, this was the Zhenwu Emperor Palace's ancestral teachings. Even the great Emperor Zhenwu couldn't do anything about it, let alone him. Those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. "I'll go." Long Chen didn't hesitate and stood up. Wen Jingtao couldn't help but praise his courage. If it was Wen Jingtao himself, he would never put his face down. Basically, those who had reached the second stage of Nirvana tribulation were more than 10,000 years old. To put it bluntly, they were all stubborn old men with deep-rooted loyalty to the Zhenwu Emperor Palace. Persuading them was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Therefore, even if they set off, Long Chen didn't have much hope. According to the list, Long Chen and Wen Jingtao found the residence of the first voter. They were all people that Wen Jingtao knew. After knocking on the door, a junior came out to open the door and told them that the person Long Chen was looking for wasn't there. It was normal that the first person wasn't there, but when they went around and visited more than a dozen people, they found that none of them were in the residence. This was a problem. They are indeed not in the residence, but where did they go? Could it be that they knew we would come to visit in advance? So they all hid for this daddy? Wen Jingtao cursed in exasperation. Long Chen thought for a while and said, "It doesn't matter. They probably left for something, but as long as they are still in the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda, they will definitely return. We will visit the others first. Let's wait for this Sherbo to return." Sherbo, another hot-tempered old thing. If it wasn't for this matter, this daddy wouldn't even bother with this trash. Wen Jingtao scolded. His patience was limited. After visiting more than a dozen people, he couldn't bear it any longer. Long Chen, on the other hand, was still fine. He had always been extremely patient, and paying a visit was the only way. If he couldn't even do such a simple thing and couldn't put down his pride, then what ability did he have to be a leader and decide the fate and future of billions of people? Some things, even if he was unwilling, even if it was difficult, even if he would be rejected, as long as he was brave enough to do it, Long Chen had no regrets. It didn't matter whether he succeeded or not. What mattered was that he didn't back down. Compared to the time when he only knew how to fight and kill, he felt that he had grown. Sometimes, groveling was also a kind of growth. After waiting for half a day, the second-tier Nirvana Tribulation Realm Xueqi finally returned. He was a skinny man with a sinister expression. Of course, he was originally smiling, but when he saw Long Chen and Wenren Jingtao guarding his door, his expression changed immediately. He walked over with a cold smile and shouted, "Yo, I was wondering who it was." "So it's Wenren Jingtao. And this one, isn't he the guy who killed my brother Fu Hai? Why, are you here to kill me today, or am I here to ask for votes?" "Fine, beat me half to death. And in 20 days, I'll give all the votes to you." "I'll say that you're strong enough to kill one person. What do you think?" Before Long Chen could speak, the man was already pointing at his chest arrogantly, telling Long Chen to beat him up. Long Chen had never seen such a despicable person. Just from hearing the man's words, he knew that there was no hope for this person. He didn't want to continue being humiliated, so he called out to Wenren Jingtao and prepared to leave. "Wait. Do you think I'm a place where you can come and go as you please?" Xueqi blocked Long Chen's path. He was acting crazy a moment ago, but now he was cold. He stared at Long Chen and said word by word, "To be honest, I'm not familiar with Fu Hai. I just feel sad for him. Long Chen, if you're just an ordinary disciple, I won't target you. But you're competing for the Martial Saint Emperor who will decide the future of my true Martial Emperor Palace, so I have no choice but to speak up. I've read through all your information. You've been in the true Martial Emperor Palace for less than 2 years, and although you're not evil, you've killed too many people. You're too scheming. You're extremely protective of those close to you, but you don't necessarily care about the overall situation. How can my true Martial Emperor Palace be in the hands of someone like you? I'm sorry, but I can't do it because my life belongs to the true Martial Emperor Palace." Long Chen took a deep breath. The other party was right. He knew that Xueqi was already a hopeless person, so he didn't need to waste any effort. He said, "Please make way. We walk different paths, so we can't make plans together." Xueqi still wanted to grumble, but Wenren Jingtao was enraged. He directly grabbed Xueqi and threw him back. After that, he left with Long Chen. As expected, he still got a nose full of dust. However, Long Chen wasn't discouraged. He believed that not everyone's thoughts were so extreme. There was definitely a chance to salvage the situation. He would fight for as much as he could. Xueqi looked at their backs and scolded them in a righteous manner. Chapter 1480. In one day, Long Chen had walked a very long way. He had only seen a few martial artists, but most of them didn't like him. There were also quite a few like Xueqi who spoke ill of him. The only one who had the patience to talk to Long Chen was one person. However, even that martial artist wasn't convinced by Long Chen. He still insisted on his point of view. He felt that Long Chen's killing heart was too heavy, and his foundation was too shallow. He wasn't suitable to be a holy martial emperor. This was a show of respect for Long Chen. This method was obviously not very effective. After returning, Wenren Jingtao smiled bitterly. "All right, I made a fool of myself today. I'll try again tomorrow. If I can get a vote, then it's a vote. Maybe I'll lose by 1 point in the end." Long Chen felt this way. He only hoped that he wouldn't lose too badly in the first round of selection. Wenren Jingtao admired Long Chen's perseverance. He suddenly felt that there was a side to this young man. He had been so arrogant before, but now he was willing to put down his pride and plead for mercy. His strong heart and daring spirit had already given him the demeanor of a holy martial emperor. "I think they're still angry. I'll come find you tomorrow and try again." Wenren Jingtao finished speaking and left first. Fu Ling'er followed Han Yunxing. After Fu Hai was killed, the entire Fu Manor had no backbone. There were also 2 Nirvana Realm warriors who had not returned. Fu Ling'er did not dare to go back at all. Long Chen reported today's situation to his 2 uncles. They were also frowning. Generally speaking, old people were the most difficult to persuade in this world. Many of their views were deeply ingrained in their minds. Compared to the truth, they trusted intuition and experience more. Kitten was not here, and there was no one to discuss. Long Chen locked himself in his room. While Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were worried about his mental state, Long Chen had actually begun to think of a new way to improve his strength. Obviously, the Nirvana Golden will still needed to be nurtured slowly before it would appear, and this could not be rushed. Because of the Nirvana energy within Long Chen's body, the formation of the Nirvana Golden Wheel was much easier than ordinary people. Long Chen then focused his attention on battle techniques. He was still unable to cultivate innate Tao techniques, so he could only refer to them as battle techniques. Regardless of whether it was the first level of time disorder or the second level of time stillness, Long Chen had only touched the threshold of the extreme universe finger. In fact, Long Chen had already sensed that within the Tao of time, disorder, stillness, countercurrent, etc., were all attributes of time. It was just like how laceration and doppelganger were attributes of wind. Each attribute was a Tao. The extreme universe finger had only allowed Long Chen to cross the threshold of these two Taos, disorder and stillness. However, there was still a long way to go before he could truly comprehend and cultivate this Tao to the Great Circle realm. As for the third level of the extreme universe finger, it was still at an unknown stage. Why was the extreme universe finger so powerful? When Long Chen entered the Nirvana Tribulation realm, he could rely on the extreme universe finger to instantly grasp the door to the Tao of time. He would be 1,000 years faster than others. Of course, apart from him, no one else could cultivate the Tao of time. It was difficult for him to improve greatly in the extreme universe finger. As for the 9 dragons devouring sky, it was a dragon warrior battle technique that he got from the killing god, Yi Wushang. Long Chen had already used it to its limit. The 9 dragons devouring sky was Long Chen's strongest attack apart from the ancient blood hell formation diagram. Its power was even stronger than the half-baked god-slaying art. However, he had already reached the peak and could not go any further. Therefore, Long Chen focused all his energy on the god-slaying sword. Previously, when he entered a gray space, he only saw the trajectory of the first word and it was already so destructive. It was hard to imagine how strong the real god-slaying art was. It would be many times stronger than Feng Jilin's Heaven Splitter Blade and Slave Feng. He held the god-slaying sword in his hand and closed his eyes. The energy of the Nirvana realm surged into the god-slaying sword in an attempt to investigate the world inside. Speaking of the energy of the Nirvana realm, Long Chen's strange god nation had to be mentioned. Until now, he could only control the spherical space with a diameter of 10 miles. Natural disasters kept happening in other places, just like in the chaotic god nation. These places could not be explored by Long Chen at all. In such a short period of time, Long Chen did not have the time to study this god nation in detail. Why did a magical world appear in a place that was supposed to be under his control? What did this have to do with the mysterious dragon Jade? As he was thinking about these things, the god-slaying sword in his hand suddenly vibrated. In a daze, Long Chen once again entered that strange space. The clouds in the sky rolled in front of his eyes and transformed into 33,000 words. This time, Long Chen was smarter. He looked at the second word directly. This was a word with very complicated strokes. Long Chen wanted to memorize the trajectory of the word and then memorize the third word. However, he realized that it was not that easy. When he saw the second word, his eyes and attention could not move. He could not understand that word at all. He could not understand it at all. Therefore, he could not escape and could only think about it. Boom. Before Long Chen could see more words, he was thrown out of that space. The only impression in his mind was the trajectory of the second word. Forget it. It's not bad to chew too much. Long Chen held the god-slaying sword and gently carved the second word on the ground. He even realized that if he did not completely understand the second word, he would never be able to communicate with the god-slaying sword again. All Long Chen knew was that even if the Connate Dao techniques did not have strict levels, the god-slaying art was countless times better than the ordinary Connate Dao techniques. This seems to be the word yen. Long Chen carved a few such words on the ground. They were crooked and not modern words. They came from ancient times. After a period of pondering and flipping through information, Long Chen finally figured out the meaning of the word. After understanding it, he suddenly realized that it was much simpler. This word had many more strokes than the word heaven, and it was also much more complicated. Long Chen closed his eyes and held the god-slaying sword horizontally. He was pondering the trajectory of the word yen in his heart. The god-slaying sword slowly followed the trajectory. Long Chen's movements were very slow. Only with this slow movement could he slowly understand the true meaning of the word. Haste makes waste. Time passed quietly. Long Chen's movements became faster and faster. He spat out a mouthful of blood. When Long Chen woke up, he realized that his entire body was surrounded by a gray aura. I really can't be too hasty. Long Chen smiled bitterly. Because he was in a hurry to practice, his internal organs were slightly injured. Of course, because he stopped in time, he could recover in a short period of time. The blood on the ground followed the original trajectory and returned to Long Chen's body. This situation made him even more respectful of the god-slaying art. With his current strength, he had actually injured his internal organs when he tried to imitate the trajectory of the second word. Long Chen took a closer look and realized that a third Dao pattern had appeared on the skull of the god-slaying sword. When did this Dao pattern appear? Could it be that my improvement in cultivating the god-slaying art has something to do with the formation of the Dao pattern? Long Chen was shocked to discover this. Of course, he also knew that it had something to do with his previous killing and slashing of Dao treasures. He had originally estimated that the third Dao pattern was about to form. Holding the god-slaying sword with 3 Dao patterns in his hand, Long Chen immediately felt that the power flowing within it had doubled. The power of the god-slaying sword was getting stronger and stronger. With every additional Dao pattern, this power would increase tremendously. If he allowed this peerless evil sword to grow to the level of the golden demon imprisonment column, or even the 5 elements clear sky pagoda, it probably wouldn't be a problem. When that time came, it would probably be a peerless evil sword. The next day, when Wenren Jingtao came to look for him again, Long Chen had already recovered. The two of them once again embarked on the path of being scolded. They had visited most of the remaining potential warriors. There were more than 20 of them, but the only one who was convinced by Long Chen and decided to support Long Chen was only one person. Long Chen realized that some things were harder than cultivation and killing. But he was still very carefree. Although most people didn't like him, Long Chen's attitude still calmed their anger. Each of them lectured Long Chen as a senior and told him not to do anything in the future. Wenren Jingtao was very annoyed, but he couldn't change Long Chen's mind. There was no hope for the last few people, so he said, "Forget it. We might as well use this time to cultivate. When the time comes, we'll slap these old fellows' mouths." Long Chen felt that he had to finish what he started and visit all the people he should visit. When they came out of the next warrior's mansion, Long Chen met someone unexpected. The young martial god stood in the shadow of the corner and looked at them silently. Long Chen was shocked to find that the young martial god was no longer beastly. His gaze was clear and even sad. Long Chen was alarmed. A person with such a gaze couldn't be a lowly person. Could it be that he was playing dumb? But why would he do that? While thinking about this, Long Chen quickly flashed in front of the young martial god. "Let's talk," Long Chen said tentatively. "Forget it." The young martial god Yang Chen waved his hand helplessly. He turned around and left, saying as he walked, "Don't waste your time." Yi Futu gave each of them a Dao weapon with 2 Dao patterns. No matter how much you talk, they won't vote for you. With that, he left in a few flashes. Long Chen's mind was in a mess. First, why did Yang Chen change into a different person? Secondly, he was a little angry that those sanctimonious experts and seniors who claimed that they were doing this for the future of the true martial emperor palace, and that they despised Long Chen for being too murderous had been bribed by a mere Dao artifact with 2 Dao patterns. This was truly ironic. Long Chen really thought that they were righteous and awe-inspiring people. He asked Wenren Jingtao, "What's wrong with Yang Chen? Is he always stupid? Why is he acting normal today? Or maybe he's just occasionally normal." Chapter 1481. Hearing Long Chen's question, Wenren Jingtao recalled and said, "Indeed, sometimes he seems more clear-headed, but most of the time he's a battle maniac. Other than fighting, he doesn't know anything else." Oh! Long Chen was a little more cautious. He always felt that Yi Futu was different from Wenren Shi. He was someone with great ambition. Therefore, Yang Chen's weird behavior might have something to do with Yi Futu. Long Chen suddenly recalled that he seemed to have smelled a familiar scent on Yang Chen's body. Of course, he didn't pay much attention to it. What a bunch of bastards. You accepted Yi Futu's gift and yet you still act so sanctimonious. Damn you all. Wenren Jingtao was furious. He had spent 2 years visiting these guys with Long Chen. Long Chen wouldn't give them anything. They were already one step behind. Even if they weren't slow, Long Chen wouldn't do it. Let's go back. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Long Chen finally gave up. He knew that it was pointless to continue. He might as well use this time to cultivate. Together with the flustered Wanren Jingtao, they returned to their residence. After discussing with Han Yunxing and the rest for a while, Long Chen ignored these trivial matters and went into seclusion. Although he didn't need to use his own strength in the first round of selection, whether it was the second or third round, his strength was the key. The second round of the mission was only slightly more than a month away. Long Chen wanted to make great progress in this month. As for these few days, he focused on the god-slaying art. The word yen could allow him to use a stronger move that was even more powerful than the 9 dragons devours the sky. When the god-slaying art continued to improve, the 9 dragons devours the sky would gradually be eliminated by Long Chen. In fact, Long Chen knew nothing about the god-slaying art. He was in a rudimentary state, and he was only imitating the trajectory of the word, forming a sword move that was close to the innate Dao art. It was not the true innate Dao art, and without the comprehension of the heaven Dao, it was impossible for him to cultivate the innate Dao art. However, because of the god-slaying sword and Long Chen's personal strength, as well as the fact that the god-slaying art was a heaven-defying art to begin with, Long Chen could still rely on the god-slaying art to unleash terrifying combat strength that surpassed ordinary connate Taoist arts. The 9 dragons devours the heavens did not have an obvious grade, but its power had long surpassed that of a grade 9 divine skill. After more than 10 days of training, Long Chen had become more familiar with the trajectory of the word yen. The word yen had a total of 9 strokes, which created 9 streams of sword qi. 9 was the perfect number, and the 9 dragons devouring the heavens was also 9. Therefore, the power of the second word yen was much stronger than the first word, tian. When it was fully executed, it would require almost half of Long Chen's nirvana world energy. As the god-slaying art improved, Long Chen's battle prowess also changed slightly. And that day had finally come. Many people felt that Long Chen did not have the face to go to the Dragon Dance Hall. He was simply going there to be humiliated. However, Long Chen was magnanimous. The first round had made him feel very helpless, but this was not a reason to defeat him. If he was afraid of them today, how was he going to turn the tables in the next 2 rounds and complete the final victory? The Dragon Dance Hall was very lively. At this moment, even a first-stage Nirvana Tribulation martial artist was not qualified to enter the Dragon Dance Hall. Today, it could be said that all the super elites of the true Martial Emperor Palace had gathered in the Dragon Dance Hall. Every one of them was a Grandmaster of a generation, and every one of them was comparable to or even surpassed the god-defying sect master Lin Mo. Lin Mo could also be considered a Grandmaster of a generation. The core strength of the true Martial Emperor Palace was all gathered in the Dragon Dance Hall to select the most important person to the true Martial Emperor Palace, the Sacred Martial Emperor, the future true Martial Emperor. The previous generation's Sacred Martial Emperor did not live to see Zhenwu Great Emperor's death. Now, Zhenwu Great Emperor was already very old. If nothing unexpected happened, their votes would very likely become the true Zhenwu Great Emperor in the future. They were about to create a mythical figure. Every generation of the true Martial Emperor had actually gone through a process like this. Although the first round did not require a battle, it was indeed a test of their past experiences. It was a symbol of popularity and support, and it was especially important. In fact, in the past, the candidates who won today were basically the Sacred Martial Emperor. After all, the votes were based on the hearts of the people. Everyone present was a Grandmaster of a generation, and they had the authority to determine who was suitable to be the Sacred Martial Emperor. When hundreds of martial artists gathered in the Dragon Dance Hall, Wanren Jingtao came to Long Chen's side. Today, I will take you to the Dragon Dance Hall to accept the test. Do you have the guts to go? Wanren Jingtao asked helplessly. Long Chen said indifferently, lead the way. Such a small setback can't knock me down. Today was a battle without any killing. If Long Chen did not go today, he would not have a chance to win in the future. For the sake of Lingxi, for the sake of his righteousness, and to help the true Martial Emperor, the Sacred Martial Emperor became the reason why Long Chen had to work hard. Fate told him that this position belonged to him. He needed to work hard and fight for it. Today was a joyous occasion in the Martial God Palace. Almost all the warriors had come out of cultivation. They couldn't go to the floor of the Dragon Dance Hall, but they could gather in the true Martial Emperor's road to discuss and clamor, waiting for the news to be announced. Because of Han Yunxing, Long Chen's reputation in the martial god palace was the lowest among the three candidates. Under the influence of the elders, most people did not think highly of Long Chen.
Look, that youth is Long Chen.
He's a dragon martial artist. The emperor summoned him twice. He committed a crime punishable by death, but the emperor spared him. I heard that many people are dissatisfied with him. Those old ancestors will definitely not vote for this guy. Yeah, I've also heard that he will be defeated miserably today. Who asked him to kill so many ancestors? He even dared to speak such arrogant words and break the rules of the imperial palace. No matter who he is, he will be punished. The lower his score is, the happier I will be. Of course. More than half of the people will support the young martial god Yang Chen. That wind which is also very beautiful. But it seems that there has not been a female sacred martial emperor in the imperial palace for a long time, so most people will support the young martial god. As for this guy, I don't think he will get many votes. The people of the martial god palace understood that even before it started. It was impossible for Long Chen not to understand this. But sometimes, even if he knew it was an insult and a failure, he would face it bravely and not be arrogant. That was how a man should be. Hence, while Long Chen walked from True Martial Emperor Road to the Dragon Dance main hall, the curses only stopped after he reached the floor of the Dragon Dance hall. You're not angry? Wenren Jingtao looked at him in surprise. Long Chen didn't care at all. He said, the more slander I can take, the more applause I can take. The battle is not over yet. Who knows who will win? Wenren Jingtao didn't expect such a young man to have such a high level of comprehension. He had lived so many years in vain. The dancing dragon hall was grand and magnificent. There was a coiled golden dragon in the center. Following Wenren Jingtao inside, there was a huge square with hundreds of golden seats around it. Each seat was several meters tall and several meters wide. On the seats, there were warriors above the second level of Nirvana tribulation standing like gods, looking incomparably majestic. As soon as Long Chen entered, hundreds of gazes landed on him. Those sharp and cold gazes were like the weight of Mount Tai or the raging waves of the sea, trying to push Long Chen out of the dancing dragon hall. Long Chen grunted and tensed his muscles. As he steadied himself, he continued to walk forward proudly in the face of the oppressive gazes. Those who wanted to scare him failed. Come to me. Wenren Shi, who was standing on a golden chair that was 10 meters tall, had a calm expression on his face as he waved at Long Chen. Long Chen didn't even look at the others as he walked straight to Wenren Shi's side. Wenren Shi's position was the closest to the front of the group. Long Chen's position was the same as Wenren Shi's. He found that there was a shining golden barrel in front of him, but it was empty. Stand there quietly. It's none of your business, Wenren Shi said. Long Chen nodded. All provocations and slander are the actions of despicable people. Don't mind them, Wenren Shi said again. Long Chen guessed that Wenren Shi probably knew about Yi Futu's gift. Given Wenren Shi's pride, he would never do something like that. Moreover, he felt that Wenren Shi's personality was incomparable to his own. A martial venerable actually resorted to such childish methods. Long Chen didn't care about being targeted. Instead, he looked around. There were more people entering the hall. Soon, the time was up and everyone was present. Other than Long Chen, young martial god Yang Chen, and Feng Zhilin, everyone else present was at least in the second Nirvana tribulation stage. Yang Chen stood next to Yi Futu. He still looked like a wild beast. He panted heavily and stared at the crowd. Indeed, he was in this state most of the time. Feng Zhilin stood next to Lin Junyao. She was dressed in a snow-white dress. Her beautiful face carried a hint of charm. Her graceful figure attracted the attention of many old men. The Hanwu Hall Master stood in the center of the square. There was a pile of golden balls the size of a thumb under his feet. Seeing that everyone had gradually quietened down, he said loudly, "Everyone is here. Today's grand event in the Dragon Dance Hall will officially begin." Next, he narrated the history of the True Martial Emperor Palace. After he finished speaking, he kicked a pair of golden balls on the ground. Under his precise control of strength, hundreds of balls flew towards 102nd stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists. Chapter 1482. There was a golden barrel in front of Long Chen, young martial god, and Feng Zhilin. Whoever they supported, they would throw the golden ball into the barrel in front of them. It was very convenient. Of course this process was sacred. The Hanwu Palace Master continued to speak. His robe embroidered with an eagle looked like it was about to take off with him. When everything was ready, he cleared his throat, looked around, and said in a righteous voice, "Everyone, Emperor Shengwu is the future Zhenwu Emperor. Who will bear this heavy responsibility? It will determine the future of our Zhenwu Emperor Palace. We are in troubled times, and we need a qualified and kind ruler." He looked around, raised his voice and said, "The 3 candidates, although all of you are qualified to run, there is a mix of good and bad among them. Since I am the leader of the Hanwu Hall, there are some things that I have to say. This vote is of great importance. I hope that when you cast your vote, ask your conscience if you are worthy of the imperial palace that gave birth to you and raised you, your brothers and sisters, your descendants, and those who sacrificed their lives for the imperial palace. Please cast your vote carefully. Don't ruin your wisdom and the future of the entire imperial palace because of your momentary confusion. Don't let countless ancestors curse and condemn you." After that, he bowed to the crowd. Of course, everyone understood what he meant. The people of Wen Renxi's faction were attacked by him, and their expressions were very unsightly. Some of them even showed signs of wavering. Only Long Chen and Wen Renxi acted as if they didn't hear a word. At this time, the Hanwu Palace Master was extremely excited. He seemed to have turned into the embodiment of justice, and he said in a sonorous voice, "Then, let the voting begin one by one according to the number on the golden ball. I have the first golden ball in my hand, so I will cast the first vote. This is a sacred vote. The ancestors and countless heroes gave me the right to cast this vote. I will make the best choice. Please listen to my analysis." After saying that, he looked at Feng Zhilin and said, "I think that Feng Zhilin is very talented and has a tenacious character. However, as a girl, she lacks leadership and trust. Furthermore, she has not been promoted to the Martial God Palace for long. Hence, she is not my primary target." Having said that, he looked at Yang Chen and said, "Little Martial God Yang Chen grew up in the Wushan Palace. I'm familiar with his personality. His combat power is outstanding. Although he loves to fight, he has never harmed the innocent. Although he lacks intelligence, he is extremely righteous, especially in terms of combat power. He is absolutely qualified to assume the important position of the Saint Martial Emperor. Therefore, I've decided to cast my sacred vote for little Martial God Yang Chen." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly swung his golden ball into the barrel in front of Yang Chen, causing an explosion that shook everyone's hearts. In the end, the leader of the Hanwu Temple looked at Long Chen coldly and said, "As for the last one, I will not comment on him. How could a piece of trash become a candidate? It is really strange. Maybe the candidate did not want to take responsibility." Having said that, he quickly returned to his seat near Yi Futu. With Yi Futu backing him up, he was not afraid to say such words. After all, Long Chen's reputation was extremely bad now. It was not too much for him to say that. If Wen Renxi was angry and wanted to touch the leader of the Hanwu Temple, the cultivators present would not allow it. The leader of the Hanwu Temple was simply slapping Wen Renxi's face. In an instant, even Wen Renxi's face was slapped. The scene became silent. Most people were still worried that Wen Renxi would get angry. However, to their relief, Wen Renxi was still expressionless. Long Chen had already expected today's events. However, no matter how the opponent attacked him, he would just pretend that he did not hear it. Time would prove everything. The martial artist who received the second golden ball said, "Among the 3 candidates, I think little martial god Yang Chen's strength is outstanding. His combat prowess is number 1, his personality is mellow, and his support is high. The other 2 have just entered the Martial God Palace and are still outsiders, so I won't consider them. Especially one of them, he's killed his compatriots as soon as he entered the Martial God Palace. He has no respect for the law, and has offended his superiors. If such a person is allowed to become the sacred Martial Emperor, our Martial Emperor Palace will definitely be destroyed. Everyone will have to submit to his tyrannical power. I hope my colleagues will use your votes carefully. Don't be blinded by some benefits and lead the Martial Emperor Palace to destruction." Having said that, he threw the golden ball into the barrel with a clang. Long Chen's face was once again slapped in the face. Time continued. "I agree with their point of view. What the true Martial Emperor Palace needs is a qualified leader, not a killing maniac. To be honest, someone is not qualified to be a candidate at all. As for the other girl, I still respect her, but she doesn't have many good points. She is more balanced. After some consideration, I still think that little martial god Yang Chen is more suitable.
In fact, if it weren't for these two, he would be the Saint Martial Emperor.
I have already carefully decided. The three of them are a mix of good and bad.
The gap is too big.
Although Yang Chen is honest, his sincerity is the most important. Moreover, he is still young and has the potential to become the strongest true martial emperor in the true martial emperor palace in the future. From the beginning, Yang Chen had an absolute advantage, while Long Chen was constantly humiliated and slapped in the face. This was something they had agreed on long ago. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen's expression didn't change at all. In fact, he felt that these fellows were somewhat boring. He wasn't someone who would be easily frightened. There was no point in saying all this. In any case, they had already decided on this matter. It was normal for them to exaggerate in their words, but they had to pretend to be righteous. It was truly disgusting. The dignified elites of the martial god palace used this method to bully others. It was truly laughable. Of course, it wasn't just those who supported the young martial god. Among Lin Juanyao's faction, basically everyone supported Feng Jilin. Someone said, looking at the three candidates, be it Yang Chen or Long Chen, they both have shortcomings. Although Yang Chen is strong in martial arts, to be honest, his wisdom, leadership ability, decision-making ability, and ability to handle matters are all very big flaws. It can be said that he has nothing but martial arts. As for Long Chen, I personally feel that he has shown shocking wisdom in his previous performances. Other than his martial arts being weaker than Yang Chen's, his other abilities are very perfect. Of course, because of the Fu Hai case, everyone thinks that Long Chen has serious flaws in his personality. I can't deny this, but I don't think it's that serious. I hope everyone can study his outstanding performance in the 3000 Palace and 9-star Chaos City. In addition, he is a cultivator that even the Emperor is satisfied with. Of course, I still recommend Feng Jilin because I feel that she is very balanced in all aspects.
Her talent is also quite extraordinary, and her understanding of the heavenly Tao is not inferior to any of you.
That makes sense. I feel that a leader needs to have balanced abilities in all aspects, and not be a beast that only has martial arts. Although this is a little harsh, I hope everyone can understand. Sometimes, it's better to speak with facts. In fact, no matter how the debate went, Long Chen actually felt that it was useless. In the face of real benefits, everything was empty talk. Basically, everyone in Yi Futu's faction supported Yang Chen, while those in Lin Juanyao's faction supported Feng Jilin. In Yi Futu's faction, there were only a dozen true core cultivators. Under the strong pressure from the other party, it wasn't easy to vote for Long Chen. As for the cultivators that Long Chen visited, it was no surprise that most of them chose Yang Chen. Only a few of them chose Feng Jilin. Even the cultivator who promised to vote for Long Chen suddenly scolded Long Chen and chose the young martial god. Long Chen really had eyes.
It turned out that the old man was fooling him.
As the boring long-winded speeches went on, the voting soon came to an end. Basically, it was all righteous insults. After hearing such words for so long, even Long Chen felt sick of it. Every time someone voted for Long Chen, it would cause a huge uproar. The other party instantly let out countless condemnations that rose to the level of selling their souls. Among Wen Rinshi's faction, those who voted for Long Chen were all under a lot of pressure. In fact, it was quite obvious that Long Chen had no hope of becoming the sacred martial emperor at all, because his votes were less than the young martial gods by more than 40 votes. It was impossible for Long Chen to be ahead by 40 points in the last 2 rounds. One had to know that the third round was Yang Chen's strength. With his current lead, basically the sacred martial emperor was already predetermined by him. Yang Chen had a huge lead. He was recognized as the sacred martial emperor. When the final votes were tallied, Yang Chen had a total of 56 votes, Feng Jilin had 33 votes, and Long Chen only had 11 votes. This meant that he was less than Yang Chen by a total of 45 points in the first round. This was an incomparably terrifying gap. Long Chen had to surpass his opponent by 45 points in the next 2 rounds to obtain the position of the sacred martial emperor. But was it possible? No one thought it was possible. 11 votes. This number was even lower than Long Chen had imagined. He thought there would be around 15 votes, all of which were cast by Wen Rinshi's core subordinates. A few of them were basically forced to transfer their votes to Feng Jilin due to pressure. They felt that there was no hope left, so they didn't want to embarrass themselves. Anyway, she wouldn't blame them. This wasn't a fair competition at all. Long Chen had never regarded this as a fair competition. Everything depended on one's ability. With such a huge lead, everyone on Yi Futu's side was overjoyed. Everyone revealed a smile and cheered loudly. The Hanwu Temple Master said, "This is a historical moment. Those who insist on the truth in their hearts, you are all unyielding men. As for those who distort the truth, you are simply too ashamed to be in the same room as us." Tomorrow was the 2nd of the lunar calendar. Last time it was only a solar calendar birthday. Chapter 1483. Long Chen really had to give it to this guy. He was still trying to act innocent after getting the advantage. Although she didn't say anything today, he was definitely in a bad mood. Just as everyone was preparing to announce the score to the entire true martial emperor palace, a cultivator jumped off the square and walked towards Long Chen. Long Chen squinted his eyes to take a look. It was the old man who had promised to vote for him, but later changed his mind to vote for Yang Chen and criticized Long Chen to the point that he was worthless. He had a righteous face and looked dignified even when he wasn't angry. One look and anyone could tell that he was a righteous person. He stood in front of Long Chen. Everyone felt it was strange. What was this guy going to do? For a moment, those who were about to leave stopped. "Long Chen, don't even think about leaving," the old man named Tong Chi called out to Long Chen righteously. "What business do you have?" The other party had gone back on his word and made a fool of him. It was enough that Long Chen didn't seek trouble with him, but Tong Chi still sought trouble with him. There was no justice in this world. "What business do I have?" Humph. He killed so many Nirvana Tribulation Realm cultivators, who were the pillars of the martial god palace, but they all died in vain at the hands of this guy. Although this is an order from the emperor, I refuse to accept it. "Long Chen, get down here and kill me too. I have nothing left to miss anyway. How can someone like you run for the sacred martial emperor position and have people vote for you? What is the imperial palace like? Are vile people ruling the world?" Tong Chi was baffled and a crazed look appeared on his face. He was almost roaring as he looked around at the crowd and said, "Everyone, I've already thrown caution to the wind. No matter how miserable my fate will be today, I still refuse to accept this. Fu Hai is my brother who has gone through life and death with me for many years. How can he die in vain? He committed such a terrible mistake and killed so many Nirvana Tribulation Realm cultivators, all of whom were pillars of the martial god palace." As this guy spoke, he entered a crazed state. Long Chen thought to himself, "There's absolutely no need for this guy to do this. I've already suffered a crushing defeat, yet he's still pursuing me relentlessly. I'm afraid he's been ordered by someone to make things even more difficult for me. His goal isn't to rebel against the emperor, but to target me. He wants to force me to make a huge mistake and cause my reputation to drop again. He might even make me lose all confidence in myself. At the same time, it's also a warning and a deterrent to Shi. This cultivator called Tong Chi couldn't have thought of such a move. It must have been the work of Hall Master Hanwu or Yi Futu. Even if Tong Chi was crazy, he would only gain a good reputation for being unyielding and dedicated. Even if his words contradicted the true martial great emperor, it didn't matter. Those who didn't know, especially those juniors, would think that he was a real man. At this moment, he felt even more confident. At this time, he felt even more confident in his heart. He even said to Shi, "Wuzuan, forgive me for targeting you. I know that if I stand up today, I will definitely die miserably. This world doesn't allow the truth to be told, but I really can't help it. I want to ask you, as a Wuzuan, have you ever considered the future of the true martial emperor palace? Did you nominate candidates solely for your personal benefits? I don't deny your contributions to the true martial emperor palace, but your decision this time was too foolish." As he said this, his eyes were filled with tears. He acted very sincerely. In the face of his accusation, Shi didn't say a word. The scene was even more silent. Tong Chi became even more indignant. His goal was to completely defeat Long Chen and make Shi's faction lose the chance to turn things around. They wouldn't even have the courage to participate in the next 2 rounds of battles. He wanted the public's opinion to be completely on their side. Hence, he glared at Long Chen angrily and roared,
Long Chen, I spoke the truth today.
Obviously, I won't be able to live for long. However, I feel sorry for the true martial emperor palace that I've dedicated so many years to. Get the hell down here. If you have the guts, kill Fu Hai. This fellow's acting skills were top-notch. He wept and wept, portraying himself as a righteous person. While Long Chen became the evil force that forced him, he would inevitably be reviled by the people. On the basis of a complete victory in the first round, he added more fuel to the fire so that this brat would never be able to turn things around. Long Chen knew that someone must be afraid of him. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Long Chen moved.
Under such enormous pressure, his expression did not change at all.
Those who truly understood the situation admired his willpower. While Tong Qi was cursing at him, Long Chen walked in front of him. Kill me. I'm ready to be killed anyway. Fu Hai died in vain. More than a dozen General Cambrian died in vain.
Whether I die or not, it doesn't matter. Pa! Long Chen's fist fiercely landed on his cheek.
With a muffled sound, Long Chen's punch directly knocked his opponent to the ground. Tong Qi spurted blood all over the ground. Two front teeth flew in Yi Futa's direction and turned into powder when they were close to Yi Futa's chest. Boom! The crowd was in an uproar. Who would have thought that Long Chen would really make a move? Didn't this mean that he had fallen into the opponent's trap? This young man couldn't control himself, was so frivolous, and was so easily angered.
In the eyes of the crowd, perhaps he was even more unsuitable to be the holy martial emperor.
Long Chen had a well-thought-out plan. Facing this kind of idiot who was asking for a beating, he couldn't bear it anymore. Therefore, before the crowd could react, Long Chen rushed forward and punched and kicked. One heavy punch after another mercilessly landed on the opponent's body. Soon, the opponent fell into a pool of blood. Tong Qi was a warrior in the second Nirvana tribulation, but he was also stunned. For a moment, he didn't know how to fight back. He originally wanted Long Chen to kill him. If he fought, it would become him provoking Long Chen, and then it would lead to a fight. So he didn't dare to fight back. Because of this, Long Chen displayed his violent side. From time to time, he lifted the opponent up and punched the corner of his mouth. When Tong Qi's head was deformed and his face was swollen, Long Chen threw him to the ground. Suddenly, the entire dragon dance hall shook. Without saying a word, Long Chen took out the god-slaying sword. In front of the crowd, he twisted the opponent's tongue and cut off his entire mouth. It was a bloody scene. But from the beginning to the end, Long Chen's eyes were cold. There was no hesitation. This cold-bloodedness made the old seniors who had seen many young juniors tremble. Beating up a second-stage Nirvana tribulation senior to such a state wasn't a big deal.
The problem was that Long Chen didn't feel the slightest bit of fear under such a situation, and under the covetous gazes of countless experts.
This courage was something that almost no one present could compare to. Poor Tong Qi. Because he held back and didn't fight back, he was tortured miserably.
He was already on the verge of death.
Long Chen didn't kill him, but he almost beat him to death. Everyone watched as Long Chen beat Tong Qi until he fell into a pool of blood and wailed. Because his tongue and mouth were cut off, he couldn't say a word. He could only look at Long Chen in fear. Long Chen put away the god-slaying sword. At this moment, almost all the seniors stood up and looked at him furiously. Many of them had already circulated their Nirvana force and were ready to attack. Those who understood the situation knew that although Long Chen had a good time beating up Tong Qi, he had been tricked. After today's incident, he definitely wouldn't have a chance to turn things around. How could Xiao Chen possibly win against the elites of the Martial God Palace alone? Everyone stared at him. If not for the fact that Yi Futu hadn't given the order, everyone would have pounced on him. Long Chen raised his head and looked at everyone coldly. No matter what, everyone remembered this young man. For thousands of years, no one had dared to be so impudent in the Dragon Dance Hall. Just before everyone made their move, Long Chen's cold voice echoed in the entire Dragon Dance Hall. He said word by word, "There might be a problem that everyone is wrong about. This is very crucial. Do you think that Senior Wunren recommended me and wanted me to become the Holy Martial Emperor? If that's the case, then you are gravely mistaken." The crowd was in an uproar. Wasn't that the case? In their hearts, Long Chen was Wunren Shi's subordinate. But in reality, the relationship between Long Chen and Wunren Shi wasn't as deep as they thought. Wunren Shi was just working for the Zhenwu Emperor. Long Chen's cold gaze finally landed on the smiling Yi Futu. This person was the source of all the chaos. Long Chen didn't back down and threw out a heavy bomb. What I want to tell you is that Senior Wanren, she was never the one who recommended me to become the sacred martial emperor. The one who really got me back from 9-star Chaos City, met me twice, and asked me to become the sacred martial emperor was Great Emperor Zhen Wu. It was the Great Emperor Zhen Wu who asked me to participate, so you better understand that I don't represent Wanren Shi. I represent the Great Emperor. If you have any questions, you can ask Martial Sovereign Lin Junyao. This was absolutely shocking news. If that was the case, the concept was completely different. The Zhenwu Emperor was a godlike existence. When people like Yi Futu were born, the Zhenwu Emperor was already an old monster who had been famous for tens of thousands of years. Countless ancestors had died in nirvana tribulations or in battle. Only the Zhenwu Emperor had lived for eternity. In the hearts of all the disciples of the Zhenwu Emperor Palace, the Zhenwu Emperor was a living god. Even people like Lin Junyao could only maintain a kind of reverence for a god. And Long Chen had said that the Zhenwu Emperor had asked him to come back and recommend him to become the Holy Martial Emperor. The difference between the two concepts was too great. Under normal circumstances, if it was really the Zhenwu Emperor's recommendation, Yang Chen and Feng Zhilin wouldn't even need to participate in the election. If it wasn't for the ancestral teachings. Long Chen guessed that Yi Futu had already known about this. The reason why he made things difficult for him today was probably to smear his name. Unfortunately, he had underestimated him. Chapter 1484. Zhenwu Great Emperor could not decide if he could become the Holy Martial Emperor. Therefore, when Long Chen was forced to this extent, even though he respected Zhenwu Great Emperor, he had to use some means to protect his own rights. Otherwise, he would have lost so badly in the first round. Long Chen could not imagine how he would succeed in the future. He had been at a disadvantage from the beginning, especially when his opponent had attacked at full speed. Today he had lost badly. Not only had he lost, but his opponent had also pressed him hard. Therefore, Long Chen was really angry. He had ruthlessly and decisively crippled Tong Qi. This was his way of retaliating. When faced with such an opponent who was looking for trouble, if he did not ruthlessly beat him up, it would be a waste of his many years of cultivation. Long Chen had said that Zhenwu Great Emperor had chosen him to be the Holy Martial Emperor. Lin Junyao did not deny it, nor did Wanren Shi. Even Yi Futu did not deny it. The three martial saints did not deny it either. Everyone was shocked and finally understood. There was indeed something fishy about this. They looked at Yi Futu. Many things were under Yi Futu's control. The three martial saints did not deny it. Long Chen's words already had a great deal of truth to them. Long Chen knew that his current reputation was not good. If he revealed this matter, it would affect the image of Zhenwu Great Emperor in everyone's hearts. They might even question him. However, for the sake of victory, he could not care less. Zhenwu Great Emperor would not care about such a small matter. That old man only cared about the survival of the martial god palace after the city lord of the wronged attacked. Long Chen respected Zhenwu Great Emperor, so he had not revealed this unusual matter at the beginning. Today, he had no choice but to use Zhenwu Great Emperor's divine might to intimidate these people who were getting more and more overboard. He calmed himself down and said quietly, "Everyone knows whether what I have said is true or not. I understand that everyone does not have a good impression of me. Today, this junior will be so bold as to have a good talk with all of you." First, Yang Chen grew up in the true Martial Emperor Palace and is trusted by all of you. I've just arrived, but I already have resources that all of you are envious of. I was even summoned by the great Emperor Zhenwu. Honestly speaking, aren't you all jealous of me? In comparison, Yang Chen is naturally more favored by all of you. However, all of you have your own selfish motives. Isn't it ridiculous to say it in such a righteous manner? Although I haven't been in the true Martial Emperor Palace for a long time, I've never betrayed the true Martial Emperor Palace. In addition, the Emperor trusted me and allowed Senior Wanren to support me as a candidate despite the pressure. Yet, all of you don't trust me. Could it be that you haven't seen the Emperor for so long that you've forgotten that there's a great Emperor Zhenwu in the Martial God Palace who's above Yi Futu? Long Chen was no longer afraid of targeting Yi Futu. There was no doubt that Yi Futu held the hegemony in the Martial God Palace. Lin Junyao did not care about worldly affairs. Wanren she was proud and aloof. Only the Slaughter Martial Venerable had extraordinary means. If even the great Emperor Zhenwu trusted Long Chen, then they had nothing to say about Long Chen. Everyone lowered their heads in deep thought.
Second, Long Chen continued in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing.
Everyone hates me because of what happened to Fu Hai. I've said it before. No matter what, I have no regrets. I don't think what I did proves how despicable I am. On one side is a senior that I respect, and on the other side is a persecutor who is baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. Between the two of them, one of them must die. Why would I give up the life of someone I respect? If it wasn't for someone fanning the flames and blowing the matter out of proportion, even wanting to throw me into the purgatory devil prison, you wouldn't have been misled. I've always done things according to my conscience.
If you were in my shoes, I dare say that if you didn't have the guts to kill Fu Hai and save your respected uncle at that critical moment, I dare say that you are a coward and scum.
I'm different from you.
If a person doesn't even have the guts to protect his respected senior, I would like to ask everyone, if such a person becomes the sacred martial emperor in the future, will he protect the true martial emperor palace? If my actions cause everyone to think that there's something wrong with my view of good and evil, then I would have to question your character. The upper echelons of the true martial emperor palace are all such cowards.
Long Chen smiled. He laughed heartily. This heroic spirit moved the crowd. Yes, they hated Long Chen for two reasons. The first was that he had just arrived, and the second was that he had killed Fu Hai.
However, these two matters weren't that serious.
It was just that they had been fanned by people with ulterior motives. Long Chen's performance was perfect in every aspect. Everything was based on first impressions.
Long Chen continued, if you think that I, Long Chen, have a murderous heart, I can understand that, but I have to say that there are only two kinds of people I've killed.
One is my enemies, and the other is an unforgivable villain. However, I never kill my own people. Fu Hai is not one of my people. He endangered my Uncle Han's life, so he can only be regarded as my enemy.
In addition, if a person who kills decisively can't become the Emperor Saint Martial Emperor, how could a person who is honored as the Slaughter Martial Venerable become a Martial Venerable? An idiotic fighting machine who doesn't even have a brain and is a beast who lives completely under the control of others can also become the Emperor Saint Martial Emperor.
Long Chen had the support of the great Emperor Zhenwu. He could ignore all of this. Yi Futu was powerful, but his subordinates dared to question Wan Rinxi. Why couldn't Long Chen do the same and question Yi Futu on the spot? This smiling Buddha dared to go against Zhenwu Great Emperor's will in secret. He was definitely not a simple character. Long Chen knew that this smiling Buddha was his greatest enemy in becoming the Holy Martial Emperor. Roar! Under Long Chen's provocation, Yang Chen let out a beast-like roar. He stared at Long Chen with eyes full of battle intent, but he didn't say a word. He was like a vicious dog. This further confirmed what Long Chen said. This was also a mockery of those who had voted for Yang Chen. Surrounded by so many experts, Long Chen still laughed heartily. He laughed so hard that he bent over. When everyone's faces turned uglier, he attracted everyone's attention again. He said, actually, I've long understood what this voting in the Dragon Dance Hall is all about. Everyone here is really respectable. You're all cultivators above the second level of Nirvana tribulation, but each of you sold your own personality and soul for a Tao artifact with 2 Tao patterns. You said so many righteous words that gave people goosebumps. None of us here are idiots. We all know who has received a Tao artifact before, so I won't say much. I just feel that the dignified Zhenwu Emperor Palace, which is known as the fairest selection for the Emperor Saint Martial Emperor, had their souls bought over by a Tao artifact with 2 Tao patterns. They became ugly lackeys. I feel sorry for the Emperor. Long Chen's icy gaze swept over the elders who had been embarrassed by his words. He proudly said, although I lost miserably in the first round, I haven't lost yet. In the second and third rounds, even if I'm behind by 45 points, I'll make up for it. I'll remember who I visited and who made things difficult for me today. When the time comes, I'll pay you all back. Under everyone's complicated gaze, this proud young man walked out of the Dragon Dance Hall step by step. Who lost today? Although Long Chen's points were much lower than the others, he had still won. His words had humiliated those people who had been gossiping, and they couldn't explain this humiliation. Everything that had happened in the Dragon Dance Hall today would spread. When that time came, it would be obvious whose reputation would rise and whose would fall. Although Long Chen had lost, he had used the other people's strength to win back his reputation. Perhaps from today onwards, he would have true supporters. In any case, most people in Wenrenshi's faction, and even Lin Juanyao's faction had already been convinced by this brave and rebellious young man. Yes, they had been convinced. The people in Lin Juanyao's faction hadn't had much of an opinion of Long Chen to begin with. Now that Long Chen had revealed the truth, they had been completely convinced. As for those righteous people who had said a bunch of bad things about Long Chen, their faces were all flushed red. They wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. In the center of the plaza, Tong Qi, who was trying his best to recover, looked around in shock. At this moment, no one was paying attention to him. Although I was beaten up badly, I still got this Dao artifact with 3 Dao patterns. It's quite worth it, Tong Qi comforted himself. No one was defending him. All he could see were disdainful gazes. It's a pity that we can't vote again, Wenrenshi said with a cold smile. Lin Junyao had also led her people away. However, the young and beautiful Feng Zhilin quickly followed Long Chen's footsteps. It could be said that after this battle of words, Long Chen had almost won back half of his popularity. If he hadn't been forced into a corner, Long Chen wouldn't have bothered to explain so much. Today, he had left a deep impression on everyone. Those who had voted for Yang Chen couldn't help but think deeply. One of them was courageous, had a true temperament, protected his own people, and was a dragon martial artist with great potential. The other was just a powerful fighting machine. Between the two of them, who was more suitable to be the Saint Martial Emperor? Long Chen was right. If they asked themselves honestly, they would understand in their hearts. Although Long Chen had humiliated them and slapped their faces, he had also made them realize that they might have been tricked by Yi Futu. Some of them even started to regret. If Long Chen became the Saint Martial Emperor, they would be finished. Chapter 1485. Now that the news had spread, Long Chen would no longer be looked down upon by the other members of the Martial God Palace. Outside the Dancing Dragon Hall, countless members of the Martial Emperor Palace were waiting for the news to spread. They had not expected that the first one to arrive would be Long Chen. He's actually the first one to come out. Did he get chased out? I think so. While the crowd was still discussing, the beautiful Feng Zhilin caught up and followed Long Chen's footsteps to the bottom of the Martial Emperor path. The crowd could not help but curse. It was like a flower stuck in a pile of cow dung. Just then, all the elites of the Martial God Palace came out of the Dancing Dragon Hall. However, all of them had very strange expressions. Some were angry, some blamed themselves, and some were too ashamed to face anyone. There were all kinds of emotions. What was the final result? Everyone was very anxious. Finally, under everyone's expectant gazes, someone spread the news about what had happened in the Dancing Dragon Hall. In an instant, the Martial God Palace was in an uproar again. Long Chen's prediction was right. His image had changed. Of course, there were also many voices of slander and slander. While they were quarreling, Long Chen and Feng Zhilin stood side by side. Feng Zhilin looked at the man who had been so passionate just now. Her cold eyes were now incomparably soft. She said stiffly, "To be honest, even I admire you a little. You are an idol." Admire. Long Chen still doubted this statement. This woman, who always wanted to defeat him, would admire him? You don't have to doubt it. Feng Zhilin rolled her eyes at him. She continued, "You really are inspiring just now. You even dared to scold Yi Futu. Of course, those people are really disrespectful. They even called you an old senior. But that's not important. I want to ask you something. You only got 11 points. You are 45 points behind him. In other words, you have to win the third round. No one thinks highly of you, but I do. So, in the second round you have to win by more than 25 points. Tell me, do you think it's possible?" The gap between them was simply too great. The second round was filled with the biggest variables. Until now, no one knew what the mission was. Furthermore, it had to be graded by the system in many aspects. Most importantly, the graders this time were 20 cultivators above the third layer of the Nirvana Tribulation. They were the strongest cultivators of the Martial God Palace. Everyone's opinion was very important. If Long Chen made the slightest mistake, they might be able to catch it and use it as a basis to deduct points. To be honest, Long Chen really did not have the confidence to lead the other party by 25 points. There are many things that I'm not confident in. I don't want to think too much about it. When the time comes, I'll just do my best. What's important is that I've tried, right? Long Chen said proudly as he looked ahead. He realized that this was his true self. Neither arrogance nor rashness. No matter what it is, as long as you work hard, you will have no regrets. Failure was not scary at all. Oh! Feng Zhilin looked at him blankly. Suddenly, her eyes became determined. I have a goal, she suddenly said. What is it? Long Chen asked. Feng Zhilin said word by word, if I defeat the junior martial god, then he can only get 20 points in the third round. Then you just have to surpass him by 15 points in the second round. Long Chen was stunned. At first, he thought that she was joking, but her expression was very serious. Forget it. Don't force yourself. Do things that you can't do, Long Chen said as he turned his head away. Are you the only one allowed to risk your life? Feng Zhilin looked at him with disdain. Speaking of the junior martial god, Long Chen had a very strong feeling about him today. He was very suspicious about this guy's huge change. Long Chen believed that there was definitely something wrong. What was that familiar smell? Let's not talk about this first. Let me ask you, in the 5-element clear sky pagoda, where are some precious ancient records stored? I want to look up some things. Records. Feng Zhilin was very curious as to why Long Chen was concerned about this. However, it was clear that Long Chen would not tell her. She could only say, in the 5-element clear sky pagoda, there is a skyscraper pavilion on the 48th floor. In there are the highest level records of the martial god palace. There are many things recorded there. As long as your strength can withstand the 48th floor, you are qualified to go up and read. The 48th floor. Long Chen was in a dilemma. He had heard from Ren Shi that Ren Jingtao could at most stay on the 50th floor. Ren Jingtao was a late-stage nirvana tribulation warrior, and Long Chen was currently weaker than him. Around the 40th floor was probably his limit. What? You don't dare to go up? Feng Zhilin looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. At the 48th floor, Long Chen might not be able to withstand it. However, he was actually looked down upon by this woman. That was absolutely not acceptable. Time waited for no man. Long Chen did what he said. He glanced at Feng Zhilin and said, I'm going up now. Goodbye. After saying that, he directly headed in the direction of the true martial emperor road. Without another word, he rushed upwards. What an impatient person. Feng Zhilin's pretty face was slightly angry. He had left her here and let her catch up to him for nothing. But what does he want to look up? Feng Zhilin did not say anything else and chased after him again. 10th floor, 20th floor, 30th floor. At this position, Long Chen already felt the astonishing pressure. However, his body was strong so he could still endure it. She followed me. Long Chen looked down and saw Feng Zhilin below him. She's asking for trouble. Long Chen cursed in his heart. Feng Zhilin was only in the early phase of the Nirvana's tribulation, yet she wanted to compete with him. In the process of ascending, she quickly could not endure it anymore. She could only watch as Long Chen's figure gradually disappeared from her sight. After reaching the 40th floor, Long Chen found that he was almost at his limit. Normally, if he cultivated, the 40th floor would be more suitable. However, he wanted to go to the 48th floor. Long Chen clenched his teeth and continued to ascend. Each floor was 50 meters. He went up one floor after another. When he was close to the 48th floor, he was already panting. He could be pushed back by the huge pressure at any time. However, he had amazing perseverance. He clenched his teeth and continued to persist. Ah! With an explosive roar, all of the power in his body was released. Long Chen rose up like a rocket and finally rushed to the 48th floor. Without saying a word, he immediately landed on the ground. That terrifying pressure immediately caused his legs to bend. It was easy to come to this place, but it was incomparably difficult to stay here and read through the information. At this moment, the veins on Long Chen's body were popping. Blood-colored dragon scales started to appear to help him resist the pressure. At the 48th floor, the space on each floor was not that big. Without another word, Long Chen headed towards the only building on the 48th floor, the skyscraper pavilion. This was the place where countless information about the true martial emperor palace was stored. This was also a vast building,
similar to the Dragon Dance Hall. There was not a single guard because all the experts had gone to the Dragon Dance Hall. At this moment, there was no one in the skyscraper pavilion. Long Chen walked into a dark and spacious corridor. When he lifted his head, he saw a huge space. This space was filled with golden books. The categories of these golden books were very obvious. Long Chen knew that he didn't have much time. He didn't have time to browse around. He clenched his teeth and continued to search. Finally, in a corner, he found a book that introduced the ancient variant, Gu. This was a very ancient book. In this book, almost all the ancient Gu that were left behind were collected. Each of these ancient variant was extremely terrifying. Compared to some ordinary poisonous insects, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. In the book, the appearance of these poisonous insects, their specific abilities, and their effects were introduced in detail. There were also some methods to neutralize them. It was relatively detailed. In the first few pages, Long Chen flipped to the spirit-devouring Gu. The book recorded, the spirit-devouring Gu, an ancient variant, black poisonous insect with a foul smell. When it is planted in the body of a living being, the victim will not feel anything. When the victim uses the power of nirvana to shake the Gu bell, the spirit-devouring Gu will hear the sound of the bell and devour the host's soul, killing them in one blow. Until today, there are still many of them. They are peerless poisonous insects. The only way to neutralize them is to destroy the Gu bell and kill the person who planted the Gu. The spirit-devouring Gu will die naturally. Long Chen continued to flip. He found that almost all the Gu had the characteristic of a foul smell. This further confirmed his guess that Yang Chen's current appearance might have a lot to do with this ancient variant. However, did such a Gu exist? Long Chen felt that his muscles were about to burst and his flesh was starting to roll. If he didn't leave soon, he would probably be seriously injured in this place. His forehead was already full of sweat. However, he found that there was almost half of the book left, so he gritted his teeth and continued to read. Finally, when he was about to reach his limit, Long Chen found an introduction about a strange poisonous insect at the end of the book. The book recorded, the spirit-devouring Gu, an ancient variant, rare in the world. Its appearance is unknown and its smell is especially foul. When it is planted in the body of a living being, it will cause the host to lose his consciousness and be completely controlled by the person who planted the Gu. It has the power of a ghost. As long as the person is infected with the Gu, no matter how strong he is, he will not be able to free himself. Solution: unknown. Along the way, Yang Chen's current symptoms were the most similar to those of the spirit-devouring Gu. Of course, Long Chen was only guessing. He couldn't be sure. More importantly, there was no way to neutralize the spirit-devouring Gu in the book. In other words, other than confirming his guess, there was no other use for him today. After hurriedly flipping through the book, Long Chen didn't find any similar ancient variant. He put the golden book back and left the skyscraper pavilion as fast as he could. He jumped into the true Martial Emperor Road and only felt much better after descending below the 30th floor. Chapter 1486. The Divine Ghost Gu was just a guess. On one hand, the smell on Yang Chen's body was similar to the smell of the spirit-eating Gu that Long Chen had smelled before. On the other hand, his momentary sobriety had awakened Long Chen. If he had low intelligence and was purely a fighting machine, why would he tell him that Yi Futu had given those people a gift? These 2 points couldn't be solved. Long Chen recalled about the Divine Ghost Gu as he quickly returned to his residence. By then, the news of what had happened in the Dragon Dance Hall had spread. Long Chen only had 11 votes, which was much less than the junior martial gods. However, he had gained fame because of it, while Yi Futu's reputation had dropped greatly. Long Chen's statement that he was recommended by Zhenwu Great Emperor was enough to make countless people think carefully about whether their actions and imaginations were wrong. After all, Zhenwu Great Emperor, who had existed for tens of thousands of years, was simply a godlike existence. No one had ever heard that Zhenwu Great Emperor's decision could be wrong. Thinking about it carefully, other than the fact that Long Chen was a newcomer, there wasn't anything particularly despicable about him. The only thing that bothered him was the Fu Hai incident. After knowing the truth, they felt that Long Chen's true nature was what Zhenwu Emperor needed. He was right. When faced with the life and death of his loved ones, if he didn't make a move, he would be the scariest. While his reputation and support rate were quietly changing, Long Chen returned to his residence. Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai already knew what had happened.
The Saint Martial Emperor obviously had no hope of winning after falling behind by a large margin. Little Chen, don't be too discouraged. There are still 2 rounds anyway. No matter what the final score is, just try your best to repay the Emperor, Han Yunqing analyzed while he was still in the midst of recuperation. You're right. Anyway, these bastards are all messing around. I used to respect them quite a bit, but now they're all a pile of shit, Nan Gonglai scolded. At this juncture, Wan Renshi suddenly came. Han Yunqing and Nan Gonglai left for the time being, so Wan Renshi said, the time has been roughly determined. The second round of the mission will be carried out in 20 days. As for the mission, the Emperor is still formulating it. Logically speaking, we will only know what the mission is after 20 days, on the day of departure. However, if I have news and data, I will inform you first. Although you lost badly in the first round, the Emperor is still very confident in you. 20 days. He had 20 days to prepare for the second round. The second round was very crucial. It could be said to be the deciding battle. If Long Chen didn't have 25 points more than Yang Chen in this battle, he would most likely lose. He had no chance of winning, unless Feng Zhilin defeated Yang Chen, but that was actually impossible. Long Chen pondered for a moment and decided to tell Wan Renshi about the God Ghost Gu. After all, Yang Chen was a variable. He had to be careful. I have a guess. Speak. Wan Renshi nodded. After what happened today, he liked Long Chen more and more. Long Chen told Wan Renshi about his guess about the God Ghost Gu in a very organized manner. I'm not sure if my guess is possible yet, but if it's true, what do you think? Long Chen asked. Wan Renshi's gaze changed a few times. He sneered and said, actually, I'm very curious about this too. Yang Chen used to be a smart kid. Why is he getting more and more muddle-headed as he grows up? It seems like it's Yi Futu's doing. He's really crazy. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because the Emperor can't come out? The Emperor can't come out, Long Chen exclaimed softly. Wan Renshi nodded and said, the Emperor has high hopes for you. It doesn't matter if I tell you about this. Due to certain reasons, the Emperor can't leave that space. Even if he does, he won't be able to last long. Long Chen nodded silently. It seemed like this was the price to pay for living for tens of thousands of years. The Sword Spirit Emperor had to reincarnate. The Zhenwu Emperor had to hide in a small corner. As for the Desolation Emperor, Long Chen wasn't too sure. After all, he was a demon, which was slightly different from humans. There are still 20 days left. Focus on your cultivation. I'll inform you once I have news. Have some confidence. It's not time for you to lose yet, Wan Renshi encouraged. In fact, anyone would choose to give up when they were 45 points behind. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Long Chen. In the second round of the assessment, there are a total of 5 items, namely, leadership, decision-making, intelligence, good and evil views, and adaptability. Every evaluator can use a total score of 100 points, 20 points for each item, to grade these 5 items. In the end, the average total score of the 3 of you will be formed into a ratio, and the final 100 points will be distributed to you according to the ratio. When you carry out your tasks, you must always think about these 5 items, Wan Renshi said. After Long Chen memorized these things, Wan Renshi left. The second round of the test seemed to not care about strength, but in fact without strength, it was impossible to carry out the mission and succeed. Therefore, strength was still very important. Those things couldn't be improved, but strength could. Long Chen calmed down and began to think about improving his strength. He had made great progress in the god-slaying art. Now, the power of the yen symbol was even greater than the 9 dragons devouring the sky. At the same time, Long Chen spent a lot of time to ponder the Nirvana Golden Wheel. He'd already explored the Divine Kingdom many times, yet he didn't obtain any gains every single time. Now that the important moment was about to arrive, Long Chen tossed this matter to the back of his mind and concentrated on condensing his rebirth golden wheel. The Nirvana Golden Wheel appeared in his heart and was formed by the power of Nirvana. Ordinary martial artists in the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm didn't have the power of Nirvana at all, so they needed an expert to plant the seed of Nirvana in them. Otherwise, it would take a long time to gather the little bit of Nirvana in their body. This was also the reason why the cultivation of other martial artists was generally slow. However, Long Chen had the power of the Nirvana world, which was equivalent to the late stage of the Nirvana tribulation.
He didn't need to worry about the power of nirvana at all, and could start condensing the nirvana golden wheel. However, it wasn't easy. As time passed, he still couldn't get the hang of it. He knew very well that Yang Chen was very strong and had a special body. If he were to fight Yang Chen now, he might not be able to defeat him. After all, Wang Chen, who was in the late stage of nirvana tribulation when he was still in the great cycle of martial arts, didn't even have the chance to transform into a dragon. When he passed the nirvana tribulation, it was estimated that even one Ren Jingtao wouldn't be a match for Wang Chen. The little martial god was also very talented, so he wouldn't be weak. Long Chen still didn't have the confidence to defeat him, but he knew that if he reached the 9th level of the divine martial realm, he would undoubtedly be able to suppress him. For the sake of the sacred martial emperor, he sprinted forward again and again without stopping. Cultivation was boring, and even time was boring. But as long as one thought about one's goal and fought for it, the boredom would turn into strength. This was the case for Long Chen now. The position of the sacred martial emperor meant too much to him. At the very least, the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns, a kind of Tao weapon passed down from ancient times, must have infinite power. The god-slaying sword was still weak. To deal with the Sky River refining sword of the Lingwu swordmaster, he had to use the golden demon imprisonment columns. 5 days later, the embryonic form of the Nirvana golden wheel was formed. On this day, there was actually a loud noise coming from outside. Long Chen instantly awoke from his state of cultivation. His entire body was vigilant as he immediately rushed out of the cultivation room. His gaze suddenly became extremely cold. At this moment, Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai were besieging a martial artist. It was Han Yunxing's scream that woke Long Chen up. Under the attack of that martial artist, Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai were in danger. They were casually swept by the other party, and both of them flew out towards Long Chen. Long Chen hurriedly caught them. Both of them were slightly injured. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he came out in time. Otherwise, with the other party's strength, if he was a little slower, Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai might have been torn apart by the other party. Standing opposite Long Chen, the martial artist was staring at Long Chen passionately. He was panting heavily and exhaling white air. The hunched martial artist was the junior martial god, Yang Chen. He stared at Long Chen with a bestial gaze. His face was ferocious and his body was filled with a shocking fighting spirit. The desire to fight was so strong. When he saw Long Chen, he let out an excited roar like a wild beast and bent his back, ready to pounce towards Long Chen. "Go and inform Senior One Ren Jingtao," Long Chen said to Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai in a deep voice. He had a hunch that the junior martial god's sudden attack today was an accident. At this moment, the junior martial god seemed to have lost his mind as he stared at Long Chen. "Be careful." Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai knew that they couldn't help here, so they hurriedly went to summon One Ren Jingtao. With their speed, One Ren Jingtao would arrive very soon. Just when the two of them left, Yang Chen, who was filled with extremely dense nirvana energy, roared again and pounced towards Long Chen. Long Chen estimated that this fellow's nirvana energy had already reached the late stage of the nirvana tribulation, which was similar to his. Chapter 1487. Yang Chen had entered a state where he had lost his mind and couldn't communicate with him at all. Long Chen decided to call this nirvana force the battle nirvana force for now. This power seemed to be born for battle. No wonder Yang Chen was called the little martial god. With the same amount of nirvana force, Yang Chen's attack power was doubled. In this aspect alone, Yang Chen suppressed Long Chen. Long Chen didn't dare to be careless. After all, the little martial god's combat power wasn't just a rumor. It was a fact. In Long Chen's hand, the god-slaying sword that had turned sharp and ferocious surrounded by a gray aura appeared. The sword was swallowing and spitting out cold sword rays. Each ray of sword rays was deadly. In the other hand, there was the mysterious Spirit Dawn sword, which was black and low profile. The moment the two swords appeared, the fuse on the little martial god's body was ignited. The little martial god let out a roar and the ground beneath his feet shook. He attacked Long Chen as if he didn't care about his life. The destructive nirvana force appeared in his hands. The fighting machine was indeed extraordinary. In this guy's entire life, fighting was probably the only thing he did. Therefore, his fighting skills had been honed to a very mature level. Although it looked crazy, every move he made was mysterious and precise. He could easily kill someone. This is
the true martial formless war scripture's formless fist. Long Chen saw the familiar fist technique that the little martial god used. Huang Yu had also used this fist technique, but compared to the little martial gods, Huang Yu's fist technique was only considered a beginner. The little martial god's fist technique was the real formless fist. The little martial god's speed was even faster than his. He had rushed to Long Chen's face in an instant. The formless fist smashed towards him. In an instant, the entire world was suppressed. In Long Chen's world, the sky and earth were collapsing. He retreated in shock. After he recovered, he was not frightened by his opponent. His opponent's punches and kicks caused a huge commotion. This was not the time to fight with him, so Long Chen's attention was focused on why he suddenly came looking for him. He did not immediately fight with him. However, Long Chen soon understood that if he did not go all out, he would soon die in the hands of the other party. Heavens! Long Chen soared into the sky and pounced down. His god-slaying sword drew a trajectory in the shape of the word, heaven. 4 rays of sword qi with 4 different attributes shot out. The terrifying sword qi swept down and engulfed the young martial god completely. Roar! Facing Long Chen's attack, the young martial god let out a bestial roar again. He kicked his legs and dashed towards the sky at a terrifying speed. What shocked Long Chen was that he did not resist. Instead, he used the true martial formless war scripture's shadowless fist and punched towards the sky. Long Chen flew backwards and dodged the attack. However, he was shaken to the point that his qi and blood were in turmoil. Yang Chen, who did not know how to defend himself, was in an even worse state. He was hit by 3 of the 4 rays of sword qi. In an instant, 3 huge wounds appeared on his body, some of which were so deep that his bones could be seen. Long Chen slowly descended from the sky and saw a shocking scene. In less than a breath's time, the deep wounds on Yang Chen's body had recovered to their original state. He had completely recovered in an hour. This was even more shocking than Long Chen's time reversal. This wasn't the power of time, but the true immortality. Of course, the power of the god-slaying sword wasn't that easy to get rid of. Even if he recovered, the gray sword energy would tear his flesh apart again. Yang Chen wanted to continue attacking, but he felt his wound opening up again. Frowning, he roared and tore off the flesh that was attached to the gray sword energy. The flesh that was torn off squirmed, and in a breath's time, it grew back perfectly. This is unbelievable. Long Chen was in a daze. It was his first time seeing someone who was even more unbelievable than him. Such a terrifying recovery ability. No wonder people said that it was the true immortality. How could Yang Chen fight him with such a fast recovery speed? While he was in a daze, the other party let out a terrifying roar and attacked again. This time, it was the shadowless fist. The shadowless fist covered the sky and the earth, causing the heaven and earth to collapse. Long Chen felt an incomparably huge mountain falling from the sky and pressing down on him. Yang Chen's fist intent was the most profound yet filled with savage impact out of all the opponents Long Chen had ever seen. This was the heavenly Tao that belonged to him. Presumably, Yang Chen had walked the most common, yet most difficult, path of battle. However, it was obvious that he had a deep understanding of it. Long Chen was infuriated. If this continued, he would definitely be killed by this undying fellow. He roared and moved his 2 swords at the same time. Lingxi's sword was the first to perform the 9 dragons devouring the sky. The 9 divine dragon sword qi that carried the impact of the primordial spirit tore apart the opponent's shadowless fist. Long Chen channeled all the energy in his body and performed the spread character with the god-slaying sword. A total of 9 gray sword qi soared into the sky and shot out in the trajectory of the spread character, forming a mysterious formation. Each sword qi was like a venomous snake, swallowing and spitting cold light. Under the cover of the 9 dragons devouring the sky, Lingxi's sword attacked Yang Chen with a temporary soul attack. Yang Chen had no intention of dodging or blocking it at all. He let the 9 sky-ripping sword qi shoot past his body. Long Chen's sword was merciless. It directly cut the opponent's body into 2 halves. The upper and lower halves flew out. This time, Yang Chen finally felt the pain. He let out a horrifying roar, like a living beast. Then, Long Chen saw the flesh and blood on the upper and lower halves of his body wriggling at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a worm. What's going on? Long Chen was stunned once again. Under his shocked gaze, the original upper body grew a lower body, and the original lower body grew arms and a head, while the original upper body grew an upper body. Two identical Yang Chen appeared in front of Long Chen. Celestial Demon Transformation. Yang Chen, who had been silent all this while, finally roared. At that moment, a kind of righteous power emerged from the body of one of Yang Chen. His whole body emitted a golden light, and the divine light behind him shone brightly. A majestic and righteous power burst out. Yang Chen's power rose again in a terrifying manner, and began to surpass Long Chen's. As for the other Yang Chen, evil power emerged. Black magic surrounded him, causing him to be in the middle of a black vortex. The black demonic energy danced around him like tentacles, looking very ferocious. This Yang Chen also let out a snicker, and stared at Long Chen. This was the celestial demon transformation. Whether it was the divine Yang Chen or the demonic Yang Chen, their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Their strength even surpassed the combat power of one person just now. This little martial god was full of infinite possibilities. What a terrifying guy. The martial artists in this world are really amazing. Yang Chen's physique had exceeded Long Chen's understanding. This kind of method of splitting and rebirth was really unbelievable. Long Chen even thought that if he cut the other party into several parts, a few of them would appear. The two Yang Chen didn't give him time to think. After splitting, the demonic Yang Chen took the lead, and the divine Yang Chen followed behind. With one in front and one behind, they attacked Long Chen with terrifying fist power. For a moment, the whole courtyard was enveloped by Yang Chen's fist intent. Long Chen instantly felt a great deal of pressure. Under this siege, he had to use the ancient blood hell formation. The blood-colored formation was activated. After Long Chen evaded the opponent's attack, he transferred to the demonic Yang Chen. When the opponent turned around, Long Chen held two swords in his hands. His eyes were cold, and the power comparable to the Nirvana tribulation state erupted from his hands. He gathered the power in his hands, and launched a terrifying attack. The gray sword energy and the divine dragon sword energy from the two swords in his hands crazily covered the sky and the earth, piercing through the air, and pounced towards the two Yang Chen. This fierce battle was incomparably fierce. But Long Chen was getting more and more bitter. These two Yang Chen were stronger than before, and they both had terrifying recovery power. It was impossible to kill them. Taizu Fist Technique. In the process of fighting with Long Chen, the two Yang Chen were full of fighting spirit, and displayed his innate Tao technique. This set of fist technique was like a great river with endless waves, and it attacked Long Chen. Each punch was heavier than the one before. Long Chen blocked a punch slightly, and the opponent's terrifying power made his blood and qi churn, not to mention the later ones. If it wasn't for the ancient blood hell formation to escape, Long Chen would have been defeated long ago. But even so, the opponent was too fast. Even if Long Chen didn't change his position, the opponent would immediately attack, and the power seemed to be endless. Shatter. The divinity Yang Chen soared into the sky, and suddenly descended. With that punch, Long Chen really saw an incomparably huge meteorite coming towards him. Under the divine power of nature, the dragon scales on Long Chen's body were shattered. Under the great shock, he couldn't hold back anymore, and displayed his life-saving ultimate move, the second layer of extreme finger of time. At the moment when time stopped and the divinity Yang Chen was imprisoned, Long Chen's blood and qi churned. With the opponent's terrifying power struggling, he couldn't hold on for long. In the next moment, his Lingxi sword stabbed into the opponent's head. At that moment, Long Chen actually saw the collapse of the opponent's eyes, and the rapid loss of strength in his body. The Lingxi sword can kill him. Long Chen was incomparably surprised. He had been trying to use the Lingxi sword to stab the opponent, and at this moment, he finally succeeded, which also verified his conjecture. Indeed, although Yang Chen had an immortal body, he was still afraid of the assassination of the Lingxi sword. Before Long Chen could completely kill the divinity Yang Chen, the demonic Yang Chen had madly entangled him. Helpless, Long Chen could only dodge. When the Lingxi sword left the divinity Yang Chen's head, the opponent's eyes quickly regained clarity, and he became even more furious. The two big Yang Chen once again formed a siege, and like wild beasts, they wanted to put Long Chen to death. However, at this moment, Long Chen discovered that an extremely powerful existence was rushing over. His heart trembled. Chapter 1488. Long Chen was struggling to hold on under Little Martial God's double attack. At this moment, Massacre Martial Lord Yi Futu arrived instantly. His speed had reached a terrifying level. Long Chen couldn't even see his face clearly before he was already beside the two Yangs. A thick golden energy hit Long Chen's body and sent Long Chen flying. Long Chen stabbed his swords into the ground to stabilize his body. However, his blood was still boiling. He knew that Yi Futu didn't intend to attack him at all. It was just that when he moved, his energy was released and naturally sent Long Chen flying. At that moment, Long Chen felt that his life was in danger. He was sure that if Yi Futu wanted to kill him, he would definitely be able to kill him immediately. This was without a doubt. It was just like how he felt when he faced the Lingwu Swordmaster. When the Lingwu Swordmaster used the Milky Way Soul Refining Sword, he couldn't block it at all. Long Chen suppressed his boiling blood and looked up. The chubby little boy had already grabbed one of Yang Chen's neck with one hand, and then slammed the two Yang Chen into each other, causing flesh and blood to splatter everywhere. Then, Long Chen was horrified to see that the flesh and blood of the two Yang Chen began to soften, forming one Yang Chen. With Yi Futu's method, the celestial and demon transformation was finally dispelled. Little martial god had taught Long Chen a lesson today. This world was truly filled with endless possibilities. When Yang Chen turned into a person again, Yi Futu grabbed his neck like a cat and imprisoned him in his hands. Then his eyes turned cold for the first time and he glanced at Long Chen. A chilling feeling enveloped Long Chen's body. Long Chen felt a chill down his spine. However, he knew that Yi Futu wouldn't dare to do anything to him. From the looks of it, it was probably an accident that Yang Chen came out to deal with Long Chen today. He only glanced at Long Chen before chasing Yang Chen away. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief, but his heart was filled with endless doubts. What was going on today? At this moment, Yang Chen quickly left under Yi Futu's control. Long Chen suddenly felt someone calling him. He looked up and saw Yang Chen, who was under Yi Futu's control, looking at him anxiously. He was talking to Long Chen. Although he couldn't hear what he was saying, from the shape of his mouth, it should be, "Save me, save me." In the blink of an eye, Yi Futu and Yang Chen disappeared. Save him. Long Chen was stunned for a while. Why did Yang Chen, who was in a frenzy, suddenly wake up and ask him to save him? Long Chen fell into deep thought. He suddenly thought of the Lingxi sword. It seemed like this undying fellow, even the god-slaying sword's attacks were ineffective against him. The only thing that was effective was actually the Lingxi sword. Lingxi sword, save him. Long Chen's mind was in a mess. It could be said that he was already confused by Yi Futu. At this moment, he realized that there were many spectators around them. The commotion here was too big. When Long Chen and Yang Chen fought earlier, there were already countless people watching excitedly. This was a battle that everyone was looking forward to. In the beginning, they still believed that the junior martial god was invincible among the new generation. However, from what happened today, it seemed that Long Chen had endured for such a long time without being injured. He didn't even lose in the end. It seemed like he had the ability to fight against the junior martial god. I didn't expect Long Chen to be so strong. If the junior martial god didn't have that undying body, he would have been killed by him. He's really not bad. He was able to defeat Feng Jilin in a head-on battle. He does have the qualifications to be on par with the junior martial god. However, the junior martial god has never lost a battle against someone of the same generation. I think if they really fought, Long Chen would definitely lose. He was already at his wits' end just now. The onlookers were speaking the truth. There were too many variables on Yang Chen. He couldn't be killed no matter what. If he displayed other abilities, it would be difficult for Long Chen to deal with him now. However, Long Chen had also shown the people of the Martial God Palace that he had the ability to fight against Yang Chen. To him, this was a great thing. It seems like the rumor about the Dragon Dance Hall is true. This Long Chen isn't as evil as the rumors say. On the contrary, the junior martial god is a little out of his mind. He actually came out to attack Long Chen. If Wu Zun hadn't arrived in time and brought him back, there would definitely be problems if he continued to cause trouble. Yeah, the junior martial god is strong, but he's still lacking in intelligence. He's already in the lead with a very high score, but is it really suitable for him to become the Emperor of Saint Martial Emperor and later the Great Emperor of Zhenwu? Many people couldn't help but ask themselves. They didn't have the right to decide, but all the disciples of the Martial God Palace were very concerned about this matter. The scales in their hearts slowly tilted towards Long Chen. In fact, They realized that Long Chen wasn't bad. The only thing they weren't satisfied with was that he had been in the Martial God Palace for too short a time. The selection for the Emperor of Saint Martial Emperor had already begun. As they dispersed, this matter also gradually spread out. Inside the Five Elements' vast heaven pagoda, the speed at which news spread was very fast. By the time Wen Jingtao arrived, Yi Futu and the others had already left. Long Chen briefly explained the matter. Wen Jingtao didn't know as much as Long Chen, so he didn't know what was going on. Long Chen chatted with him for a while, then returned to the practice room to continue refining his Nirvana golden wheel. That night, Wen Renshi appeared in the practice room. "I've heard about what happened today. What do you think?" Wen Renshi walked over barefoot. Long Chen said, "I think that even if it wasn't the divine ghost Gu, Yi Futu used some means to control the young martial god and make him lose his consciousness. When Yang Chen becomes the Emperor of Saint Martial, Yi Futu will be able to use this power." Wen Renshi nodded and asked, "I heard that you have a magical black sword that's very lethal." He was referring to the Lingxi sword. Long Chen nodded. He said, "I used this sword to stab Yang Chen's body today and made him lose his consciousness temporarily. If I want to kill him, this sword should be able to." Wen Renshi was very shocked. He didn't expect Long Chen to have something that could kill Yang Chen's immortal body. "Use this thing well. It might be of great help to you. Also, I think you shouldn't bother about Yang Chen. It'll be best if he loses his consciousness in the second round. If he recovers, no matter how stupid you are, it'll be hard for you to surpass him in the second round." Long Chen was enlightened. "I see." He suddenly remembered that Yang Chen asked him to save him. If Yang Chen had the divine ghost Gu in his body and he saved him, Yang Chen might not be able to beat him in the second round as long as he performed normally, but he wouldn't lose by too much. So he temporarily suppressed this matter in his heart. "Actually, there's one more important thing I need to tell you," Wen Renshi said. "What is it?" Long Chen raised his head. Wen Renshi said, "The Emperor has already pinned the mission summary at the top. Among the 3 candidates, you're the one recommended by the Emperor himself, so he'll give you some convenience by letting you know the details of the mission 15 days in advance. You can only know the details of the mission, but you can't leak it out." Long Chen sighed. It's good to have a backer. Yang Chen and Feng Jilin would only know what the mission was after 15 days, but Long Chen could know it in advance and prepare in advance. Wen Renshi said slowly, "The test is like this. The true Martial Emperor Palace found an ancient ruin near the Eastern Emperor region. This ancient ruin isn't big, and it's filled with darkness, so we call this place the Dark Country. In the Dark Country, there's a group of strange ancient survivors. We call them the Dark Country. The appearance, body structure, and cultivation methods of the Dark Country are very different from us humans. Only after passing the Nirvana tribulation will their cultivation methods be similar to ours. I remember that they call themselves Qi cultivators. They exist in the form of tribes. In the Dark Country, there are a total of 8 largest tribes, and each tribe has a population of tens of thousands." Speaking up to this point, he sighed and said, "Every ancient ruin is filled with a large amount of resources. Therefore, when the Dark Country was discovered, a large number of warriors rushed in and had a huge conflict with the Dark Country. It even broke out into a war that lasted for tens of thousands of years. Both sides suffered countless casualties. Among the Dark Country, there are also powerful tribal kings, and even experts comparable to martial venerables. Because of the massacre of the human race, there's a blood feud between them and us. As long as we humans enter the Dark Country, we'll basically be killed. They even organized a counterattack against us humans. Since the discovery of the Dark Country, not only did our true Martial Emperor region not gain anything, but we also suffered huge losses. Therefore, the Emperor ordered to seal the entrance of the Dark Country. I didn't expect the Emperor to use this ancient ruin as a mission. After all, with the hatred the Dark Country has towards us humans, as long as the 3 of you enter the Dark Country and are discovered, I think you'll be hunted down. The risk of this mission can be said to be very high." Long Chen listened carefully and then asked, "What's our mission?" "There might be experts comparable to martial venerables in an ancient ruin. There were a total of 8 tribes with deep hatred towards the human race. What did they have to do to enter such a place?" Chapter 1489. Long Chen was stunned. "This isn't a mission. This is suicide." Since they regard the statue of the Dark Goddess as their faith,
If I were to take it away, I would still be alive under the siege of so many experts.
Long Chen said in astonishment.
Wanren, she said solemnly. To tell the truth, every sacred martial emperor's test has never been simple. This is the most difficult in tens of thousands of years. The emperor designed it this way so that you can perform outstandingly, widening the gap between you and the others.
This is all designed for you. Long Chen wasn't an idiot.
He pondered for a moment and said, I understand now. This mission isn't a test of strength, but of leadership, decision-making, good and evil views, intelligence, and the ability to adapt to changing circumstances. The goal of the mission is to obtain the statue of the Dark Goddess, but it didn't say how to obtain it.
In any case, we have to obtain it.
No matter how we obtain it or what methods we use, whoever obtains it will be the winner. Those remnants of darkness might be very powerful, but this was an assessment mission. It wasn't as simple as testing one's strength. Therefore, Long Chen could change his way of thinking and use his brain a little more. This mission might not be impossible. However, if he were to blindly attack and try to snatch the statue of the Darkness Goddess, it would often lead to failure. Xuanwu Great Emperor had put a lot of thought into the design of this mission. He said, Senior Wanren, please tell the Emperor that I will do my best to complete this mission and not let him down.
Wanren, she nodded and said, to be honest, I also think it will be difficult. The remnants of darkness have a deep hatred for us, and it will be extremely difficult to sneak in. It's a good thing that you are mentally prepared. Here is some information about the Dark Nation and the remnants of darkness. 15 days should be enough for you to ponder. Long Chen was startled. This time, it was his turn to take the lead. What goes around comes around. He took the information from Wanren Shi and prepared to spend a lot of effort to ponder it. Xuanwu Great Emperor had already done this much, so Long Chen could not let him down this time. Wanren Shi left after assigning a few more questions to Chen Shi. Long Chen sorted out his mood and began to read the information about the Dark Nation. In fact, the human race didn't know much about the Dark Nation. They were already living in the Dark Nation when it was first discovered. He learned from the Dark Remnants that they had been living in that sealed space for countless years, even dating back to millions of years ago. Their appearance was relatively similar to that of the human race. They were generally more majestic and had a human body, but they had bison horns, which made them look like a divine bull that stood on its hind legs. Of course, the biggest difference between them and the human race was that they had a pair of thick arms. Among the Dark Remnant, both men and women were very good at fighting. They were extremely talented, and they were born with earth-shattering abilities that even surpassed the people of the Imperial Domain. When they grew up, they basically had the combat strength of the divine martial arts realm or above. Before the passage was closed, there were still a large number of Nirvana Tribulation experts in the clan. There were more than a dozen or even dozens of them in each clan. After so many years of development, they were probably even more powerful now. It would be extremely difficult to get the statue of the Dark Goddess from them. Attacking forcefully was the most undesirable method, but the problem was that if the other party wanted to kill him as soon as they met, what else could he do besides attacking forcefully? Although Long Chen knew about the mission in advance, to be honest, it was not very useful to know about the mission of the Dark Nation. At most, he would be a little more mentally prepared. After reading a lot of information, Long Chen already had a plan in mind. In fact, no matter what, the most important thing was still strength. Without strength, any strategy could not be carried out, and it would be even more impossible to highlight one's difference from others. When the time comes, they will put something on me, and they will be able to monitor and watch my performance in the Martial God Palace. The Dao tool was extremely magical. In the Dragon Dance Hall, there was a Dao tool for tracking, called the Mother-Child Phantom. It was a huge bronze mirror with many runes on it. As long as the runes were planted on Long Chen's body, no matter where Long Chen went, his runes would be like his eyes. Everything he experienced, saw, heard, and said would be clearly reflected on the bronze mirror in the Dragon Dance Hall. In this way, the 20 evaluators would be able to clearly know everything about him in the Dark Nation. The selection system of the Holy Martial Emperor was the most complicated and rigorous that Long Chen had ever seen. After all, the importance of the Holy Martial Emperor was too great. For this mission, Long Chen began to prepare. These days, he rarely went out. Most of the time, he stayed in his residence and cultivated. Time passed very quickly. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Long Chen was pondering over the information on the remnants of the Dark Nation, trying to find a more reasonable method from the records. He stayed in the courtyard, and suddenly, someone knocked on the door. It was the aura of a Nirvana Tribulation Realm warrior. "Come in." This was not one of his people, so Long Chen became vigilant. He collected the information in his hands. If this information was known by others, especially people from Yi Futu's faction, it would be troublesome. The other party was still knocking on the door. It was extremely strange. Long Chen stretched out his hand and waved it. A gust of wind blew over and blew open the door that was 30 meters away. An old man dressed in formal clothes and exuding a righteous aura appeared in front of him. Tong Qi. Long Chen's eyes were cold. What was this guy doing here? Long Chen had beaten him up in the Dragon Dance Hall. Could it be that he was looking for trouble now? Under Long Chen's cold gaze, Tong Qi quickly rushed in and appeared in front of Long Chen in the blink of an eye. "What are you doing here?" Long Chen took a few steps back to prevent this guy from suddenly attacking. Tong Qi's behavior was very strange. It was as if he couldn't speak. He anxiously pointed at Long Chen's right hand and then at his own head. "What do you mean?" Long Chen looked at him warily. He suddenly remembered that Tong Qi was really a strange guy. He was a Nirvana Tribulation Realm warrior. Whether it was the first time he lied to Long Chen, or the second time he slandered Long Chen in public, he was beaten up by Long Chen. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed a little strange. This guy had been around for tens of thousands of years. If it was just the temptation of benefits, would he work so hard for Yi Futu? Long Chen noticed that the look in his eyes was extremely anxious. He was about to go crazy. Long Chen suddenly realized that he could smell a scent similar to Yang Chen's from the man's body. It was the smell of a parasite. Could this guy be controlled too? Why did he come to me? What was there for him to look forward to? Tong Qi couldn't speak. He mumbled for a long time before suddenly pointing at a black brick. With a wave of his hand, a sword aura appeared. Long Chen understood. He was talking about the Lingxi sword. Long Chen carefully held the Lingxi sword in his hand and looked at him suspiciously. "What do you mean?" Tong Qi was very happy. Like a child, he pointed at Long Chen's Lingxi sword and then at his own chest. "Do you want me to stab you?" Long Chen looked at him calmly and asked coldly. What surprised him was that Tong Qi actually nodded excitedly. Long Chen didn't dare to make a move for now. What if he stabbed him to death? This was a crucial moment. If he killed this guy rashly, Yi Futu would definitely not let go of the chance to tarnish his reputation. He would definitely be labeled as a ruthless person again. Get lost. Stop joking around. Long Chen took a few steps back and prepared to deal with the Lingxi sword. However, he still maintained his vigilance. Tong Qi panicked. He actually knelt down and looked at Long Chen with tears in his eyes. He pointed at his arm and passed it to Long Chen. Long Chen knew what he meant. He wanted him to stab his arm. What the hell is this guy doing? Look at how anxious he is. He has the same smell as Yang Chen. After Yang Chen left, he came here and Yang Chen actually asked him to save him. Long Chen seemed to have thought of something. He didn't say anything else. He took a step forward and stabbed the Lingxi sword into the other party's arm. Tong Qi was extremely agitated. The power of the Lingxi sword was endless. His gaze quickly dissipated and he felt like he was about to die. After a period of time, seeing that his breath was getting weaker and weaker, Long Chen hurriedly pulled out the Lingxi sword. Tong Qi's gaze gradually regained clarity. He cried and begged Long Chen again, as if he really enjoyed the state of the Lingxi sword stabbing him. This guy is crazy. Long Chen didn't think so. Without saying anything, he stabbed the Lingxi sword directly into the other party's chest. Hiss. Suddenly, the agonizing shriek of an insect could be heard from the other party's body. In Tong Qi's body, there seemed to be a huge beast living in it. It was rolling in his blood vessels as he screamed miserably. A wave of energy rushed towards Long Chen's body. Tong Qi's eyes, ears, nose and mouth started to bleed. He looked very miserable, but he still held on tightly to the Spirit Dawn sword, not letting Long Chen let go. His body was trembling. Large amounts of blood spurted out from his pores. The Nirvana energy in his body was shaking horribly, as if it could explode at any time. Long Chen's eyes became extremely sharp. There was something in the other party's body that was resisting him. That thing must be a goo, just like the one in Yang Chen's body. The Lingxi sword was trembling. A terrifying force was about to send Long Chen flying. A small insect actually had such power. It's really the opposite. Long Chen had already verified his guess. He didn't care so much. The Lingxi sword stretched out and directly pierced the other party's body. Tong Qi's eyes were collapsing. Signs of life were disappearing, but he still held onto Long Chen's Lingxi sword tightly. At this moment, a painful shriek could be heard from his body. At this moment, Tong Qi's throat moved. His mouth was still open. A foreign object rushed towards Long Chen. Although it was only for a moment, Long Chen could still see that it was a human face. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it rushed towards Long Chen. Long Chen took out the Lingxi sword and slashed, splitting the insect in half. After the Lingxi sword was pulled out, Tong Qi knelt on the ground. Long Chen hurriedly checked his body. Fortunately, his primordial spirit was severely injured and he fainted, but he didn't die. Long Chen understood a little. That thing just now must be the divine ghost goo. Even if it was a goo, it had a soul. It was hidden very deeply in Tong Qi's body, but it would be forced out by the Lingxi sword. Chapter 1490. Tong Qi lay at Long Chen's place for half a day before he could stand up and regain his basic mobility. However, the damage to his primordial spirit wasn't that easy to recover. It would take at least a few years for him to regain his normal combat power. Is that the divine ghost goo? Little martial god Yang Chen must have been affected by the same thing, Long Chen asked casually. Tong Qi shook her head in pain and said, "You're right. You're very smart. Everything is within your calculations. Thank you for freeing me today. It's not convenient for me to stay here for long. If it's possible, please save Yang Chen as well. He's suffering much more than me." After saying that, he left quickly, ignoring Long Chen's urging. Long Chen still had a lot of things he wanted to ask him, but he was frightened. He was probably afraid that Yi Futu would find out. In that case, Tong Qi's strange behavior and Yang Chen's consciousness were basically under Yi Futu's control. Last time when he fought with Yang Chen, he was injured by Lingxi's sword. He probably knew that Lingxi's sword could suppress the divine ghost goo in his body, but he didn't dare to come to me. He only dared to let Tong Qi try first. The truth soon emerged. However, the problem was that Long Chen remembered Tong Qi's words. He asked Long Chen to save Yang Chen. If Yang Chen recovered, so would his intelligence. In the second round of the battle, it wouldn't be easy for Long Chen to defeat Yi Futu and increase the gap by more than 25 points. Everyone had their own selfish motives. Moreover, Saint Martial Emperor's matter was especially important to Long Chen. Therefore, he temporarily suppressed this matter and did not mention it to anyone. After that, he concentrated on studying the matter of the remnants of darkness and continued to cultivate. A large part of the focus of cultivation was the nurturing of the Nirvana Golden Wheel. This was also a huge project, and it was not that easy. The divine martial state had 9 levels, and each level was more difficult. If Long Chen didn't have Yi Wushang's understanding of the heavenly Tao of heaven and earth and a large number of immortal spirits, he wouldn't have been able to reach this level in such a short time. The Nirvana Golden Wheel was going through a process between his eyebrows. This was a crucial step. If it was formed, then the only thing left to do was to nurture it. For most of the warriors at the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm, it would be very difficult, but for a genius like Long Chen, it would be very easy. He had a large amount of Nirvana energy, so why would he need to worry about nurturing it? Originally, the Nirvana Golden Wheel was a place to convert the power of the world into the power of Nirvana. However, Long Chen possessed the power of Nirvana first. Hence, his Nirvana Golden Wheel was only a springboard to the Nirvana Tribulation realm. As time flew by, the true Martial Emperor Palace was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. These days, everyone in the Martial God Palace was discussing the matter of the sacred Martial Emperor, and the discussion was in full swing. However, the first round had already begun, and the gap between them was very obvious. Even if some people felt sorry for Long Chen, the possibility of Long Chen winning was too low, almost zero. The news that Long Chen had become one of the 3 candidates for the sacred Martial Emperor spread to the 3,000 palaces. For a moment, the 3,000 palaces were in an uproar. Those who still thought that they could get back at Long Chen gave up their last hope. For a moment, Long Chen became the hero of the 3,000 palaces. Although there were only 11 votes, it was still a glorious defeat for Long Chen to become one of the 3 candidates. Of course, Feng Zhilin also became one of the 3 candidates, which shocked everyone even more. These two people had become the pride of the 3,000 palaces for thousands of years. Amidst the intense discussion, 20 days passed in a flash. Long Chen, Feng Jilin, and Yang Chen, who were at the heart of the struggle, arrived at the Dragon Dance Hall under the guidance of their respective elders. This time, the Dragon Dance Hall was very spacious. There were a total of 3 huge bronze mirrors placed on the square of the hall, and 20 cultivators above the third Nirvana tribulation sat separately, staring at Long Chen and the other 2 rookies with eyes filled with supreme divine power. These 20 people were the true higher-ups of the true martial emperor palace. Every one of them was a talented person, and they were the pillars of the true martial emperor palace. It was this group of people who stood at the top of the pyramid of the true martial emperor palace's hundreds of millions of disciples. They controlled the overall situation and devised strategies. For tens of thousands of years, they protected the true martial emperor palace from being invaded by external enemies, and at the same time, ensured the divine power of the true martial emperor palace. They were all very well-mannered, and no one spoke for a moment. The 3 martial venerables sat in their respective positions. When everyone had arrived, the trial mission was about to be announced. Long Chen, Feng Jilin, and the young martial god each stood in front of a bronze mirror. At this time, there was nothing special about the bronze mirror. The only thing that made it special was that there were many runes flowing on each mirror. Long Chen once heard that as long as the runes hit his body, everything that happened around him, anything he said, and any sound he made would appear on the bronze mirror, no matter where he went. Long Chen didn't care about the bronze mirror, nor did he care about the announcement of the trial mission. He was concerned about the state of the young martial god Yang Chen. During their interaction, he suddenly realized that the young martial god was in a clear-headed state today. He didn't speak, and he gave off the impression that he was his usual silent self. However, Long Chen found something fishy. He had seen this guy in a clear-headed state before, so he was sure that at this moment, he was absolutely not affected by the divine ghost parasite. What's wrong with this guy? Does he have a fixed amount of time every day, or is he under Yi Futa's control? If it's the latter, then it's going to be troublesome. It seems like winning the second round and widening the gap by 25 points is going to be really difficult. To be honest, there was no strict scoring standard. If the other party was in a normal state, it would be good enough to win, let alone widening the gap by more than 25 points. No matter what, I just have to be myself, Long Chen told himself. This was the best attitude. At this moment, Yi Junyao held the items handed over by the great Emperor Zhenwu and announced the trial mission. Everyone knelt on the ground, including Yi Futu and Wanren Shi. This was enough to prove the respect that everyone in the Wushan Palace had for the great Emperor Zhenwu. If it wasn't for the great Emperor Zhenwu's special treatment of Long Chen, a newcomer like Long Chen wouldn't have been able to cause such a stir. Next, Yi Junyao began to announce the details of the trial mission. Although Long Chen already knew about the mission in advance, he had to act like he had just found out. After all, no one wanted to be treated unfairly. The trial mission was no different from what Wanren Shi had said. Yang Chen and Feng Jilin were rather shocked. This also proved that the great Emperor Zhenwu only favored Long Chen. The next step was to plant the child phantoms in the bodies of the 3 martial artists. Yi Junyao said, "The 3 of you, pay attention. When the phantom is planted, the environment that each of you is in, their every move, anything they say, anything they do, will all be under our eyes. We can clearly understand the situation of the 3 of you and any decisions you make through the 3 copper mirrors. This trial mission is extremely dangerous, and the chances of completing the mission are actually very low. If the 3 of you are unable to complete the mission, then we will need to evaluate the 3 of you based on your specific performance. I advise the 3 of you not to show off, otherwise if you die, you will be automatically eliminated." Yi Junyao said, "The 3 of you pay attention. When the phantom is planted, the environment that each of you is in, their every move, anything they say, anything they do, will be seen by us." Long Chen had already expected this. The death rate of this mission existed, and it wasn't low. If the candidate died, then there was nothing he could do. The sacred martial imperial emperor selection had to continue. If one person died, the other 2 could continue fighting. Of course, under the watchful eyes of everyone, no one could attack their own people. Otherwise, not to mention the sacred martial emperor, as soon as he returned, he would probably be killed by the elders. In the end, this mission still depended on oneself. Next, The three martial venerables respectively planted the child phantoms on their three subordinates. The golden runes integrated into Long Chen's skin and wandered on Long Chen's body without his control. Long Chen found that the mirror of the child phantoms had a golden dreamy light, and the environment around the three people was clearly displayed in the three bronze mirrors. These three bronze mirrors were all Dao artifacts. Dao artifacts were extremely magical. When you complete the mission and return with glory, we will help you to remove the lock. In the meantime, everything you do is under our supervision. This mission is free to do as you wish. These are the maps of the three entrances and a vague map of the interior of the Dark Kingdom. The tribes that the three of you will go to have been marked on the map. Lin Junyao distributed the three maps to the three people respectively. Little martial god Yang Chen was very strange today. He didn't have a surging fighting spirit, nor did he go crazy. His expression was very calm, even a little indifferent. The emperor has chosen three relatively weak tribes with similar strength, but you must not underestimate these tribes. If you are careless, it is very likely that you will lose your life in that place, Lin Junyao reminded. After putting away the maps, Long Chen found that he had almost explained everything. There are a total of 7 or 8 entrances to the Dark Kingdom, all of which have been sealed by the emperor. Except for the emperor's permission, no one can enter. I have a total of 6 emperor's power here, which can allow each of you to enter and exit the Dark Kingdom once. Everyone only has one chance to enter and exit, so don't waste it. Zhenwu Great Emperor put his power into a total of 6 golden thumb-sized balls. Long Chen also got 2 balls. Chapter 1491. In fact, Long Chen knew that even though the third Nirvana Tribulation warriors had a high status, there were still factions among them. For example, the Hall Master of Cambrian Temple was definitely a loyal follower of Yi Futu. Therefore, he would not give Long Chen a high score. Fairness was a relative thing. Absolute fairness could never be found. From the eyes of the 20 people, Long Chen could roughly guess that at least 1/3 of them were under Yi Futu's control. Those loyal to Lin Junyao and Wen Shi were relatively few, and the other half were in a state of disengagement. Perhaps they really believed in fairness. The only thing Long Chen hoped for was that they could give him a fair score. Of course, it was not that easy to please these stubborn old fools, unless he performed perfectly and truly convinced them. This was very difficult. These warriors sat high up and looked down at Long Chen and the other 2 with cold eyes. As for the Hall Master of Cambrian Temple, his eyes were full of disdain and disdain. 45 points difference. After Lin Junyao gave the order, the 20 strongest warriors began to chat. The Hall Master of Cambrian Temple gathered a few warriors of the same level and status and said with a smile, 45 points difference. In fact, there is no need to compare the second and third rounds. Why is there such a huge gap? The eyes of the hundreds of second Nirvana Tribulation warriors are very sharp. In the past, even if there was only a gap of about 10 points in the first round, the candidate would undoubtedly become the Holy Martial Emperor. I remember that the previous Holy Martial Emperor only had a dozen more points in the first round, but the gap kept getting bigger and bigger. In the end, he beat the second place by more than 50 points. Of course, the eyes of hundreds of elites are not bad. However, the rules of the ancient inheritance cannot be abolished. The second and third rounds must be compared. The Hall Master of Cambrian Temple chuckled. Yes, even if it's embarrassing, it should be done to the end. Otherwise, how will some people know how ridiculous they are? Regarding the matter of Fu Hai, he would definitely take it to heart. The eagle-like old man glanced at Long Chen coldly as he spoke. Long Chen would not be intimidated by him. He understood that he had lost the initiative, but he would see what would happen next on the battlefield. Move out, Lin Junyao ordered. Without anyone to escort them, Long Chen and the other 2 had to rely on themselves. After bidding farewell to the experts, little martial god Yang Chen took the lead and left Long Chen and Feng Zhilin's sight. Long Chen walked out of the Dragon Dance Hall and watched Yang Chen leave with narrowed eyes. Yang Chen's sobriety put a lot of pressure on him. Let's go together. We'll split up when the time comes. Feng Zhilin stood beside Long Chen. They looked like a perfect match. Long Chen nodded. The 2 of them left the Dragon Dance Hall under the watchful eyes of the 20 experts. They descended from the true Martial Emperor Road and quickly landed on the ground on the first floor. Time waits for no one. Yang Chen had already gone ahead of them. Of course, they couldn't be slow. Amidst the crowd's cheers, They quickly left the martial god palace. Looking back, the 5 elements Haotian pagoda gradually disappeared under their eyes. In front of them were the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns with flashing lightning and coiling golden dragons piercing through the clouds. They were incomparably heavy and full of power. Both of them stopped here. Feng Zhilin looked at the magnificent 99 golden demon imprisonment columns and said coldly, "Just this Dao artifact with 8 Dao patterns is enough to make people go crazy." "You really want it?" Long Chen asked. "Of course. Otherwise, do you think I'll give it to you?" Feng Zhilin looked at him in annoyance. Then, she sped up and turned into a gust of wind, rushing out of the 3000 palace. With her current speed in the Nirvana Tribulation realm, only the first Supreme Elder could be on par with her in the entire 3000 palace. The people in the 3000 palace couldn't see her at all, let alone cause a commotion. Long Chen followed her quietly and left the Imperial Star. The transportation formation to Emperor East's palace was just outside the sacred martial palace. Yang Chen had already gone to Emperor East's palace through the transportation formation, while Feng Zhilin and Long Chen had just arrived. Long Chen had a deep memory of Emperor East's palace. When he first came to the true martial imperial domain, it was in the serene Hell Mansion controlled by Emperor East's palace. At that time, he met the beautiful city lord Yi Xian and her brother Yi Xian. However, because of the Godslayer's inheritance, Long Chen temporarily separated from them. Long Chen also remembered that because of the Godslayer's inheritance, he offended Chu Tiange, who ranked 10th on the emperor list of Emperor East's palace, and had a fierce battle with him. In the end, Lingxi came. In order to meet Lingxi, Long Chen sacrificed 3 times and killed her. Thinking of all these things, it seemed like it was yesterday. In reality, it had only been 2 years or so. Long Chen didn't feel sad. He had experienced too many things in the past 2 years, and his experience was much richer than in the Myriad Kingdom domain. Unconsciously, he found that he was actually quite old inside. If Lingxi hadn't come to find him, he would probably still be in Emperor East's palace. Or he would secretly go to Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Anyway, it wouldn't be like this. Back then, under the pressure of Chu Tiange, who was at the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm, he was in a precarious situation and almost died. In the blink of an eye, he had become a giant that controlled the true martial imperial domain, and one of the 3 candidates for Saint Martial Emperor in true martial imperial palace. His strength had even surpassed that of the palace lord of Emperor East's palace. According to the secular world, Emperor East's palace was only equivalent to a super palace in the main river of the Divine Palace. "Why do you miss the past?" Feng Zhilin glanced at him and said in a somewhat sarcastic tone. "Let's go." Long Chen was just thinking about everything in the serene Hell Mansion, and that was all. He didn't really miss it. Feng Zhilin stopped and said, "Long Chen, have you thought about one thing?" Seeing that she was serious, Long Chen asked, "What is it?" She continued to speak in a mocking tone. Hee, isn't your legendary feats all because of that woman from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace? This matter has spread like wildfire. I couldn't tell that you're a heartless person, but you're actually a sentimental person. This is truly an eye-opener." Although she tried to speak in a casual tone, Long Chen could still hear a hint of jealousy in her voice. To be honest, Feng Zhilin had changed too much over the years. She was like a completely different person compared to when she was still in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. The little sparrow of the past had now grown into a phoenix. No matter in what aspect, she was the object of every man's desire. Even an old man like Fu Hai had fallen head over heels for her. From this, one could see how charming she was. Only Long Chen acted as if he didn't see any of this. He ignored Feng Zhilin's mockery and said, "That's what you wanted to ask." Feng Zhilin hurriedly corrected herself, "That's not it. I just wanted to ask you, when do you want to go back to the Myriad Kingdom's domain? After all, that is our home. We come from the same place, and we are people from the same place." She spoke very seriously. This was a question that Long Chen hadn't thought about. Indeed, there were many people there who treated him well. It was just that he had risen too quickly and was no longer on the same level as them. "When I go to Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, I might need to do something important." He couldn't tell Feng Zhilin about this important matter for now. It was the matter of the city lord of the wronged. If this wish could be fulfilled, perhaps Long Chen would choose to go back to the Myriad Kingdom's domain and take a look at his home, the place where he had spent time with Lingxi. Sword Spirit Emperor Palace.
I have to say, I suddenly feel that there is something else in your life besides ridiculous love and women, Feng Zhilin said coldly. Feng Zhilin said coldly, seemingly dissatisfied with Long Chen's answer. She said, perhaps after this matter with the sacred martial emperor is over, I will choose to return to the myriad kingdom's domain. Of course, that is if I am not chosen.
It seems that a busy person like you has no time to accompany me.
Forget it then. After saying this, she took the lead and walked into the yin and yang teleportation formation. Long Chen followed her. He wanted to say something, but decided against it. Anyway, he wouldn't go back to the myriad kingdom's domain for the time being. He had more important things to do. After traveling in the yin and yang teleportation formation for a long time, they finally reached their destination, Emperor East's palace. This was a huge golden city. Of course, it wasn't as big as the 9 cities of the 9-star Chaos City, but it wasn't small either. Emperor East's palace, which controlled the eastern region of the imperial domain, was in this city. Returning here again, Long Chen found that the emperor's spiritual qi here was very low. The Zhenwu imperial domain was so big, but in fact, only 1/5 of the imperial domain could be called an imperial domain. The eastern imperial domain, the western imperial domain, and the other imperial domains were nothing compared to the imperial domain in the middle. This was also the reason why the strength of Emperor East's palace could only be compared to that of the 3,000 halls.
Last time, he and Lingxi came here, but they didn't have the chance to show up.
After Long Chen steadied himself, he carefully looked around. Feng Zhilin, without saying a word, had already soared into the sky, ready to go with Long Chen to the entrance of the Dark Kingdom. There were many disciples of Emperor East's palace around, checking the identity of the visitors. Long Chen and Feng Zhilin had long looked down on Emperor East's palace, and they didn't want to check.
The two were leaving here. Suddenly, Long Chen found a leader among the group of inspectors.
This leader was at the 7th level of the divine martial realm. She was an arrogant girl in red clothes, holding a red whip in her hand, showing off and interrogating passers-by. Long Chen carefully recalled this person, and after thinking for a long time, it occurred to him that this person seemed to be Chu Tiange's junior sister, Su Xiaodai.
Chapter 1492.
Su Xiaodai was very angry. She had made a mistake recently and was punished by her master to come here to check the identity of passers-by. Of course, it was just an idle job. She didn't need to do anything and only needed to keep an eye on them. However, she was angry, so she vented her anger on the passers-by. Several passers-by were tortured by Su Xiaodai because they didn't know what to do. Some of them angered her and were killed on the spot. This was the transmission formation of Emperor Dong's palace. Generally, people who came here were from the 108 prefectures of the Eastern Imperial Domain, and Emperor Dong's palace was the ruler of the 108 prefectures. Su Xiaodai had a strong background and a bad temper, which made people tremble with fear. Those who had heard of her name didn't dare to provoke her, especially when her strength had soared recently. She had reached the 7th level of the divine martial realm and ranked 10th on the talent list. That was the name of Chu Tiange. Few warriors from the imperial domain visited Emperor Dong's palace. Just a moment ago, a mysterious guy had just appeared from the Qian Kuan transmission array and disappeared in an instant. Looking at his young appearance, with his speed as a martial artist, his talent should be higher than hers. Suddenly seeing a martial artist who was even more powerful than her and actually ignored her, she felt annoyed and moved personally to make things difficult for those pitiful passers-by. Once someone didn't treat her well, they would be beaten up. At this time, Long Chen and Feng Zhilin arrived. The two young people both restrained their aura to hide their nirvana power. In the eyes of Su Xiaodai and others, they looked like ordinary warriors, so they didn't attract anyone's attention. Feng Zhilin was about to leave as quickly as Yang Chen did, but Long Chen suddenly saw Su Xiaodai and was stunned. In the beginning, this woman and he had a big conflict, but in the end, Chu Tiange, whom she was obsessed with, died in the hands of Long Chen. In the past 2 years, she had made rapid progress and reached the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm. She was proud and arrogant, but she didn't know what level Long Chen had reached. Many people came to the universe transmitting formation. Basically, if they were not above the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm, they had to be checked. Su Xiaodai happened to be next to Long Chen. When Long Chen and Feng Zhilin came out, she subconsciously looked at them. Seeing a young man and a young woman, she said impatiently, "What are you doing? Get out." Feng Zhilin's temper was even worse. Seeing someone yelling at her, she wanted to slap him, but Long Chen grabbed her arm just in time. Long Chen didn't have any feelings for Su Xiaodai. She used to be high up in the sky, but now she was just an ant under his feet. He didn't want to bother with her at all. He grabbed Feng Jilin and prepared to leave. At this moment, Su Xiaodai looked at him carefully. Although Long Chen had changed a lot in the past 2 years, Su Xiaodai would never be able to forget his appearance even in her dreams. This was because he had once brought her nightmares. The man she had worshipped since she was young had died at Long Chen's hands. Although her love for Chu Tiange had disappeared in the past 2 years, when she saw Long Chen's face, Su Xiaodai was stunned for a moment, and then she was filled with anger. She really didn't expect that she would meet Long Chen here today. Without saying anything, she walked toward them step by step. Her eyes gradually became cold, and a murderous aura spread out from her, diffusing to the surroundings. Everyone felt the movement and stepped back, not daring to interfere with Su Xiaodai's affairs. Long Chen knew that she had recognized him. Seeing that Long Chen didn't let her fight, Feng Jilin sneered and said, "Is she your woman again?" "No, let's go." Long Chen didn't want to deal with a small potato like Su Xiaodai, and he didn't have time to deal with her. When he was about to leave with Feng Jilin, Su Xiaodai stood in front of him and looked at Long Chen from head to toe with disdain. She gritted her teeth and growled in a low voice, "Long Chen, I haven't seen you for 2 years, and you are still alive." She was on the verge of going crazy. Her expression was sinister as she began to roar, "You're really unlucky to meet me here today. You killed Big Brother Chu Tiange and got away with it for 2 years, disappearing without a trace. Did you think you could escape our pursuit? Heaven's net has long arms, but nothing escapes it. You actually came back, and I found you again. This time, I'll definitely make you die miserably." Thinking of Chu Tiange, she was burning with flames all over her body. She couldn't help but attack. With the strength of the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm, she controlled the blood-red long whip, which was like a poisonous snake, swinging toward Long Chen's face. In the blink of an eye, the red whip was in front of Long Chen. Long Chen understood that the upper echelon of the martial god palace was watching his every word and action through the copper mirror. The most important thing this time was to complete the mission. It was not good to cause more trouble. Hence, he did not say anything else. He grabbed the other party's whip and swung it hard. The scarlet whip landed on Su Xiaodai's face. Instantly, a scarlet scar appeared on her face. Su Xiaodai screamed, and her face was almost disfigured. The power of the red whip directly sent her flying. Enduring this shocking pain, Su Xiaodai was most surprised by the strength of Long Chen. At first, she didn't see anything special about Long Chen, but now, he actually improved again. Su Xiaodai thought that after she reached the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm, Long Chen would be no match for her. Long Chen was stronger than her, and he trampled on her like this, which made Su Xiaodai very angry. She got up angrily, and was about to ask someone to summon the experts of the Emperor Dong's palace, especially her master, to kill Long Chen. At this moment, she saw Long Chen and Feng Jilin trying to escape, so she immediately shouted, "Long Chen, do you think you can just leave like this? It's a coincidence that your master Yi Xian is a guest in the Emperor Dong's palace." It was these words that made Long Chen stop in his tracks. Yi Xian. This gentle and virtuous woman in a purple gauze dress used to be a great help to Long Chen. After Long Chen came to the serene Hell Mansion, he probably got along well because he got to know this beautiful city lord. Since the incident of the inheritance of the killing god, Yi Xian and Long Chen fled separately, and Long Chen once rescued her. Later, when Lingxi came, the sister and brother left without saying goodbye, and Long Chen never saw them again. Although Long Chen now had super high strength and status, he didn't forget those who had helped him, Yi Xian and her brother, and the dragons of the Myriad Kingdom territory, and so on. Because of the inheritance of the killing god, the Yuan Emperor of the Emperor Dong's palace and Long Chen became enemies, and Su Xiaodai also didn't like Yi Xian. If Yi Xian was in the Emperor Dong's palace, on the one hand, it was an urgent task, and on the other hand, it was an old friend he once respected. How to make a decision became the first test of this task for Long Chen. He quickly made a decision, stayed where he was, and said to Feng Jilin, "You go first, I have something to deal with." Feng Jilin looked at him with a hopeless look, and coldly said, "Idiot, you have lost by 45 points. If you waste any more time, you will be finished." Long Chen understood this, but he had to go to the Emperor Dong's palace to have a look.
It won't take long, said Long Chen. Then I won't accompany you. Goodbye. Feng Jilin was helpless to him. She was best at speed. Under the crowd's gaze, she turned into a gust of wind and disappeared quickly. Such a fast speed reminded Su Xiaodai of Yang Chen who had just left. Could it be that the three of them had some kind of connection? What was the identity of Long Chen now? When she was thinking about this, Long Chen was already standing in front of her. He reached out his hand and strangled her neck, making it hard for her to breathe, and lifted her petite but curvy body. Long Chen's eyes were cold, and he said, "If you lie to me, I will kill you on the spot. Do you believe me?" At that moment, Su Xiaodai felt a kind of fear from the bottom of her heart. She had a hunch that this Long Chen was definitely stronger than her. Oh no, he might have reached the 8th level of the divine martial realm. Thinking of this, she almost suffocated. In a hurry, she hurriedly said, "I am absolutely telling the truth. She is in the Emperor Dong's palace. If you have the guts, go and save her. Don't run away by yourself. Lead the way." Long Chen fiercely threw her to the ground. Su Xiaodai wanted to fight back, but Long Chen slapped her face and she fell to the ground again. After vomiting 2 mouthfuls of blood, Su Xiaodai finally gave up. She knew that she was no match for Long Chen, so she could only use a trick to kill him. Thinking of this, she hurriedly stepped back and said, "I can take you to her." How could Long Chen not know her little trick? The people around them were all minions, so they didn't dare to come forward. Without saying a word, Long Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed Su Xiaodia's clothes. He took her and flew from the sky toward the center of the Emperor Dong's palace. Someone dared to make trouble in the territory of the Emperor Dong's palace. For a moment, the Emperor Dong's palace was boiling. Many people saw Long Chen holding Su Xiaodai hostage, and many disciples of the Emperor Dong's palace came to help. But without exception, no matter who it was, as long as Long Chen slightly attacked, they were all beaten half to death. Su Xiaodai was more and more shocked by Long Chen's strength. She kept quiet out of fear and couldn't help but ask, "Long Chen, what realm are you in now?" "The 8th level of the God Martial Arts realm." "Do you believe it?" Long Chen looked at her with a faint smile. She hadn't made any progress at all, but in 2 years, he had become a different person. What a terrifying speed of improvement. Su Xiaodai sincerely praised, but she also felt relieved. Long Chen was only at the 8th level of the God Martial Arts realm, but he dared to take her to the Emperor Dong's palace. He was really courting death. They arrived at the center of the Emperor Dong's palace in a short while. Long Chen used his divine awareness to scan the entire Emperor Dong's palace, but he didn't find Yi Xian. He knew he was fooled, so he said to Su Xiaodai coldly, "You lied to me. I will kill people." Su Xiaodai was shocked and said, No, Yi Xian is in the Divine Kingdom." Chapter 1493. If it was a divine kingdom, it was normal that he couldn't detect it. "She is in my master's divine kingdom. I will take you to her now," Su Xiaodai said in a panic. Long Chen was powerful. Although he knew that she was playing tricks and wanted the venerable Yuan Emperor to deal with him, Long Chen's fighting capacity had reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm, so he didn't care about anything. He asked directly, "Your master is in that direction." Su Xiaodai pointed in a direction, trembling. Long Chen didn't say anything. He had already seen a warrior at the late stage of the divine martial arts realm in that direction. He directly grabbed Su Xiaodia's clothes and sped up. In just a few breaths, he had already rushed into the Emperor Dong's palace. With his speed, he caused a huge commotion. "Who are you? How dare you break into the Emperor Dong's palace?" As soon as the gatekeeper shouted, Long Chen disappeared. The warrior was shocked. Seeing that Su Xiaodai was kidnapped by Long Chen, he realized the seriousness of the situation and hurriedly rang the giant bell at the gate. For a moment, the rapid ringing of the giant bell echoed throughout the Emperor Dong's palace. Those warriors who were cultivating in the Emperor Dong's palace woke up one after another. One by one, the warriors woke up from their cultivation. Someone broke into the Emperor Dong's palace. He kidnapped Su Xiaodai. Just who is it that dares to be so arrogant? Let's see if we don't kill this thief. Hurry up. Go and inform the venerables. For a moment, the whole Emperor Dong's palace was boiling. The Emperor Dong's palace was located in a remote place. To be honest, not many people came here all year round, so it was difficult for something big to happen. However, Long Chen quickly took Su Xiaodai and broke through to the venerable Yuan Emperor at an amazing speed. The venerable Yuan Emperor was cultivating in the secret chamber, cultivating the Nirvana Golden Wheel. Hearing the urgent crowd, he hurriedly came out of his cultivation. As soon as he came out, he saw a young man throwing his favorite female disciple to the ground and saying to him seriously, "Open the divine kingdom." The venerable Yuan Emperor was stunned for a while. He helped Su Xiaodai up, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Su Xiaodai was overjoyed to be saved. She quickly hid behind the venerable Yuan Emperor and screamed, "Master, have you forgotten? He is the one who killed brother Chu Tiange." The venerable Yuan Emperor immediately remembered. Of course, the most terrifying person was the white-clothed girl. He first used his divine sense to explore, but he did not find her. "Master, don't be careless. I heard that he has reached the 8th level of the God realm." Su Xiaodai retreated far away and stared at Long Chen with a vengeful gaze. The corners of her mouth were full of a sneer. Although Long Chen's strength was progressing very quickly, his brain wasn't working well. He had fallen into Long Chen's trap so easily today. With the help of a venerable Yuan Emperor at the late stage of the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm, Long Chen would definitely die. Long Chen can't be bothered to talk nonsense with these guys. Seeing that the whole Emperor Dong's palace is boiling and all the experts are approaching, he doesn't want to waste time, so he directly attacked the venerable Yuan Emperor. The venerable Yuan Emperor's eyes widened, and a golden light burst out from his eyes. He suddenly attacked, and the power of the world swept in his hand. The hatred of killing his disciple was also irreconcilable, not to mention Chu Tiange, whom the venerable Yuan Emperor had painstakingly cultivated. Anger and hatred made him lose his mind. "Bastard, it's time for you to die." With great anger, the venerable Yuan Emperor displayed his strongest technique, intending to kill Long Chen immediately. In the distance, Su Xiaodai smiled gloatingly. Seeing the venerable Yuan Emperor's killing intent coming, there was no fear in Long Chen's eyes. The level of this attack was too low. Long Chen simply stayed still and let the opponent attack. The golden palm landed on Long Chen's chest. It was a solid hit, causing a muffled sound. Su Xiaodia's face was filled with tears of joy, as if she had finally gotten her revenge. But the next moment, her face was completely stiff, because she saw that the venerable Yuan Emperor who hit Long Chen let out a scream. In an instant, the power of the world was in chaos, and the recoil broke his internal organs and injured him. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the recoil made him fall back even faster. However, when he fell back, Long Chen grabbed his arm at a speed invisible to the naked eye, threw him to the ground and stepped on him. The venerable Yuan Emperor couldn't move at all. As long as Long Chen exerted a little force, his head would be crushed. All of this happened in an instant. The venerable Yuan Emperor, who was at the 8th level of the God martial arts realm, hit Long Chen with one move, but Long Chen was not hurt at all, and he was almost killed by the recoil. If this were to spread, no one in the Eastern Imperial region would believe it. But the truth was right in front of her eyes. Su Xiaodia's entire body was powerless, and she softly fell to the ground. Her eyes were wide open, and her face was deathly pale. She blankly looked at Long Chen with a lifeless expression, as if she was already a dead person. She really didn't expect that Long Chen could be so strong. He was not human at all. She even thought that she was dreaming. It must be a dream for her to see such a surreal illusion. With the strength of Long Chen, did there really exist such a level of expert in the world? At this moment, almost all the experts of Emperor Dong's palace had arrived. They gathered together and saw this shocking scene. Long Chen didn't take these people seriously at all. He lowered his head and asked, "Die or open the divine kingdom. Make your choice. You should know that if I kill you, I can still open your divine kingdom." The venerable Yuan Emperor was in a state of collapse. He was in a daze, and only the burning pain told him that this was reality. However, he still trusted himself too much, and trusted the other experts of Emperor Dong's palace too much. So he shouted, "Brothers, help me kill this guy. He is the enemy of Emperor Dong's palace." Long Chen was speechless. He didn't want to kill him, but the other party was courting death. Although his current behavior might be criticized by those in the Dragon Dance Hall, and they might even think that Long Chen killed the innocent, Long Chen didn't do anything wrong. He just killed the enemy for the people close to him. So, he attacked without mercy. The Lingxi sword easily took the life of the venerable Yuan Emperor. All the warriors of Emperor Dong's palace looked at the pen name of the venerable Yuan Emperor. Su Xiaodai fell into an even more confused state, and her whole body lost its spirit. She couldn't accept it. She brought Long Chen back for her master to kill, but the master she had admired for countless years couldn't even take one move from Long Chen. She stood up numbly and stared at Long Chen with her bloodshot eyes. Long Chen checked the divine kingdom of the venerable Yuan Emperor and found that Yi Xian was not there. He knew that he had been tricked. He looked at Su Xiaodai angrily and said coldly, "I said if you lie to me, I will kill you." His cold eyes made Su Xiaodai take a step back in shock. At this moment, all the warriors of the 8th LV of the divine martial arts realm rushed down and surrounded Long Chen. Some of them took Su Xiaodai away first. An old warrior roared angrily, "Boy, tell us who you are. Today you killed the venerable Yuan Emperor of Emperor Dong's palace, and you can't escape. I advise you to surrender and wait for our palace master to deal with you. Otherwise you will die miserably." Long Chen didn't care about this kind of childish threat. Today, he was tricked by a little girl and wasted his time, which made him a little angry. He didn't want to have a conflict with others. He was about to leave and teach Su Xiaodai a lesson next time. At this moment Su Xiaodai seemed to be scared and murmured, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. Yi Xian was taken away by Marquis Zhang. It has nothing to do with me. Don't kill me." Marquis Zhang was obviously not the same person as the venerable Yuan Emperor. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Su Xiaodai to lie. That was to say, Yi Xian was really in Emperor Dong's palace and was in the hands of a man called Marquis Zhang. Long Chen noticed some subtle changes. When Su Xiaodai mentioned Marquis Zhang, the people who surrounded him subconsciously looked at a young man at the late LV of the divine martial arts realm. In a place like Emperor Dong's palace, a person who could reach the 8th LV of the divine martial arts realm before the age of 1000 was undoubtedly a top-notch genius. When his name was mentioned, the young man called Marquis Zhang also panicked for a moment. Long Chen obviously knew that Yi Xian was in his hands. He ignored everyone and focused his eyes on the young man. "Give her to me," Long Chen said indifferently. In fact, he was hiding his anger. To be honest, if it weren't for someone watching him, he probably couldn't help but start a killing spree. The look in Long Chen's eyes now had an amazing pressure without even making a move. The young man called Marquis Zhang took a step back in fear and said coldly, "What, Yi Xian? Don't listen to Su Xiaodie's nonsense. I don't know her at all. Open your divine kingdom." In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had already passed the crowd and appeared in front of him. Their gazes met, and Long Chen stretched out his hand. His speed was so fast that his opponent had no way to evade. The #1 ranker on the Heaven and Earth rankings was actually grabbed by the neck by Long Chen. His face turned as red as a pig's liver. "Do it!" Everyone was shocked and immediately attacked. The battle was about to start. At this moment, a warrior in a golden robe appeared and his body was shining with golden light. He roared, "All of you stop." This elder was filled with endless majesty. He had actually passed the Nirvana tribulation and was a warrior in the early stage of the first Nirvana tribulation. Long Chen remembered that it was not easy to pass the Nirvana tribulation in a place like the Eastern Royal Domain. Obviously, this guy should be the lord of Emperor Dong's palace. The elder in the golden robe was not angry, but he was imposing. He stared at Long Chen and roared, "Let him go." Obviously, this man called Marquis Zhang had a very high status in Emperor Dong's palace. He should be the disciple of the lord of Emperor Dong's palace. But Long Chen didn't take them seriously at all. The only people he was afraid of were the commentators in the Dragon Dance Hall. Long Chen was annoyed. Even if those people wanted to talk so much, he couldn't do anything about it. "Greetings, Palace Lord." As expected, everyone looked at the elder with respect, as if they had seen their savior. With his appearance they could rest easy. Chapter 1494. Long Chen turned a deaf ear to the power of a warrior in the Nirvana tribulation realm, which made the Lord of Eastern Emperor Palace very angry. He opened his arms, and the golden power of the world flowed on his body. He walked toward Long Chen step by step, and a terrible pressure came from his body. The other warriors retreated to Su Xiaodie's side, watching Long Chen being suppressed by the elder in the golden robe, gloating. "I said let him go." The Lord of Eastern Emperor Palace was not angry, and he stared at Long Chen. A murderous aura burst from the elder. Or else. Long Chen laughed. Or else you can go to hell. The Lord of Eastern Emperor Palace was furious. The golden power of Nirvana condensed into a giant metal fist, and he punched at Long Chen. The Lord of Eastern Emperor Palace cultivated the way of metal. However, no matter what the power of Nirvana was, he was a legendary figure in the eyes of other people in the Eastern Emperor Palace, but in the eyes of Long Chen, he was a pile of shit. In the face of the golden fist, Long Chen took his time. The god-slaying sword appeared in his hand, and he suddenly waved it. A grey sword chi rushed out, whistling continuously, and in an instant, the golden fist of the Lord of Eastern Emperor Palace was cut in half. No! The Lord of Eastern Emperor Palace seemed to see the most impossible thing in the world. At that moment, he saw the surging power of the world in Long Chen's body. Then, the grey sword chi broke through all his defenses, and in a nightmarish manner, it cut off his right arm. A bloody arm flew into the sky. Except for the Lord of Eastern Emperor Palace's scream, the scene became silent. The scene was too horrible. Su Xiaodai had heard that the great Lord of Eastern Emperor Palace had surpassed all the predecessors, and had successfully passed the first Nirvana tribulation. He had become a legendary expert in the Nirvana tribulation realm, and dominated the entire Eastern Imperial domain. How awe-inspiring and majestic was that! Except for the mysterious and powerful Zhenwu Imperial Palace, no one else could be a match for the Lord of Eastern Emperor Palace. But now, a little guy who was weaker than her back then had appeared in front of her again and easily defeated her. It was still considered normal. Killing the venerable Yuan Emperor so casually had already challenged Su Xiaodie's limits. But the most frightening thing was that he had used only one sword strike to cut off the arm of the mythical existence. Not only Su Xiaodai, but everyone seemed to be in a dream. Their mouths were wide open, and their legs were shaking as they looked at the young man who had suddenly appeared. Long Chen was absolutely dominant. He held Marquis Zhang in one hand and held the god-slaying sword in the other. He instantly moved and appeared in front of the Lord of Emperor Dong's palace. His god-slaying sword was placed on the Lord of Emperor Dong's shoulder at a speed that the Lord of Emperor Dong could not match. Long Chen looked at him coldly and said, "Don't provoke me, or I will massacre the entire Emperor Dong's palace. You are not a fool. You naturally know the gap between us." His words almost made the Lord of Eastern Emperor Palace collapse to the ground. Everyone could clearly see that the Lord of Eastern Emperor Palace's eyes were filled with horror, and his legs were shaking like everyone else's. Seeing this scene, everyone finally understood what kind of existence the Emperor Palace East had provoked today. They looked at Zhang Wangho and Su Xiaodai with complicated expressions. All of this was caused by them. What on earth had happened to them to provoke such super geniuses? The smarter ones among them knew that if Long Chen belonged to the Zhenwu Imperial Palace, then he could only be from one place. May I ask if you are from the Martial God Palace?" The Lord of Eastern Emperor Palace had completely given up resisting and asked in a trembling voice. He knew about the Zhenwu Imperial Palace and knew that with Long Chen's strength, it was impossible for him to appear in the 3,000 palaces. He must be from the Martial God Palace. Long Chen nodded and said, "Mind your own business." Then he stared at Zhang Wangho and said, "Do you want me to kill you, or do you want to open the Divine Kingdom yourself?" Zhang Wangho trembled all over, and his face was pale. He looked at Long Chen in horror. "Open the Divine Kingdom," the Lord of Eastern Emperor Palace said in a trembling voice. Zhang Wangho's face turned even paler. He had no choice but to open the Divine Kingdom. Long Chen glanced inside and saw that there was a crystal coffin inside. Inside the crystal coffin lay a gentle woman. At that moment, Long Chen's anger was indescribable. Zhang Wangho hurriedly knelt on the ground and cried, "Forgive me, please forgive me. I didn't do anything to her. I just wanted her to follow me. I didn't expect her to use the soul-scattering technique. I really liked her. Otherwise, I wouldn't have kept her body." It was the soul-scattering technique again. Long Chen thought of Jiang Cha and Lu Junyue. He could not control his anger. Although he had a way to help Yi Xian recover, he hated men who forced women. In a situation where he had absolute power, Long Chen showed no mercy and kicked Zhang Wangho's forehead. A body flew into the sky and fell outside of Emperor Dong's palace. Long Chen held the crystal coffin in his hand and put it in his divine kingdom. He checked Yi Xian's situation. The soul-scattering technique had not been used for long, so she could still be saved. It would not take long. Yi Xian could recover and be fine. But the anger in Long Chen's heart. Today, he had killed 2 people in total. Zhang Wangho was the only one involved in this matter. Long Chen had already killed him in public. Although he still wanted to kill, he had to endure it. Killing was something that needed to be controlled. Except for Zhang Wangho, the others were not guilty. Thump. The Lord of Emperor Dong's palace knelt on the ground when he saw this scene. The others were stunned. They followed Lord of Emperor Dong's palace and knelt on the ground. Only Su Xiaodai looked at Long Chen in shock. She seemed to have lost the strength to think. Zhang Wangho made a big mistake, but it has nothing to do with the others in Emperor Dong's palace. Emperor Dong's palace was specially set up by Zhenwu Imperial Palace to govern the Eastern Royal Domain. It is under the command of Martial God Palace's Cold Martial Hall. I hope you can forgive them for this. Lord of Emperor Dong's palace pleaded. In fact, Long Chen did not care about the others at all. Get out of the way, he said impatiently. Then on the spot, he gave the immortal essence that Jiang Cha had used on Yi Xian. Seeing the fairy soul, Lord of Emperor Dong's palace did not dare to say a word. A person who could take out a fairy soul so casually must have a very high status in Martial God Palace. He knew something about Martial God Palace. Recently, 2 warriors took advantage of the Emperor's spiritual tide to enter the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Long Chen must be one of them. Also, he knew another very terrible thing. Palace Lord, this young man's status in Martial God Palace is. Another warrior, whose strength was second only to Lord of Emperor Dong's palace, asked. Lord of Emperor Dong's palace felt suffocated and said, "It is said that the sacred martial emperor is going to be selected. I think he should be one of the 3 candidates. If he succeeds, he may be the future Zhenwu Great Emperor. Even if he fails, he is still someone we can look up to. He is the most outstanding genius in this world." He looked at Long Chen with infinite admiration. His words made everyone in Emperor Dong's palace feel suffocated. Future Zhenwu Great Emperor. Su Xiaodai felt as if fate had played a joke on her. She remembered that Long Chen had wanted to leave as soon as possible, but she had stopped him. She had wanted to kill him for revenge, which had led to so many problems. She had been caught in a trap of her own making. 3 candidates. The 3 who appeared today should be the 3 candidates. Su Xiaodai never knew that there was such a terrifying gap between her and Long Chen. She felt like she was dreaming. She sat on the ground and looked at the young man who was saving Yi Xian in a daze. 2 years ago, the 2 of them were still on the same starting line. In these 2 years, Su Xiaodai thought that she had made rapid progress and was often praised by the venerable Yuan Emperor. But compared to Long Chen, all of this was so ridiculous. A guy who was inferior to her at that time could become the Zhenwu Great Emperor in a few years and rule billions of people. Su Xiaodai seemed to see the birth of a real legend. She had experienced it herself. Being able to save Yi Xian, for Long Chen, no matter what the result was, he felt it was worth it. He was actually very grateful to Su Xiaodai. If it wasn't for her, this kind woman would have left him forever. Long Chen was very attentive. He spent a day or 2 taking care of Yi Xian. Feng Jilin and Yang Chen had already started their tasks, but he was still taking care of Yi Xian. When Yi Xian woke up in a daze, she saw Long Chen at first glance. She saw everything in Emperor Dong's palace, and she saw everyone looking at Long Chen with awe. She was still very weak and couldn't even speak. Seeing that she had recovered, Long Chen finally felt better. He said softly, "Take a rest first. I will help you refine the medicine in your body. Don't ask me any questions, understand?" "Okay." Yi Xian nodded peacefully. She was more mature and insightful, not as stubborn as Su Xiaodai. Just seeing the legendary Lord of Emperor Dong's palace looking at Long Chen with awe, she already understood a lot. There was a large amount of medicine on Long Chen's body, which was poured into her body. She quickly recuperated, and even her physique was much better than before. During this day, Long Chen slowly told her what had happened. Although it was unbelievable, Yi Xian had long known that Long Chen was a young man who constantly created miracles. Although it was unexpected that he could achieve what he did today, it was still reasonable. It was inevitable to be surprised and shocked. But Yi Xian was even more proud. After all, Long Chen used to call her master, although he quickly changed it. Chapter 1495.
the lord of Emperor Dong's palace was reduced to an escort. If it wasn't Long Chen who said this, others would think that the speaker was ignorant. The lord of Emperor Dong's palace was the ruler of the 108 prefectures in the Eastern Royal Domain. Such a top figure never appeared in the eyes of the secular world. But now, after hearing what Long Chen said, he quickly agreed and said, "Okay, I will complete the task." Long Chen asked Yi Xian about her brother's location, and then told the lord that it was time to end things here. "I have something important to do and it is very dangerous, so I can't take you there. You and Yi Xian go to the imperial palace first. I will go back and have a good talk with you after I finish my task." Long Chen's attitude toward Yi Xian had always been very respectful. Yi Xian nodded blankly. Although she had a calm personality, the shock that Long Chen had given her was too great. In 2 years, he had grown to a level that even the lord of Emperor Dong's palace had to look up to. Long Chen faced the lord of Emperor Dong's palace and said coldly, "You know my temper. If anything happens, not only you, but the entire Emperor Dong's palace will not be able to escape." The lord of Emperor Dong's palace really wanted to cry. What accident could happen? Of course, he dared not have any evil thoughts. Yi Xian was a person who could possibly become Zhenwu Great Emperor. He wanted to worship him, so there would be no mistake. "Don't worry, I will complete the task." The lord of Emperor Dong's palace promised. There was not much time left. Feng Jilin and the others had already started the task. Long Chen said goodbye to Yi Xian again. Then, under the awe of the crowd, he soared into the sky and disappeared in front of everyone. Until Long Chen's figure completely disappeared, the crowd looked at each other and finally breathed easy. In the distance, Su Xiaodai was lost. She returned to her room and fell on the bed in a daze. In her mind, Long Chen, who was struggling under Chu Tiange's super strength, suddenly appeared. In the Dragon Dance Hall, 20 warriors above the third Nirvana tribulation were engaged in a heated discussion. Among the 3 mirrors, the young martial god had entered a dark world and was lurking next to a gloomy ancient tribe. Feng Jilin had also arrived at her destination. Only Long Chen had just flown into the sky from Emperor Dong's palace. Under someone's suggestion, the most noisy one was the leader of the Hanwu Temple. They were all arguing about what Long Chen had just done. Basically, they were divided into 3 factions. One faction supported the leader of the Hanwu Temple, one faction opposed it, and the last faction did not speak. The leader of the Hanwu Temple glared at them and said, "Tell me the truth. What is the task this time?" "The Dark Kingdom, the statue of the goddess, and what is Long Chen doing?" "He is a person who can delay important things because of his personal grudges. He is a person who kills his own people for his own selfishness. He is cold-blooded and cruel. First of all, such a person has an extremely bad view of good and evil, and he is even more irresponsible. I think he is the most unsuitable person for the Holy Martial Emperor." What the leader of the Hanwu Temple said makes sense. What Hall Master Hanwu said makes sense, and I also support him. After all, the most important thing is the heavy responsibility given by the emperor, but he puts the priority on other things. If such a person is in power, I'm afraid that the imperial palace's affairs and life and death will not be as important as his personal affairs. In addition, from the matter of Fu Hai, we can see his vicious character. Although we are all from the Martial God Palace and all of you are his elders, if we don't trust him and touch his friends and relatives in the future, he will not hesitate to kill us. In the end, this little guy was not raised by the Martial God Palace. He is selfish and a huge hidden danger. Among the 20 people, at least 7 or 8 supported this view. Yi Futu maintained his smile. Originally, Long Chen had already lost badly in the first round. If this continued, his score would even be lower than Yang Chen's. There was no way he could open a gap of at least 25 points. It was almost certain that Yang Chen would become the Holy Martial Emperor. Selfish, vicious, cruel, and inconsiderate. If such a person becomes the new Zhenwu Great Emperor, it is very likely that it will lead to a drastic change in the palace. Everyone, please think twice when you give your scores. Don't let the Zhenwu Emperor Palace, which has been passed down for millions of years, be destroyed in your hands. I've finally seen through this little guy Long Chen. The 7 or 8 people on this side were of one mind and kept nagging. On the other side, they got impatient and said, "Can you guys stop making accusations?" Recommending Long Chen is the Holy Martial Emperor's idea. The Holy Martial Emperor has been in charge of the palace for tens of thousands of years and has made great contributions. Do you guys think that you are smarter than the Holy Martial Emperor? Yeah, to be honest, what's wrong with Long Chen's behavior just now? Can it be considered inconsiderate? Even if he had 2 days less than the other two, he might still be able to complete the mission. But if he didn't save his companions and instead chose to become the Holy Martial Emperor, that would be selfish. Everyone, please ask yourselves. Well said. I think this young man is frank and knows his limits. He also knows how to use his strength to convince others. Even Emperor Dong's palace master was managed by him obediently. These are all qualities that a leader needs. From what happened today, I can see that I support this young man who is honest and has great perseverance. The two viewpoints formed a fierce confrontation. For a moment, the dragon dance hall was in an uproar. Wanren, she was a little angry. He waved his hand and said, "We are all people of status. Don't let the people below you laugh at us. They haven't even started the mission yet. Open your eyes and watch what happens next." Only then did everyone shut their mouths. Everyone in the Martial God Palace knew that the 3 candidates had already gone to Emperor Dong's palace. This was the biggest event of the Martial God Palace. Almost everyone stopped their missions and paid attention to this trial mission. The Dragon Dance Hall was packed with people, hoping to hear the news as soon as possible. Wanren Jingtao, Han Yunxing, Nan Gonglai, and the others were also looking forward to it. Similarly, the news that Long Chen and Feng Zhilin had become one of the 3 candidates had also spread to the 3,000 palaces. The 3,000 palaces were extremely excited, celebrating the birth of these 2 geniuses. In the Evil Dragon Palace, his former brothers and sisters also cheered for Long Chen day and night. Everyone was waiting for Long Chen's glorious return. At this moment, after spending a lot of time, Long Chen finally found the closest entrance to one of the tribes he needed to go to, the Black Rock tribe. There were a total of 8 tribes in the Dark Nation. The tribe that Long Chen needed to go to was called the Black Rock tribe. Among the 8 great tribes, the Black Rock tribe's prosperity and combat strength were considered to be on the lower level. Although there were martial venerables among the Dark Nation, there was absolutely no such person in the Black Rock tribe. Another ancient remnant. The 9 great remnants of the 9-star Chaos City were still fresh in Long Chen's mind. The reputation of the Dark Nation was far from the 9 great remnants. Due to certain reasons, the entrance was also sealed by the Zhenwu Emperor. Therefore, the world basically did not know about it. However, the danger of the Dark Nation was even more terrifying than the eternal hell and the chaotic divine kingdom. That was because the Dark Nation's remnant had a deep hatred for the human race. According to the distributed map, Long Chen quickly found the hidden entrance, showing his high intelligence. He was alone now. Without Kitten, he felt somewhat lonely. However, he did not think too much about it. Most people would be lonely on their path of growth. The entrance to the Dark Nation was located in a valley. It was a dense ancient forest. It was very dense, and it was dusky inside. Basically, one could not see the sky outside. This valley was also basically not visible. It was filled with densely packed tree roots and thick piles of leaves. Long Chen took out the god-slaying sword. A few streaks of sword chi swept across the valley, sending all the fallen leaves and tree roots flying. In a short period of time, the valley became clean. However, a rather hidden black formation appeared. This black formation was formed by small black stones. Time was limited. Long Chen immediately took out a portion of the Zhenwu Emperor's power. That round ball was held in his hand. Long Chen walked into the black formation. Soon, the formation lit up and began to revolve. A sealing power was displayed, and the entire valley seemed different from other valleys. When the formation was about done, Long Chen held his breath and smashed the round ball in his hand into the ground below. In that instant, it was as if a meteorite had fallen from the sky. The entire formation gave off a terrifying vibration. A black hole that was only half a meter in diameter appeared and healed at an extremely fast speed. Long Chen seized the opportunity and quickly entered it. His body sank, and he fell at an extremely high speed. The light that was projected from the hole below also disappeared very quickly. This descending passage was the passage that connected the Dragon Sacrificial Continent and the Dark Nation. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen discovered that he was standing on solid ground. He hurriedly looked around and was astonished to discover that he was also in the middle of a gloomy valley. In front of him was a vast black forest.
It was ancient and huge, almost the same as the forest outside. However, the trees here were all pitch black. Other than black, no other color could be seen in this world. Is this the Dark Nation? Long Chen looked around and sighed. Now that he was here, he had to be even more careful. He hurriedly rushed into the sky and stood on the crown of a 100-meter-tall tree. He looked up at the sky, and sure enough, there was a black full moon in the dark blue sky. The full moon was very large, and compared to the moon outside, it seemed to be a generation older. According to the records, in the Dark Nation, the dark goddess worshipped by the dark natives lived in the black moon in the sky. Therefore, they had to worship the black moon every day. Chapter 1496. In the Dragon Dance Hall, no one bothered with Long Chen for a long time, because Long Chen had just entered the Dark Nation. After 2 days of lying low and investigating, Yang Chen and Feng Zhilin both chose to take action. The little martial god's behavior these days seems a little different, the expert said subconsciously. When they said that, they subconsciously glanced at Yi Futu again. In fact, everyone could see it. The madman who knew nothing and only knew how to fight was surprisingly calm these few days. According to his original character, he should have directly attacked the tribe and snatched away the statue of the dark goddess. However, he lay dormant for 2 days, observing the movements of the tribe in the distance. His behavior was extremely abnormal. Such a huge anomaly must have had something to do with Yi Futu. A person could not be smart one moment and dumb the next. It could only be said that he was pretending to be dumb. But who could pretend to be dumb for so long and only reveal their true nature now? Regarding this point, everyone understood that it involved Yi Futu's secret, so they didn't ask. Instead, they paid attention to Yang Chen's performance. Yang Chen, who was originally not expected to win in the second round, had a shocking performance at this moment. He had been waiting quietly with a frighteningly calm expression. He had all the qualities of a lurker. During this period, many remnants of the Dark Nation came in and out of the tribe, but he didn't take any action. Until one day, a remnant of the Dark Nation who was almost 3 meters tall walked out of the tribe. His body was covered with a layer of gray hard stratum corneum, and he had thick bull horns. He had a total of 2 pairs of muscular arms, and his body looked like it was made of molten iron. This remnant of the Dark Nation was obviously much stronger than the others. He wore a tattered and fragmented armor made of beast bones, which could barely cover his body. His lower body was covered with a piece of animal skin. His life was probably still primitive. Yang Chen stared at his chest. In the Dragon Dance Hall, everyone clearly saw a black moon-like stone hanging on the chest of the remnant of the Dark Nation. He should be a barbarian general. Yes, a barbarian general of the remnants of darkness. He has already passed the first Nirvana tribulation, but he is no match for the young martial god, the knowledgeable temple master Hanwu said. Everyone held their breath as they watched Yang Chen's actions. They were very curious about what Yang Chen was going to do. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Yang Chen secretly followed the barbarian general. His movements were extremely careful. The barbarian general's speed was terrifying as he sprinted forward in the wilderness. He only turned back when he noticed the young martial god's presence. After seeing Yang Chen's appearance, the 4-armed barbarian general's face was filled with shock. The human race hadn't appeared for more than 2 years. Now that he suddenly appeared, the barbarian general couldn't believe his eyes. He clearly remembered that the human race had disappeared a long time ago and that the entrance had been sealed. Could it be that a new round of terrifying battles, a new round of catastrophe, was about to descend? Soon, the barbarian general's shock completely turned into hatred. Although he didn't personally witness the war back then, he had been influenced since he was young. He knew that many of his ancestors had died in the hands of the human race. It was a very painful period of history for the remnants of darkness. With this hatred, the barbarian general couldn't care about anything else. He let out a beast-like roar and immediately started a fierce battle with Yang Chen. He was only a barbarian general who had just passed the Nirvana tribulation not long ago. Facing Yang Chen, who had astonishing destructive power and an immortal body, he was no match for him at all. In a short period of time, Yang Chen subdued the barbarian general who was covered in blood and pressed him under his feet, making him unable to move. Watching the battle, the cultivators in the Dragon Dance Hall gasped in admiration. It was very rare for Yang Chen to be so powerful at such a young age. Moreover,
There were very few people of the same age who could force Yang Chen to use his full strength. The last time he fought with Long Chen, he was dragged back by Yi Futu not long after. While everyone was impressed by Yang Chen's unparalleled strength, they were more concerned about what Yang Chen was going to do. In the bronze mirror, Yang Chen's face was cold as he pressed down on the barbarian general who was struggling and roaring in anger. He used all his strength to suppress the barbarian general, so that the only thing the barbarian general could do was roar. At this moment, Yang Chen's movements were incomparably fast. He stretched out his arm and opened his 5 claws, stabbing them into the back of the barbarian general's head. Instantly, the barbarian general let out an earth-shattering scream as 5 bloody fingerprints appeared on his head. Yang Chen's fingers were placed on the barbarian general's head for a full 15 minutes before he pulled them out. The barbarian general struggled with all his might at first, but his breathing became weaker and weaker. When Yang Chen pulled out his fingers, the barbarian general closed his eyes and fainted due to his heavy injuries. Yang Chen stood up and looked at the barbarian general with a complicated gaze. There were many complicated emotions in his eyes. The people in the Dragon Dance Hall were like gods watching this scene from afar. They still didn't understand what Yang Chen was trying to do. About 15 minutes later, the barbarian general's injuries started to recover due to his strong physique. Previously, Yang Chen only restrained him and didn't attack his vital parts, so it was easier for him to recover. The reason why he fainted was because of the fingers stabbing into the back of his head. After another hour, the barbarian general slowly regained consciousness. Everyone saw the shocking scene. Most of the cultivators immediately stood up from their seats and looked at the scene in shock. The barbarian general knelt down in front of Yang Chen. His eyes were scattered and lifeless. It looked like he was going to serve Yang Chen as his master. What's going on? How did Yang Chen come up with such a method? It's really amazing. It seems that Yang Chen's delirium was fake. Not only is he not an idiot, but he's also very intelligent. Coupled with his kind heart and extraordinary martial arts, he's definitely the most suitable candidate for the Holy Martial Emperor. Yeah, Yang Chen has wisdom and means, so no one can defeat him. Even those who opposed Yang Chen had nothing to say at this moment. Only people like Wenren Shi who knew what was going on wouldn't take it seriously. Among the 20 people who commented, the balance was gradually tilting towards Yang Chen. Long Chen was just a joke. Not to mention widening the gap of 25 points, if he could win this time and get the highest score, he would already be considered lucky. No matter how smart Long Chen was, if he couldn't get the goddess statue back, his score wouldn't be that high. On the contrary, with Yang Chen's miraculous methods, if he could complete the mission, no matter how dumb he was, his score would still be higher than Long Chen's. Long Chen was already 45 points behind. If the gap widened again, how could he compete? He was definitely going to lose. Even great Emperor Zhenwu wouldn't be able to make him the Holy Martial Emperor. Yang Chen's outstanding performance was just the beginning. Next, everyone saw his real plan. Without a doubt, he had already gained control of the barbarian general. It seemed that the barbarian general was already a high-ranking figure among the remnants of the darkness. Yang Chen's goal was to drive the barbarian general away and sneak into the tribe so that he could steal the statue of the dark goddess while Yang Chen waited outside. This method could avoid a head-on battle with the remnants of darkness. It could be said to be perfect, and was completely different from Yang Chen's previous methods. If it was the previous him, he definitely wouldn't have said anything and directly killed the barbarian general. If this continues, Yang Chen will have a 3 out of 4 chance of completing the mission. If he succeeds, his score will at least be above 33 points. Yeah, even if Long Chen uses a more perfect method to win, he still won't be able to widen the gap of 25 points. So, he's definitely going to lose. Cut the crap, stop flattering him. Let's see who'll have the last laugh. It's still uncertain who'll be the winner. Next, Yang Chen didn't rush to take action. Instead, he let the barbarian general rest until he fully recovered. Then, Yang Chen hypnotized him to find the right opportunity to bring out the statue of the dark goddess. After putting down the bait, Yang Chen quietly waited outside, waiting for the big fish to take the bait. Yang Chen's performance was much more eye-catching than Feng Jilin's. Feng Jilin's method of luring the tiger away from the mountain was very practical. She used her slave wind to constantly harass the tribe in the opposite direction. Even if the slave wind died, it could still be condensed again. It just needed some time to recover. Every time she used the slave wind to attract the attention of the strong people in the tribe, Feng Zhilin would use her super speed, elegance and mysteriousness to sneak into the tribe to search for the location of the statue of the dark goddess. She was very careful. Every time there was a little bit of danger, she would immediately retreat. This girl is also a smart person. She'll know more after exploring. The slave wind is a huge advantage for her. She can use it cleverly. If she keeps being careful, it won't be a problem for her to get the statue of the dark goddess. Yes, it depends on her performance. Currently, Long Chen, who was the most favored in the second round, hasn't done anything yet. It's very likely that he'll be defeated in the second round. We can't make a conclusion too early. He hasn't even gotten close to the Black Rock tribe yet. When the higher-ups of the Dragon Dance Hall focused all their attention on Yang Chen and Feng Zhilin, Long Chen gradually got closer to the Black Rock tribe. The dark survivors of the Black Rock tribe live in a black rock wall, forming a strong fortress. It's the hardest to attack. Long Chen recalled the information in his mind. At this time, Yang Chen and Feng Zhilin must have taken action. Yang Chen's recovery brought a lot of pressure to Long Chen. Of course, it also brought him great fighting spirit. Chapter 1497. Compared to the Eternal Hell, the Dark Kingdom was much more peaceful. However, compared to the magnificent mountains and rivers of the Divine Kingdom of Primal Chaos, it was still very lacking. In any case, there was only darkness everywhere. It was difficult to find anything else, unless it was a heavenly treasure. In the Dark Kingdom, the sky was filled with black mist all day long. The black moon emitted a strange light, and there seemed to be a woman's pattern on it. Under the black moon, it was a desolate land. In fact, the Dark Kingdom was known as an ancient ruin. There were even ancient survivors, and there were many heavenly treasures. The entire ruin's emperor's spiritual chi was also very rich, and it was very suitable for cultivation. In the Dark Nation, in addition to the human race that had already disappeared, there were actually two opposing races. One was the Dark Remnant. It was said that the Dark Remnant existed along with the ruins. No one knew how long the ruins had existed, and the Dark Remnant didn't know how long their history was. They only knew that a long, long time ago, they had once been glorious. And the other race was the most mysterious savage beasts. Savage beasts were the enemies of the survivors of darkness for countless years before the appearance of the human race. Because of the existence of savage beasts, there were casualties among the survivors of darkness. In order to protect their homeland, there were people who desperately strengthened themselves. At the same time, they established 8 tribes, forming a huge defensive fortress. Long Chen had seen the information on savage beasts, so he found it very strange. According to the records, these savage beasts are like ghosts from the eternal hell. I don't know how they appeared, but sometimes they will suddenly appear and wander the entire Dark Kingdom. It seems that the only 2 pleasures that savage beasts have are sleeping and eating people. Long Chen recalled the information on savage beasts. They were a strange species, different from demonic beasts and ominous beasts. They couldn't transform into human form, and they didn't have the slightest bit of intelligence. As long as they saw the survivors of darkness, they would be driven by their primitive instincts and swallow them into their stomachs. In fact, savage beasts were a species that the survivors of darkness feared. There were 3 reasons for this. First, the savage beasts ate humans. That scene was very horrifying. Many dark survivors were even torn in half and eaten into the stomachs of the savage beasts. Secondly, although the number of wild beasts was not high, every single one of them had already passed through one nirvana tribulation the moment they appeared. There were even some wild beasts that had passed through 2 or 3 nirvana tribulations. Their strength was extremely terrifying. The strength of each wild beast was equivalent to that of a barbarian general. If dozens of wild beasts moved together, it would be a devastating disaster. Thirdly, savage beasts were impossible to kill. This was the most miraculous point. The number of savage beasts in the Dark Kingdom was always maintained at about the same level. The powerful dark survivor warriors had the strength to kill a savage beast, but when a savage beast was killed, a new savage beast would be randomly born in other places of the Dark Kingdom. In fact, such a thing had happened in the past. Right after one of the savage beasts was killed, a new savage beast would be born 100 meters away, looking exactly the same as before. The survivors of darkness called this phenomenon of the savage beasts the rebirth of savage beasts. There was no doubt that savage beasts were a species favored by darkness, and all the dark survivors were like their food in captivity. The rebirth of savage beasts had a high probability of happening nearby. The distance was uncertain. After the rebirth, the savage beast would immediately pass through the first nirvana tribulation, and it would definitely be easy. As for the nirvana tribulation after that, it was uncertain. This thing is really interesting. Long Chen was also very interested when he pondered. When the human race invaded the Dark Kingdom, they had also dealt with savage beasts and suffered losses from them. Not only did savage beasts like to eat the dark survivors, they also liked the human race. At that time, many humans died in the mouths of savage beasts. There was a big difference between savage beasts and demonic beasts. The reason why Long Chen turned back at this moment was because he had already felt that a mysterious species was following and descending. His guess was right. In the Dark Kingdom, divine sense was also suppressed. The only things he could use were his sight, hearing and so on. In the distance, large tracts of forest fell to the ground. Perhaps it was because the savage beast smelled the scent of a living person. It was especially excited. It let out a sound similar to that of a cow, but it also had a kind of edge to it. Just this sound alone had a kind of hair-raising feeling. Long Chen felt as if he had met his natural enemy. The speed of the savage beast was very fast. The earth shook, as if there were thousands of troops and horses galloping towards him. The surrounding trees were blown by a gust of wind, and black leaves fell from the sky. They rustled, wanting to drown Long Chen. In front of him, the entire forest was shaken away by the savage beast. The moment Long Chen opened his eyes wide, the most terrifying tremor occurred on the ground. Cracks appeared in the surrounding. Behind the tall trees, a huge monster covered the sky and rushed towards Long Chen's direction. Its target was Long Chen. After clearly seeing the appearance of this savage beast, Long Chen was slightly startled. This savage beast actually looked like a toad, but it wasn't completely a toad. It was a huge black beast, covered in black scales, very messy, without any sense of beauty. It had a pair of big gray eyes that were filled with hunger. It had 2 relatively strong hind legs, but it had a total of a dozen thick and strong human-like arms. It had a huge mouth like a toad and a long scarlet tongue. However, it had 2 rows of teeth that were even sharper and longer than those of wild beasts. Those 2 rows of sharp teeth seemed to be dripping with blood. A pair of huge eyes stared at Long Chen, and the huge mouth moved towards Long Chen to swallow him. Just as the toad beast was about to pounce on him, Long Chen suddenly increased his speed and rushed into the sky. He turned around and stepped on the back of the toad. At this moment, the toad landed on the ground, and the entire ground cracked under its terrifying force. The toad beast was very angry that it didn't manage to pounce on its prey. It let out a mournful roar, and the dozens of human-like arms on both sides actually grabbed towards Long Chen on its back. As long as it grabbed Long Chen, it could completely send Long Chen into its mouth in an instant. What an interesting thing. This thing's soul was very chaotic, a little like a ghost from the eternal hell. It was like a defective product created by someone. The entire Dark Nation was like a game field of the gods, and everything was carried out according to the rules of the gods. Savage beasts were probably a kind of man-made creation. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly thought of this point. He didn't delve too deeply. The current him was still far from reaching this level. He could only live within the rules and couldn't jump out of them. The gray and sharp god-slaying sword appeared in Long Chen's hands. The god-slaying sword that already had 3 Dao patterns was already extraordinary. The speed at which Long Chen swung the sword was faster than the speed of the toad beast's arms. With a few swings of the sword, black blood splattered out of the terrifyingly thick arms, and a few of the arms were directly chopped off by Long Chen. The savage beast roared towards the sky and let out a painful and mournful cry. The mission was more important. Although the savage beast was mystical, Long Chen didn't want to waste time with it. He instantly left the back of the savage beast, and with a flash, he appeared in front of the savage beast. The savage beast let out a roar, and its huge mouth swallowed towards Long Chen. Heaven word formula. Long Chen took a few steps back. 4 gray sword auras soared into the sky, forming an ancient heaven word, and directly rushed into the head of the toad beast, causing black blood to splatter all over the sky. That savage beast was originally roaring, but its huge head was minced by Long Chen, and it died instantly. Long Chen was about to keep the god-slaying sword when the body of the toad beast in front of him started to produce a black flame. In a short period of time, that huge corpse was completely burned into ashes,
and nothing was left. The so-called savage beast doesn't seem difficult to deal with. This was what Long Chen thought. He turned and left quickly. It wouldn't be good if he caused a commotion here and was discovered by the Darkness tribe. This was already the edge of the forest, and very soon, Long Chen left the forest. According to the location on the map, he should be nearing the Darkness tribe soon. At this moment, in the distant forest behind him, yellow clouds gathered, and Nirvana true lightning was condensing. Someone was actually going to transcend the Nirvana tribulation. It should be that toad beast just now. As expected, it has been reborn. The place where it was reborn and the place where Long Chen killed it should be more than 30 miles away. It couldn't be considered close, but it couldn't be considered far either. There was simply no end to fighting with this guy. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with it, and quickly headed towards the Darkness tribe. In order to prevent the attacks of the savage beasts, the Black Rock tribe was built on a high mountain. The entire mountain peak was covered with black rocks, and it was just right for Long Chen to hide. Long Chen came to the foot of the mountain where the Black Rock tribe was. He looked up and saw an ancient tribe built in the black clouds. Outside the tribe, there was a solid fortress built to prevent the attacks of the savage beasts. There were many guards on the entire mountain peak. Long Chen took a few steps forward, and when he was halfway up the mountain, he saw the first real Darkness tribe member. The Darkness tribe members looked very strange, but in fact, they belonged to the human race. Even the mermaids in the Thousand Mirror Sea and the witch race were considered humans. Although the Darkness tribe members had 4 arms, they were probably not that far from each other. Before coming here, Long Chen actually made a total of 6 or 7 feasible plans in his mind. Like Yang Chen, he used the soul control technique to control the weaker members of the Darkness tribe. Long Chen thought of it before. Like Feng Jilin, he also thought of luring the tiger away from the mountain. These were more reliable methods, but there were always flaws. In Long Chen's view, the chances of success were actually not high. With the importance that the Darkness tribe placed on the statue of the goddess, no matter how high the status of the person was, they wouldn't be able to openly take away the statue of the goddess. He had other plans, but they needed to be built on the condition that he had enough information. So he decided to observe for a period of time. However, he soon found his target. It was already 1,500 chapters. He never thought that he could complete such a huge project. Chapter 1498. The Black Rock tribe was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. It seemed that something had happened. This was the most critical moment to test one's observational skills. He knew that those old guys in the Dragon Dance Hall must be monitoring his every move at this moment and then analyzing his actions. It would be boring if he always paid attention to these things. Long Chen did not want to pay attention to them at all. He sat down and concentrated on his own things. In the hard fortress of the Black Rock tribe, the gate opened. 3 dark survivors, who looked very distinguished at first glance, came out and hurried down the mountain. These 3 people were somewhat different from the ordinary dark survivors. The 2 on the left and right looked similar. They were more than 3 meters tall, and their bodies were full of the aura of Nirvana power. There was a black moon-like accessory hanging on their necks. Their muscles were bulging, and they were full of the visual impact of the wilderness. Long Chen knew that these 2 should be the barbarian generals of the dark survivors. They had the strength of the first Nirvana tribulation. The teenager in the middle was special. The skin of the dark survivors was relatively dark, but this teenager was ridiculously dark. Even his lips were black like a piece of coal. However, this teenager was relatively thin. His height was similar to Long Chen's, and his body was also similar to Long Chen's. However, his skeleton was much bigger than Long Chen's, so he looked very thin. In fact, this teenager was much more delicate than the other dark survivors. The others were wearing tattered animal skins, and only he had clean cotton clothes. Therefore, Long Chen inferred that his identity should be relatively distinguished. This teenager should be the holy son of the dark survivors. Long Chen carefully recalled that it seemed that in this relatively weak Black Rock tribe, the most powerful warrior was a warrior of the third Nirvana tribulation. This warrior also had the highest status. Below him there was also a weak but very high position, and that was the Holy Sun. Before the Nirvana tribulation realm, the warriors of the dark survivors practiced on a completely different path from the human clan and the demon clan. It was not until they reached a level similar to the god martial arts realm that they had specific divisions. According to the difference in strength, they would wear different accessories on their chests. Those with crescent moons on their chests were called Black Fang warriors. There were 9 levels, from 1 Fang warrior to 9 Fang warrior. The strength of a 9 Fang warrior was similar to that of the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm. They wore 9 crescent moons on their chests. For example, the saint had 7 crescent moons, which meant that his fighting strength was around the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm. A 9-fanged warrior, after crossing the nirvana tribulation, would have the qualifications to wear a full moon. For example, these 2 barbarian generals. Above the barbarian generals, after crossing 2 nirvana tribulations, they would have the qualifications to serve the gods. They would be able to wear gray clothes and have the title of gray priest. In a tribe there would be more than 10 gray priests, and in a powerful tribe there would be more than 30. From this, it could be seen that the power of the Dark Nation was actually stronger than the average 9 realms. There were a total of 8 major tribes among the Dark Remnant. Basically, the ordinary tribes were controlled by a martial artist who had crossed 3 nirvana tribulations. This martial artist who had crossed 3 nirvana tribulations was qualified to wear the most sacred black robe and serve the gods as a black priest. There were a total of about 10 black priests in the Dark Nation. As for the experts who were comparable to martial venerables, it was unknown whether they still existed in the Dark Nation. They were martial artists who had crossed 4 nirvana tribulations. If they existed, they would be the commander of the entire Dark Remnant and have the title of Barbarian King, Barbarian General, Grey Priest, Black Priest, and Barbarian King. These 4 were the ranks above the nirvana tribulation realm of the Dark Remnant. Rank represented status. As for those whose strength was far inferior, but whose status was higher than that of the Grey Priest, second only to the Black Priest who controlled a tribe, should be the son of each tribe. The Son of Darkness was the only one who could come into contact with the statue of the Dark Goddess, clean the statue, and serve the statue. He must be the purest Son of Darkness. The only criterion was the skin color. Only a person with pure black skin color had the constitution of the Son of Darkness and the qualifications to be the Son of Darkness. In the belief of the Dark Remnant, the Dark Goddess was pure. Only the Son of Darkness could enter the place where the Dark Goddess was worshipped. But even he could only enter at special times. If Long Chen had not read the information given by Wenren Shi, he would not have known about the Son of Darkness. This was very crucial. When he saw the Son of Darkness, Long Chen overturned all the plans he had thought of. The first thing he thought of was that this guy might bring him a surprise. This was intuition, and it was also a manifestation of the ability to adapt to changing circumstances and make decisions. The 3 of them left anxiously. They must have something on their minds. Without saying anything, Long Chen turned around and left the Black Rock tribe, quietly following the 3 of them. I know nothing about the location of the statue of the Dark Goddess, as well as the current situation of the Dark Nation and the Dark Remnant. Senior Wenren's information came from tens of thousands of years ago. There must have been great changes today. I have to find out something from this guy. He is only a 7-fanged warrior, and soul control is still useful. Long Chen was ready to take the Son of Darkness hostage. But in fact, soul control would make a person's mind fuzzy, and it was not particularly safe. So, Long Chen decided to observe the situation. All success had an element of luck. He was lucky to meet the Son of Darkness today. In the Dragon Dance Hall, the higher-ups who had been holding their breath and watching Yang Chen and Feng Jilin's performance finally saw Long Chen's actions. Who is that young man? Those who can wear normal clothes seem to have a higher status. Yeah, I think so too. At this moment, someone said, I remember that there is a position called the Son of Darkness. Looking at that young man's clothes, he should be the Son of Darkness. He is the only person who can get close to the statue of the Dark Goddess. As soon as this was said, everyone was instantly excited. What shocked them the most was that Long Chen knew about this too. Everyone shook their heads. They felt that it was impossible. Long Chen was just lucky. Even if he is the Son of Darkness, so what? Yang Chen has almost gotten the statue of the Dark Goddess. To him, it is just like catching a turtle in a jar, Hallmaster Hanwu mocked. Many people were helpless. In fact, Yang Chen's method wasn't particularly appropriate. After all, it was not easy to get the statue even for their own people. Perhaps the entry point that Long Chen found was more suitable. Long Chen knew that the other party must have something up. As soon as they left the Black Rock tribe, they sped up. They didn't enter the forest, but left quickly along it. Long Chen took out the map and looked at the direction they were heading. The destination was another tribe called the Black Smoke Tribe. This was the tribe where Feng Jilin did her mission. Why are they going to the Black Smoke Tribe? With this thought, Long Chen hid in the forest and followed them. He didn't dare to make the first move. After all, this place was very close to the Black Rock Tribe. If he made any noise and the gray and black priests came out, he would probably lose his life here. Among the gray priests, there were also people like Wenren Jingtao. Long Chen couldn't deal with them. The black priest was a cultivator close to the hall master of Hanwu. They were a huge threat. After walking for about an hour, they finally left the vicinity of the Black Rock Tribe. It was estimated that they wouldn't be able to affect the other side. Just as Long Chen was about to make a move, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. He didn't rush to make a move. Instead, he started to think, if I directly control the soul, there will be a huge loophole. I should wait and see how this guy treats the human race. Thinking of this, Long Chen used a safe method. He disappeared on the spot and rushed into the depths of the forest. In the Dragon Dance Hall, everyone was speechless. This kid actually gave up chasing the son of the Darkness Remnant. He must be sick in the head. Even those who supported Long Chen were speechless when they saw Long Chen make such a strange choice. One must know that the Son of Darkness was very important to the statue. Wasn't there something wrong with Long Chen's brain if he suddenly gave up after following for an hour? He wasted an opportunity for nothing. However, what exactly was Long Chen going to do? In the bronze mirror, Long Chen used his fastest speed and dashed into the forest. The area in front of him became more and more sinister, and the shadows of the trees moved rapidly behind him. In the Dragon Dance Hall, everyone gradually heard a violent beast roar. It's the toad beast from before. Why is Long Chen looking for it? Everyone couldn't help but be confused. When Long Chen suddenly appeared, the toad savage beast, which was circling on the spot, immediately went berserk. Long Chen was stunned. He saw a sword mark with the word heaven on the forehead of the toad beast. Without a doubt, it was carved by him. This was the toad beast that he had killed. Wild beasts were really magical creatures. Long Chen did not have time to think too much. He quickly turned around. The toad savage beast let out a series of roars and used its powerful hind legs to burst forth with terrifying speed as it chased after Long Chen. And the direction that Long Chen was heading in was the direction that the Son of Darkness and the others were heading in. At this rate, they would definitely meet on the road. He's going to attack the two barbarian generals and the Son of Darkness with this beast. He should be able to deal with the two barbarian generals with his own strength. The higher-ups in the Dragon Dance Hall were discussing. They didn't understand Long Chen's strange actions. However, they were all smart people. Very quickly, someone said, could it be that he wants to gain the trust of the Darkness Saint? Heavens! Does he not know that the Darkness Remnant race hates all humans to the bone and wants nothing more than to kill them? How could there be trust? Chapter 1499. Before the beast was lured out, Long Chen had already hidden himself. There was no doubt that the savage beast held a grudge. When it rushed out of the gloomy forest and didn't see Long Chen for a moment, it flew into a rage. Its eyes were bloodshot, and its huge mouth let out a series of roars towards the sky, causing the surrounding rocks to fall. The three darkness survivors retreated in horror. For the darkness survivors, wild beasts were the most terrifying things. They had grown up hearing about these undying wild beasts. It was said that countless darkness survivors had died under the attacks of the wild beasts, and not even their bones were left. Just as they were overwhelmed with fear, the massive toad beast noticed them as well. The savage toad calmed down and revealed a covetous expression once more. It stared at the three of them as if it had seen the most delicious food in the world. Quite a bit of green liquid flowed out of its mouth. Long Chen hid to the side and watched the show. Although the two barbarian generals are on the same level as the wild beast, I feel that the wild beast is much more powerful. These two have just entered the Nirvana tribulation realm and have a low understanding of the heavenly Tao. I don't think they can deal with it. Many people in the Dragon Dance Hall focused their attention on Long Chen. What is this kid trying to do? Everyone was confused. Wouldn't it be fine if he directly went up and held the darkness survivors hostage like the junior martial god? While everyone was confused, the two barbarian generals let out a shrill cry. One of them grabbed the darkness survivors, while the other prepared to fight. From this, it could be seen that the darkness survivors had an extraordinary identity. The two barbarian generals were completely concerned about the darkness survivors' life.
The moment the two of them divided the work, the toad pounced forward in a frenzy, causing the ground to tremble as it shrieked. The barbarian general had a total of 4 arms, and a pitch-black nirvana energy swept out from his body, condensing into tiger tattoos on his body. He held 2 huge black snakes in his hands and let out a loud roar. His eyes were filled with fervor, as if he was doing something extremely glorious. Is this faith? Long Chen could see it from the fanaticism in the barbarian general's eyes. He deeply understood that there was a huge gap between those who had faith and those who did not, and it was reflected in all aspects. Faith is a part of a person's soul. With the mentality of facing death unflinchingly, the barbarian general fought bravely against the toad savage beast. He didn't use many techniques and relied solely on his physical strength, for arms, and surging nirvana energy to fight head-on with the toad savage beast. For a moment, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Long Chen squinted his eyes. He could sense that the barbarian general would not be able to fend off the toad savage beast. The difference in strength between the two parties was too great. In fact, the barbarian general had used skill-based killing techniques, which would be more effective. However, it was clear that the barbarian general did not understand something. Or perhaps, the remnants of darkness believed in the purest form of strength. In any case, the battle between him and the toad savage beast was quite intense. The target of the toad beast was not the barbarian general. It seemed like it was more interested in the holy son of darkness. As it clashed with the barbarian general with its 10 or so thick arms, it used its terrifying speed to smash through all the obstacles in its way and madly chased after the barbarian general who had taken the holy son of darkness away. Long Chen followed behind him. Rumble. This chase lasted for almost an hour. Under the frenzied rage of the toad savage beast, the barbarian general, who was fighting against the beast, finally revealed an opening. The beast slapped him to the ground, and then its gigantic body descended from the sky, pressing down on the barbarian general's body. Immediately, his flesh and blood were torn apart. The toad savage beast roared, and its blood-red tongue, which was more than 10 meters long, curled up and sent the barbarian general's shattered flesh and bones into its mouth. With a whimper, it swallowed them. As if enjoying a delicacy, it licked the ground clean. Then, its hind legs sprinted forward at a terrifying speed. With its powerful retreat, its jumping ability far surpassed that of the barbarian general, and its speed was also first-rate. Therefore, the distance between it and the barbarian general and the holy son of darkness was getting closer and closer. Looking at the tragic state of the barbarian general behind him, the holy son of darkness was horrified. Holy son, please save your life. I'll fight it out with him, Curicula. With a loud shout, the barbarian general placed the holy son of darkness on the ground. Then, he turned around and rushed towards the toad savage beast without hesitation. The Curicula, he shouted, was the will of the dark goddess. Under the shine of the black moon, the people of the dark goddess would be protected and cared for by the goddess. The power of faith and the power of nirvana gathered in his body. The barbarian general suddenly turned around and punched the barbarian beast's forehead. The terrifying force caused the barbarian beast's huge body to fly backwards. It rolled a few times on the ground, and the rocks in the vicinity were all shattered by the impact. Of course, the barbarian general's 2 arms were also bleeding, and one of them was almost broken. However, he did not make a sound. His eyes were filled with hot blood as he continued to rush forward and kill the toad savage beast. At this juncture, the holy son of darkness did not leave. He looked at the scene of the confrontation with a face full of horror. Instinctively, his legs trembled, but the glory in his heart did not allow him to retreat. He resolutely moved forward and said angrily, "Qiu, I want to fight alongside you." Although he was weak, his courage was outstanding. Of course, in Long Chen's opinion, this was a very foolish act. It would waste the sacrifice of these 2 people who had sacrificed their lives for him. The approach of the holy son of darkness caused the toad savage beast to become even more furious. "Holy son, leave quickly." The barbarian general roared miserably and fiercely clashed with the toad savage beast. His small body actually erupted with a huge amount of strength, directly clashing with the savage beast. He had 4 arms, but the savage beast had more. Under the full bombardment, he could not withstand it at all. Be it the savage beast or the barbarian general, they were both drenched in blood. "Leave quickly." The holy son of darkness looked at the bloody face of the barbarian general, who was looking at him passionately. His eyes were filled with tears,
and humiliation and unwillingness appeared in his eyes. However, he could only clench his teeth tightly, tremble all over, and then break into a run. He could not let their sacrifice go to waste. At the critical moment of his escape, a scream came from behind him. The Holy Son of Darkness turned around and saw that the toad savage beast, who was also drenched in blood, had actually grabbed the barbarian general, torn his body into several pieces, and then threw them into its stomach one by one. Finally, it stared at the Holy Son of Darkness, revealing a malicious expression. The next moment, the earth shook, and the toad savage beast, who was already injured but completely unaware, rushed toward the Holy Son of Darkness. Death was actually so close. Fear, anger, unwillingness, and all kinds of emotions descended. The Holy Son of Darkness knelt on the ground in a daze. Looking at the black moon in the sky, he was completely dumbfounded. Looking into the distance, he muttered to himself, "Curicula, I'm going to die. Have you really doted on your people?" Faith had never appeared. His many years of persistence gradually collapsed before his death. The entire earth was shaking violently, and just like the Holy Son of Darkness's heart, he could not stop trembling. His heart was completely surrounded by fear. He knew that in the next moment, he would be smashed into pieces, and then let the ugly toad's tongue roll into its stomach. Perhaps he would not die completely, but he would be surrounded by the disgusting digestive juices of the other party's body. Was this what would happen to him? What he imagined was to stay by the side of the statue of the dark goddess and serve her for the rest of his life, but not this. The black moon in the sky was still indifferent. Despair had already locked the body of the Holy Son of Darkness tightly. He found that he could not move, and he did not even have the courage to turn around and escape. He did not even have the courage to stand up. He opened his eyes in pain, and the toad savage beast in front of him was already in front of him. Its mouth was several meters long, and its tongue was more than 10 meters long. It first swept toward him, and the Holy Son of Darkness could already smell a stench that made him want to vomit. At the most critical moment, he thought of the only choice. That was suicide. Curicula. The Holy Son of Darkness's eyes were bloodshot, and he was preparing to sacrifice. Sacrifice was a secret technique that handed over the soul to the gods. His soul was about to leave his body and forever belong to the quietest darkness in the world. Who? At that moment, his world was incomparably silent. He became brave and looked at the hideous toad savage beast. At the last moment, when he was about to be wrapped up by the thick and disgusting tongue of the savage beast, a gray sword light suddenly shot out and, in a short instant, pierced through the middle of the tongue. Rip! With a loud noise, black blood spurted out and splattered on the face of the Holy Son of Darkness. Half of the disgusting tongue passed over the top of the Holy Son of Darkness's head and landed behind him. The savage beast let out a cry of pain, and its sound waves directly sent the Holy Son of Darkness flying, causing him to roll on the ground several times. What happened? The Holy Son of Darkness hurriedly got up and looked with wide eyes. He discovered that the tongue of the savage beast had been cut off. Under the pain, the savage beast took a few steps back, and its huge eyes rolled around, staring at its surroundings. Someone saved me. The Holy Son of Darkness stopped his sacrifice and thought so. Curicula! He exclaimed and stood up, looking at the mysterious black moon in the sky in a daze, his eyes extremely excited. In this desolate and uninhabited place, he was just about to ask for help from the Goddess of Darkness. Could it be that the Goddess of Darkness had saved him? The Holy Son of Darkness found himself almost unable to breathe. Could such a thing actually happen to him? The savage beast became even more violent. It turned its huge body and stared at its surroundings. Following the gaze of the savage beast, the Holy Son of Darkness was also extremely excited, looking for the person who could save him. That person might be sent by the Goddess of Darkness to save him. He had survived a desperate situation. The excitement and joy in his heart were simply indescribable with words. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly sprang out of the forest, and in the blink of an eye, it landed on the savage beast's body. Pure black. Chapter 1500. Long Chen felt that the time was right, so he made his move. Through the Saint of Darkness's expression, he grasped the other party's state of mind. At the most appropriate time, he chose to make his move. After chopping off the beast's tongue, Long Chen made his move again. In the memories of this toad beast, there was an impression of Long Chen. When it saw Long Chen, it was filled with anger and hatred,
and on the other hand, it was filled with fear. The Saint of Darkness knelt on the ground, staring blankly at that black shadow. It was too fast, and he still could not see clearly what it was. In order to display his powerful strength in the eyes of the other party, Long Chen kept the god-slaying sword. When the toad beast used its countless arms to grab him, Long Chen used his incomparably strong mystical dragon body to grab one of the other party's arms. With a sudden force, the huge toad beast was sent flying and smashed onto the ground. For a moment, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Under the impact of the huge force, the beast was covered in blood. The Saint of Darkness stared blankly at this scene. What kind of power was this? How could an ordinary person have such power to directly suppress a beast in terms of strength? This seemed to be something that only the black-robed priest, who had the highest status, could do. Long Chen had achieved his goal. In the eyes of the Saint of Darkness, he already had a high and mighty image. No matter when, pure strength was always the most impactful. There was no time to waste. This time, Long Chen used the Lingxi sword. The Lingxi sword was the fastest way to win. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen's legs were already on the head of the beast. The skin of the beast was comparable to rock, and it was incomparably hard. However, Long Chen used the Lingxi sword directly. Before the other party could resist, the Lingxi sword had already pierced its body. Instantly, the toad beast let out the most painful cry. Countless arms smashed onto the ground, causing the surrounding ground to crack, forming a huge net. It could even be described as a landslide. However, no matter what, under Long Chen's suppression, it could not move at all. At this time, the Saint Son of Darkness had already clearly seen Long Chen's appearance. His eyes were filled with endless shock, and his entire body was trembling. His face was incomparably pale. His small body was cold and indifferent, yet he was able to make the huge beast unable to move under his feet. This power, this divine might, in the heart of the sacred Son of Darkness, was already infinitely close to the image of a legendary figure. This! He pointed a finger at Long Chen, unable to say a word. And at this moment, the toad beast let out a final mournful wail. Its primordial divine-like soul was minced up by Long Chen. The injuries to its physical body were not enough to kill it, but the death of its primordial spirit meant that it was truly dead. Long Chen jumped down from the forehead of the savage beast. He knew that in a split second, the savage beast's body would start burning and be reborn somewhere else. But no matter what, he had achieved his goal. Subduing the hearts of people depended on momentum. After dealing with his opponent, Long Chen did not pay attention to the Saint Son of Darkness. His cold eyes glanced at the Saint Son of Darkness, and without the slightest expression, he slowly put away the terrifying Lingxi sword and turned to leave. As he watched Long Chen's footsteps gradually disappear into the distance, the Dark Saint Son's entire body trembled. He finally mustered his courage and stumbled towards Long Chen. "Wait," he said with incomparable excitement. Long Chen maintained his powerful momentum. When he turned around, the Saint Son of Darkness was almost in front of Long Chen. He could see Long Chen's appearance more clearly. Yes, he only had a pair of arms, and there were no horns on his head. He was not a dark remnant. Long Chen looked at the excited youth in front of him with a cold gaze. His voice was bone-chilling as he said, "What's the matter?" From the eyes of the Saint Son of Darkness, there seemed to be no hatred. This situation was much better than what Long Chen had imagined. He thought that he would have to act a little more to make the other party not have any hostility at all. The Saint Son of Darkness said excitedly, My name is Tuesday." He panted heavily. At this time, he suddenly saw something behind Long Chen, and his face was full of shock. Long Chen turned around. He was also very surprised. The savage beast he killed this time did not produce black flames, and its corpse had not been burned up until now. It seemed that it had not been reborn. However, Long Chen had indeed killed it. He was puzzled, not knowing why this happened this time. But the Saint Son of Darkness's eyes were indeed more and more shocked. This time, he was trembling with excitement, as if there was a raging wave in his body that was about to erupt at this time. Long Chen could clearly feel this. This kid is so excited. He must have thought of something that I don't know. Long Chen pondered, his expression unchanged. The savage beast is dead. It's really dead. The Saint Son of Darkness suddenly roared. His whole body trembled, and he almost couldn't stand steadily. He looked at Long Chen with incomparable excitement and said incoherently, "I actually saw. The savage beast is really dead. It has lost the chance to be reborn. It is completely dead, and there is no way for it to be reborn. Even the fire of rebirth did not descend. Its body will naturally rot. How many years has it been? How many years has it finally died?" Long Chen acutely realized that the way the Saint Son of Darkness looked at him had changed. From curiosity, it had now evolved into reverence, as if he had seen a god. Because he didn't know, Long Chen didn't dare to move, and continued to maintain his silence. Without the fire of rebirth, it's really dead. Long Chen thought to himself. In that case, the savage beast would also really die. The difference between killing the savage beast this time and the previous time was probably the difference between the Lingxi sword and the god-slaying sword. Previously, Long Chen killed the opponent's physical body, but this time, he directly destroyed the opponent's primordial spirit. The death of the primordial spirit was the true death of the savage beast. Perhaps this was it. With a plop, the Saint Son of Darkness, also known as Tu, knelt on the ground. His eyes were filled with tears, and he said agitatedly, Legend has it that since ancient times, the survivors of darkness have been attacked by the savage beast several times and were almost wiped out. Every time this happened, a god's messenger would descend, holding a black divine spear that could kill the savage beast and save hundreds of thousands of survivors of darkness. Only the god's messenger's divine spear could kill the savage beast. You are the god's messenger, right? Long Chen didn't change his expression, and he wasn't in a hurry to reply. Now, he would be very careful with every move he made. Now, it seemed that there should be a new discovery. God's messenger. There were no relevant records in the information given by Wenren Shi. Sure enough, the human race didn't know much about the survivors of darkness. In that case, there should be a hero who held a black spear and helped the survivors of darkness kill the savage beast, giving them a safe living environment. This hero was believed to be sent by the goddess of darkness to guard the survivors of darkness. In that case, he also had the color of a god. It was no wonder that Tu would look at him with faith, regardless of the fact that Long Chen had a human appearance. Perhaps he would even be willing to commit suicide at this time. I just wanted to get some information from him, but I didn't expect to get something like this. Long Chen keenly realized that the identity of the god's messenger could be put to good use. In a very short time, a bold plan had already appeared in his mind. God's messenger. In the Dragon Dance Hall, the higher-ups were in an uproar. Basically, no one knew about the god's messenger. No one was stupid. Someone said, "Will Long Chen use the identity of the god's messenger? If he sneaks in with this identity, it's too risky. I think it will be a very good opportunity. If he misses this opportunity, there won't be another one. As for how he chooses, it depends on whether he has the courage or not." The Cambrian temple master sneered and said, "Don't think too much. What's the point of counting on him? Yang Chen and Feng Jilin have almost gotten the statue of the goddess of darkness. Let's just let Long Chen slowly go in and wait for the matter to be exposed and killed. There are many smart people in the tribe. Not all of them are like this blind young saint." The Cambrian temple master was right. For example, the Grey Priest, the Black Priest, and the others were all very intelligent people. They wouldn't be easily fooled. Moreover, Long Chen had a human appearance. In the Dark Kingdom, looking at Tu's extremely expectant eyes, Long Chen already had a plan in his mind. He knew that those old guys must be talking about him. They thought that he didn't have the courage, but in fact, Long Chen's courage was always the most amazing. After thinking for a while, a new plan quickly formed, and Long Chen had already decided to use this method. After the decision was made, it was a matter of how to implement it. He looked at Tu and said word by word, "I am not a god's messenger. I use a sword, not a gun." This was a method of loosening the reins only to grasp better. If he said that he was the god's messenger, the other party wouldn't believe him. Moreover, Long Chen knew too little, and it was likely to reveal flaws. From this small sentence, the gap between a person's wisdom could be seen. If it was someone else, they probably wouldn't have the courage or the degree of meticulousness. After saying this, Long Chen continued to act like he was about to leave. The young man too was very nervous. He quickly got up, ran to Long Chen, knelt on the ground again, and begged, "Curicula, Sir Messenger, as long as you can kill the beast, it doesn't matter whether you use a gun or not. Every god's messenger has a pair of arms.
similar to those invading devils. But the gods are always the kindest. They were sent by the goddess of darkness to save us. You must be the god's messenger, and you will only appear in times of danger. It turned out that the gods were all humans. This was even easier. Chapter 1501. His words sounded convincing, and the higher-ups of the Dragon Dance Hall were all shocked. Loosening the reins only to grasp what he wants from the other party's mouth. To be honest, this kid's brain is really useful. If this brain is used in the decision-making of the Imperial Palace, it will immediately highlight its advantages. To be honest, I think that in terms of intelligence, the other two are far inferior to Long Chen. Although the little martial god has been more normal these days, he is not good at this aspect. Hearing these views, the other party was not satisfied and sneered, "Don't be happy too early. Let Long Chen enter the Black Rock tribe to take a look. I bet that he can only coax this young man. Let's wait and see." In the Dark Kingdom, Tu's eyes lit up when he heard Long Chen say that the mission was to kill the savage beasts, as if he had seen a life-saving straw. He knelt on the ground and quickly kowtowed several times. He knelt on the ground, quickly kowtowed a few times, and said loudly, "Lord Oracle, you are right. Every oracle's mission is only to kill the savage beasts. You are sent by the Dark Goddess to save us dark survivors. That is absolutely right. Please accept my loyal worship, respected Lord Oracle. I am the most hard-working and simple subject of the Dark Goddess. My name is Tu. Please let me listen to your orders. I am willing to dedicate my everything to the god, including my life and soul." Faith was a kind of poison. Long Chen saw this from the young man's fanatical eyes. However, all this might have nothing to do with him. He only wanted to take away the statue of the goddess of darkness. He still did not immediately get close to the young man but continued to look at him coldly. Tu knelt on the ground and quickly said, "Lord Oracle, please save my Black Rock tribe. I went to the Black Smoke tribe this time to ask for help. Our Black Rock tribe is about to be attacked by a group of savage beasts. Time is running out. If we are too slow and the savage beasts enter the tribe, there will definitely be heavy casualties. There will definitely be a large number of the goddess citizens who will be swallowed by the savage beasts. Tu begs Oracle, please go to my Black Rock tribe and save my tribe." What a coincidence. No wonder these three fellows were in a hurry, and were heading in the direction of the Black Smoke tribe. Who would have thought that this was the reason? If I were to head there rashly, I wouldn't be able to prove my identity as a god envoy. However, if I were to perform outstandingly when the savage beasts attack the city, I would definitely be able to win the hearts of the people. By then, obtaining the sculpture of the Dark Goddess would be as easy as catching a turtle in a jar. There was no way he would let such a great opportunity slip by. In fact, every success was inseparable from luck, talent, and perseverance. Long Chen possessed talent and perseverance. In terms of luck, he was especially outstanding as well. For example, he happened to possess the Lingxi sword that could kill primordial spirits, and he happened to encounter the savage beasts attacking the city. All of these would become the key to his success. Everyone had luck. The problem was whether or not they dared to seize this opportunity. Long Chen was a daring person. After thinking carefully and confirming that there were no loopholes, his cold eyes finally relaxed a little. He said, "Your name is Tuesday." Seeing that Long Chen was finally not so hostile, Tu was extremely excited and hurriedly said, "Yes, God Envoy." Long Chen continued to ask, "Are there really savage beasts that are going to attack the Black Rock tribe?" Tu hurriedly said, "Yes, the black-robed priest has already calculated that within 3 days, there will definitely be savage beasts attacking the city. Only barbarian generals and above can deal with the savage beasts. Not even the 9-fanged warriors can do it. Once the savage beasts break into the tribe, there will definitely be heavy casualties and people will be plunged into misery and suffering." "Oh," Long Chen uttered. He acted as if he was hesitating. Tu once again knelt on the ground and hurriedly kowtowed. He said, "God Envoy, the lives of the survivors of darkness are in your hands. Tu begs you to save us." Long Chen helped him up and asked seriously, "But, have you thought about one thing?" Tu doubtfully asked, "What is it?" Long Chen said, "In fact, I am a human. My ancestors invaded this place tens of thousands of years ago and brought a great disaster to you. You still have a deep hatred for me. I don't know why I suddenly appeared in this place, but I have to complete the task of killing the savage beasts. However, along the way I have become the target of the survivors of darkness. If you ask me to go to the Black Rock tribe, I am afraid I will be killed. Tu's face was dull. He was digesting what Long Chen had said. To be honest, he also hated the former human race, but the fact was that Long Chen had just saved him. Long Chen's words were very mythical. It sounded like he was chosen by the goddess of darkness to save the survivors of darkness, but he did not know why it sounded more real. Tu was quickly confused by Long Chen. He reacted and said loudly, "This must be the will of the goddess. Curicula, you suddenly appeared here and are willing to help us kill the savage beasts. The goddess must have sent you. Don't worry, you are the god envoy. I swear to protect you with my life. Without my consent, no one can touch you. I want them to see all the savage beasts fall under your sword and die one by one, instead of endlessly regenerating and continuing to attack the city." He succeeded. Seeing the young man's fanatical eyes, Long Chen knew that he had succeeded. This was much better than soul control because he had succeeded in making the young man completely believe in him and be willing to fight for him. The status of the Son of Darkness was very high. He was the person closest to the gods. With his approval and support, coupled with Tu's fanning of the flames, there was no problem at all. Long Chen hesitated for a while before he finally said, "If that's the case, I'll accompany you to the Black Lava tribe. However, I'm a man of principle and I don't want to do things that are strenuous and unrewarding. If you don't care about the consequences and want to attack me, I will definitely not stay. Yes, I promise you that you are the oracle. No one dares to blaspheme the gods." Tu was extremely excited. It was done. "God envoy, please follow me. I will lead the way for you." Long Chen's eyes were cold as he followed the other party. This time, he wanted to walk into the Black Rock tribe openly. This was an opportunity and also a challenge. "How dare you?" In the Dragon Dance Hall, many people said this. Some were praising, while others mocked Long Chen for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. "I feel that this fellow is too risky and not reliable. He is not suitable to be the Saint Martial Emperor. He is just a gambler," someone said. Another person laughed and said, "Could it be that a mediocre person with no ability to make decisions and no guts is more suitable to be the Holy Martial Emperor? I think that a wolf-like leader is much stronger than a sheep-like leader." Everyone had their own opinions and the debate was endless. Long Chen had successfully become the topic of discussion, but in fact, there were not many people who thought highly of him. In the process of Long Chen's advancement, Feng Jilin had already approached the statue of the Goddess of Darkness several times. She even almost succeeded once. As for Yang Chen, he was still waiting for the most suitable opportunity. This level of endurance was not bad. Currently, the biggest variable was Long Chen. On the way back to the Blackrock tribe, Long Chen conversed with Tu, trying to understand the structure of the remnants of darkness from their conversation. From their conversation, Long Chen knew that there was a main tribe among the remnants of darkness. In this tribe, there were more than 3 black-clothed priests and a barbarian king who was comparable to a martial venerable. The barbarian king was the ruler of the 8 major tribes. In the Blackrock tribe, the highest leader was a black-clothed priest. Tu's father was a gray-clothed priest. Among the gray-clothed priests, he was considered relatively strong. Long Chen estimated that he should be as strong as 1 Ren Jingtao. In the Blackrock tribe, there were about 3 gray-clothed priests who could defeat him head-on, and a black-clothed priest who could kill him instantly. These were all dangerous forces. As for the other gray-clothed priests, they should not be underestimated. They were rather dangerous. As for the barbarian general, he was not a threat. When approaching the Blackrock tribe, Long Chen said in a deep voice, "Tu, why do you believe me? I am a human." "I don't know. Maybe it's intuition." The dark-skinned son of darkness smiled lightly. In the distance, the Blackrock tribe was shrouded in a black fog. That sturdy fortress blocked Long Chen's line of sight. This was a fortress that had been built for generations. All of it was made of sturdy materials and was extraordinary. Adding on the guards, it was able to block the advance of a portion of the savage beasts. However, this fortress was not completely sealed. Long Chen asked, "If there are wild beasts that can fly, wouldn't they be able to reach the tribe directly from the sky?" Tu said, "Yes, but there are very few wild beasts that can fly. Any wild beast that can fly is very terrifying. Our tribesmen guard this place tightly every day. They don't relax for even a minute because this concerns the lives of the entire tribe." Long Chen had a general understanding of the situation. It was also because of the harsh living environment that the remnants of darkness had not discovered it even after so many years. In fact, their talent and foundation were stronger than most of the human race. They were even more favored by the heavens. Sir Oracle, don't worry. They are very easy to talk to. I will explain to them clearly. Tu said decisively as they approached. Long Chen nodded. The two of them approached the Blackrock tribe. Soon, from the foot of the mountain to the top, some remnants of darkness discovered Long Chen and Tu from afar. The moment they saw Long Chen's appearance, all the remnants of darkness became excited. Human race. Devil. No one knew who was the first to shout, but the entire fortress was in an uproar. A large number of experts soared into the sky and rushed in Long Chen's direction. Long Chen discovered that the gravity in the sky was extremely strong in the Dark Nation. It was very difficult to stabilize one's body in the sky. It was a bit like the situation in the Taiwei mountain ruins in the Eternal Hell. Generally speaking, it was best to fight on the ground. Long Chen would not choose to rush into the sky. Not only the wild beasts, but also ordinary warriors would find it difficult to maintain stability in the sky.